and asleep.
Well, that's how we start the stream. All right.
Like, okay. I didn't realize that.
I have no idea. I have no idea if that actually was the first words that the stream started with. Part of me is I hope it wasn't, and part of me hope it was. And if you guys didn't hear that, then you may never know.
I just went live too. Hello, all the X viewers as well.
Hey, everybody. All right, man, we got to get back into this. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it is.
It's been a.
Sorry, my printer's having a. I think I need to perform an exorcism. I hope you guys can't hear that in the background.
No worries.
Well, you're like
Are you
actually
physically printing your character
I'm
sheet?
actually gonna physically print it off.
Is this the 1990s? Does your
Wow.
pager work still? What are you doing?
Well, well, I'd like to have. Yeah, I like having physical things. What can I say? How I studied in school, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't let us ruin this for you, Justin.
You do you,
Oh,
man.
I won't.
You do you. Hey, stream.
I only value Wasted's opinion. Wasted, please reassure me.
You're all good, man.
Yes.
I'm here for you. I have so. Don't let Shaq fool you. How many pads do you have around your desk?
I don't have any physical notebooks
Sure.
at all.
So it comes from
There's no
insecurity. Now I
references
see.
near me. Oh wait, I got one more that I haven't showed the stream yet. There it is. I don't have any. There may be 7 notebooks surrounding me right now, of which only half of them, slightly over half of them, are tabletop related. All right. You don't know.
I mean, Shaq is the one of us that uses physical dice.
Oh man. All right. Stop calling me out. Hi everyone. Welcome to the street, everybody. What's up, dude?
I was gonna say I've seen some comments on at least my video where people are saying we got the rolls wrong because they're like looking at our sheets and like thinking we got the wrong skill number. The sheets that we're looking at don't necessarily reflect our current skills. I think in fact all of them do not. So if you see us roll like a level 4 rank for something and it only says 2 on the sheet, it's probably just out of date.
Yeah, it's an old sheet. So what I've been telling everybody is that these are there for their references, but if they have and everyone's using what generated this sheet, which is Ogdudes, which is a really cool piece of software if you play FFG. I just told them, just use that. Just use it on your desktop. It's no big deal. We don't have to keep importing this. Really, it's a reference to just say, okay, what for me, there's a lot of skills that I don't have memorized, so I'll use their character sheets just to figure out what skills are in the game sometimes. Because yeah, there's just a ton. There's like 30 freaking skills in here. But all right, let me do the intro here. Let's get everybody into it. Welcome back, everyone, to Star Wars: The Twin Sun Squadron story, as GM'd by myself, Captain Shaq. Well, let me go around the table. We've got EckhartsLadder over there across the table from us.
The far lands of EckhartsLadder. Hello.
Hola. We've got. And what's your character's name?
Zachary Slaughter.
Zachary Slaughter. I am not saying it wrong for people in the comments. I kept saying, well, I guess I kind of am. I kept saying Zachary.
It's open to interpretation. That's the core world pronunciation.
Oh, fair enough. We've got Corey from Corey Loses. I love your character's image, by the way. I'm looking at it in the background there.
Yeah, I'd like that Osh gets the full body shot. Everyone else is just the
headshot.
head. I guess Nadiri's got a bit of the upper body, but like Osh, you get the full picture with him.
It's hard to remember that your character has no facial expressions as we play.
And he also sounds like he has no facial expressions either.
Awesome. Yep. He said to me when he was making his character, I'm going to make a character that has no emotion in their voice in this mostly radio program. This is great.
I did mention that as a possible issue, but I think it's worked out so far.
I give you crap, but I think it's worked out great. Wasted Space from Wasted Space Twitch and YouTube channel is here. Sir, who are you playing as?
Mr. Sarin Varga.
Sarin Varga, all right. And lastly, we've got Charlie from Eck 2. What's up, man?
Hello. I'm doing good, thank you.
Ah, got the voice on and everything. And who are you playing?
I'm playing Nadiri, who sounds exactly like I do right now.
Sometimes.
But a bit more blunt, I suppose. And yeah, I'm stuck in this room with this wretched child from Fable.
All right. Wretched child. Oh, man.
No, I'm joking.
And don't call me out like that. That may be actually where that art's from. And now that you said it, I can't unsee it. I didn't realize that.
No,
All right.
I don't. I'm taking a guess.
No, I think you might be right, actually, because they have the big heads. Anyways, distracting me. Let's get back into it. If you guys are ready, have everything you need to get started with some tabletop?
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent. We are playing the Fantasy Flight variant of Star Wars Tabletop. If you've never played it, we're playing the... technically we're playing Age of Rebellion. But Force and Destiny, or... help me out here, Corey. What's the Empire? The
Age of Rebellion, Edge of the Empire, Force and Destiny.
Edge of the Empire. That's the one I was having trouble remembering. So they're all basically the same rule set if you're interested in what we're playing. We are playing a modified version that has worked for myself and Wasted and my other players. So you're going to see some of the rules are a little different. We do play on boards and stuff like that. As you can see from this crazy map. So it's a little kind of mix of this and a little bit of like D&D with how far you can move and whatnot. But for the most part, it's vanilla FFG with just a few tweaks. So welcome, everybody. Blitz is in chat. It's Edge of the Empire, man. All right, let's get into it. Let me get some music going. I'm going to ask this time as a little difference. Does anybody want to attempt to recap where we're at so far? The story. I'll give
It
you
was Zachary's plan, so I feel like it's only fair that Dustin does
Corey,
this.
you just did the whole rewatch, so go ahead.
Well, whole rewatch
No,
is a
go
bit
ahead.
an exaggeration,
Go ahead.
but we are at what I believe is a broadcast or sensor/broadcasting early warning system for the Empire, invading their base, trying to shut off the signal to give some operating space for the Rebel fleet. And the thing that I'm most focused on is while we were in this base, the last thing to happen is this probe droid walking into a hallway that is exposed to me and me alone. So I will be creating a new character while everyone else plays tonight. I think that's basically what's happening.
Oh, the faith.
A little side quest is also to have Corey turn off his priority speakers. That quietens everyone else when he talks. I'm not lying. That's true.
That was actually a thing? Okay. Hopefully that has been fixed then. So you guys are in the security room of what is the hub station for a sensor network that this network covers this huge area of space, an entire region known as the region Remembrance. A region that's basically a graveyard area, a virus that spread and wiped out the population. There are now a number of worlds in this area that are tomb worlds. The Republic, before it turned into the Empire, cordoned this area off and said, nobody go there. We want to stop looting. At least that was the reason that they gave. And so the region sat. Until now. The Rebel Alliance is a fleet here. You all are not 100% sure what its purposes or why, other than you were just ordered here. Having, through some creative thinking, through some problem solving, and working with the fleet, as you are all officers, you are all members of a squadron, of a fighter squadron known as Twin Suns. You, particularly you, Zachary, figured out where this hub station was for a portion of the region. Not the whole thing, but just like one small slice of it. All of the sensor data for this slice of the region goes through this hub before being transmitted off to some kind of command and control, most likely. And you found it. Not only have you found it, you managed to, in the last session, infiltrate sort of successfully into the station through as the station is old and been mostly abandoned, you found a meteor strike on one side, a hole in the armor, and tried to slip in, but some of you were spotted. A firefight ensued where you managed to take down a series of scout troopers just after they managed to put a fairly large hole into one of your comrades, who is kind of bleeded a bit and pretty wounded. Let's go ahead and get back into it. The scenario, if you guys remember, I know it's been a while since we took our break. You had found a young boy in a cell in one of the chambers to we'll call this the south of the map, right? You opened up the cell's energy field and you allowed the child out. You, Natiri, had a conversation with him and managed to gain some semblance of trust and got him to come out instead of just being shocked with fear. But he's grabbed onto you and he's holding on tight. He refuses to let you go. He seems to be a bit scared out of his mind. But at least he's kind of following your directions. Same time, you, Zachary, and Osh, you guys have set up in the security room, turned on the cameras, and from what you can see all of these rooms that are currently exposed on the map at the table. Anywhere with a black square on it is an area that the cameras do not cover right now. Or they are broken in the security room. You don't have access to a screen for that one. You did see a few stormtroopers moving around, particularly back here. You saw an individual with some kind of melee weapon and a shoulder pad, denoting he's most likely some kind of sergeant or an NCO, before he ran out of your sight. You also saw 2 pilots jump up from their cards that they were playing as the probe droids made their way across the hall towards you guys. These pilots jumped up and they ran for their Lambda shuttle and have run up the ramp. This just recently happened. All this has happened relatively quickly. Outside the closed door that is here, Osh and Zakari, you guys can hear at the moment the sound. You recognize this as a droid, that droid coming up. They're almost at the door now. So, coming closer and closer towards the door. You've probably got enough time for maybe an action. Zakari, Osh, what are you guys doing?
Well, I do speak binary, and I've got really great computer skills. So what I want to attempt to do, I think, is basically perform with my mouth a coded sequence of beeps that will hopefully override some security vulnerability in this probe droid. It's kind of like a last-ditch effort to have him kind of go the other way, just turn around and leave us alone, or explode.
Okay. So you can try to maybe you could. They're well aware that they sent 2 stormtroopers down this hallway and they did not come back. And I believe they went down to blaster fire. So that they know that there are intruders in the base. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't be able to just make noise and hack a probe droid with your mouth. So you could try to maybe distract them. Like, what would you could say something to them as if they were, because they're relatively smart droids. They are security bots. Is there something that you'd like to try to say to them? But you wouldn't be able to be like...
a computer terminal as well. Yep. I'm technically already hacked into the station's resources. Was it possible to try to gain access to these droids? Presumably they're tethered to the station somehow.
What's your computer skill?
It's 4.
You have 4 yellows in it? Like four skill points into it?
3 yellows and a green.
3 yellows and a green. Oh, so you have 3 invested into it. Gotcha. So with your skill and the knowledge that you've got, you know that you're tied into an older computer system for this base. It's not Imperial, it's Republic. And it seems like, with the information that you've gathered so far, the base has recently come online, but it's not Imperial. These droids don't seem to be attached to this base. You would have, having seen them and being part of the rebellion, I'd say you'd have a briefing of what are Imperial droids, how to recognize them, and you would recognize these as probe droids, and particularly 2 scout droids attached to a scout unit. This computer, this base, those droids don't really have any kind of direct connection in that way. That would be something that maybe you might be able to pull off if you were maybe in the Lambda, maybe, in something that is directly related to those droids.
Okay, I think the last thing that I will try to do when attached to this terminal then is I just want to cause some sort of distraction in the hangar.
Okay.
Presumably, I've got controls of some sort of, mechanism, loading mechanism or something in the hangar, so I just want to make a really loud sound.
Okay.
Maybe is this lat attached to anything? Like, is it on a rail or anything, or is it just sitting there?
Looking through the security camera, you see that the lat is lying on the ground, right? You do notice that above it and slightly to the left of it looks to be one of these, and you guys have seen a variant of this before, a round magnetic lifter.
Yes. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Excited.
So you're at a security terminal. So I will tell you, because you hacked into this last time we played. You have access to all of the cameras, and I would say with a little bit more work with computers, you also have access to all of the doors.
Okay.
Because it is the security room for this base.
Okay, I'm just gonna hold off then and let my partner act if he chooses to.
Okay.
You said this door is closed, right?
Closed at the moment. As long as you guys closed it on your way in, did you?
Zachary?
Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll try.
Because if you
Can I
didn't, we need to roll
close it
for
and try
initiative.
Can I close it and try to put like a magnetic lock on it or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. So one of the things that we forgot to do, roll for force die, your destiny points.
Oh yes.
Okay, we're
Oh,
not
yeah.
using the
Because if
cool.
you don't know if you did something and maybe or maybe not, a great time to use a destiny point would be in that situation where it's like, yeah, we totally remember to shut those doors, and then you flip a destiny point.
I got one light. I'm going to turn that into one dark and say that we did remember to
All right,
close
that door was shut. That door was shut. Not locked, but it was shut.
Yeah, okay.
I got 2 light force.
Yeah, I got
That's
2 light
sad.
as well.
So while you guys are
Nice.
setting that up, so light side, dark side destiny points are something. It's a resource that the GM and the players can use to kind of manipulate the events and represent the force flowing through the narrative and pushing things in the favor of the light side or the dark side. And we roll a force die, which is what they rolled right here, to represent that, to see where it sits at the beginning of the game.
It's the most light side we've had by far.
Holy crap! Did you guys seriously roll 5 light?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some cheating going on around here. All right, fair enough. This time. And the one that you spent has been counted on that? For the door being shut? Just make sure.
Yeah, I think that's the one dark side. We have there.
Nobody rolled
That's
dark,
literally the one dark you got. Was
Yeah,
that.
no one rolled dark
No one
side.
rolled
and you
dark.
just spent 1. Okay. Wow.
Force is with us.
All right. Remember, you've got that as a resource. So flipping that, when you first ran in here, you were wise enough to reach back and slam that control panel, shut that door. So that's why you can hear it on the other side, and you would have heard those larger double doors open up as the probe droids came through. There are 2 outside the door, from the cameras, and you've got the one on the outside making his way slowly over. Okay, so Osh, you doing anything? Well, Zakari's like looking over the cameras, the control panels, trying to figure out what should happen. That sound's getting closer. What are you doing?
All right, I'm going to make sure my blaster is out. So I'm going to lean down behind the desk back here, aiming at the door, and that's going to be all I do.
Okay, Sarin, you were messing around with some clone armor. You were trying to get it on, but you knew that you weren't going to have enough time. So what did you want to do? Last action before we kick this off.
Last action before kicking it off.
Yep.
I would like to, if I remember rightly, we had a couple of pilots just trying to get into that Lambda shuttle.
Yeah, they just came running up the ramp. So that just happened.
I would like to sprint in that direction and pull a grenade from my pocket and get as far as I can towards it.
Okay. We'll say, I don't know if you guys remember what we said last time, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 squares will be short range run. Is I think around what we said. So that would get you to this door as the second doors open up. And at this point, switch some music over here. It'll take a second to load. You guys, the noise gets closer and closer, and you hear the door opens. I would like you to roll initiative as they've opened the door, and the probe droid is rolling straight through the doorway.
Do we get our choice of cool and vigilance here?
In this case, you are prepared. You know they're coming, whether or not you're prepared for it, but you know they're coming, so this will be a cool check for you. They are not so sure. They're just checking rooms, so they're going to be rolling vigilance.
All right.
I'm rolling physical dice for chat, so if you guys see me looking down, I'm using my sweet dice. The tabby bought
Bosch
me.
has 5 success, 1 advantage.
2 advantage.
Vigilance. And Tiri, you had a triumph that you said you wanted to use for your next roll in the last session. You could use that for initiative.
Am I rolling initiative as well?
Everybody's rolling initiative, so we'll know where
okay,
you're
everyone
sitting in
is.
this whole thing.
All right. Initiative. Sorry, bear with me. Let me get the cheat sheet up.
Where's my? I don't totally have another notebook just for initiative here.
Yeah. Wait, what's initiative again? Sorry,
You're gonna be rolling.
cool.
Yeah, you'll be rolling. Cool.
Okay. Sorry, I'm relearning.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I know it's been a minute. So.
Okay.
I got 1 success, 4 advantage, 1 triumph.
Okay. So convert that into a number we can throw up on the thing. So the Viper probe droid get a 1.2.
Ugh.
You got 0.2?
I only had 1 dice to roll.
Oh.
What does Charlie's turn into with this notation system with the triumph?
The triumph is considered just a single success.
Okay.
But with a triumph in your initiative roll, you get a wasted. Help me out here. I think
That's
it's
A free maneuver.
free maneuver before the round.
The round begins.
Yeah. All right.
See.
So the probe, we'll call this Droid 1. I'm just gonna rename him Droid 1. He got a 1.1 on a 1 green roll because they're really bad at this, and a 0.1 for the Droid 2.
Droid
So I'm gonna put them on
1
there.
is 1.1. Sorry, what was Droid 2?
Droid 2 rolled a 0.1, 1 advantage.
0.1.
Yeah, it was real bad.
There's something ironic about a probe droid being rubbish at initiative.
It's like they
So
roll really
4
crappy
for
for
Sarin.
vigilance
And
or
a
perception.
4.0 for Sarin.
Indeed.
Wow.
Sarin
Gosh,
had a
damn, dude.
4.0.
Good roll. Good roll.
Osh is a cool customer.
Yeah, man. So before we do this, let's go ahead and use that 1 maneuver. What do you want to do? You got this kid around your neck. He's gonna run up and he's hugged you and kind of getting a death grip on you in fear. What do you want to do, Natiri?
Can I maneuver? Because I probably want to move. How do I ping again? Is it shit? How do I ping?
Tab, I think.
Tab. Yeah. I want to move up to this way so I can help my Zachary and Osh in this combat with the probe droid. So,
Okay.
would I be able to? How far can I maneuver to that door with this triumph?
You can move 5 squares, I'll say, because your brawn is like you're really strong, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So the
My
kid's not even
brawn.
gonna slow you down. I don't think you're pretty. It's one of your base characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is it up to?
My brawn is up to 3.
Okay. You're stronger than average.
Bring the meat shield, Natiri. I mean the kid.
Say that over the comms.
Please leave the child somewhere safe, Neytiri.
No, he's coming with me.
Where would you like to move? 5 squares.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess as far as I can move up to here then.
Okay.
That's 5.
Yeah. So you get to that doorway over there. So 5. Kid is with you. Say that as you get up and you kind of have to maneuver the kid to get on almost on your back, holding his hands around your neck, so you could run because you're take it off. With that roll. Okay, so you get to about right there. So you're in this hallway. Both doors, the first one behind you just opened. As you run, you notice Sarin's already opened the doors to your left as you kind of pass each other in the hall. And you would notice his grenade in his hand. Okay. So that brings us to the top of the round. Osh, the doors have opened. There is this probe droid standing directly in front of you. Its reflective black eye turns and kind of locks onto you and then curves over toward your companion. And then the body shifts and rotates until there's this appendage sticking out towards you, and you immediately recognize it as some kind of blaster. It's beginning to charge.
All right. So I would like to true aim and then fire, which will be an upgrade and a boost. This is a E5 is heavy, I think.
A5 should be heavy, yeah. Mostly two-handed weapons are considered ranged heavy, and light ranged is a one-handed weapon. That's more or less how it works.
Okay. So that will be, I believe, 4 and a boost. Yep.
Okay. You guys are definitely within short range of each other, so your difficulty will be, 1 purple. He's got no cover as they just opened right in the middle of the doorway that just opened.
All right. So feeling a
God.
deep-seated need to protect myself and my companions.
Thank you, my friend.
So anyway, I started blasting.
So I started blasting.
3 success, 3 advantage. with a base damage on that guy of... It is damage 9, crit 3. So I'm going to crit. Though it is an accurate 1. I forget if that...
That'll add a setback to the roll. So go ahead and add a setback to that roll.
I'll just roll that separate.
And see what you get.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm going to do... I believe that makes it 12 damage, and I am going to activate the crit.
And you're going to activate the crit? Okay, cool. So you're going to crit. Go ahead. You should have dice there for a percentile roll. We can get a crit going? Or did I not give you those?
I don't think I have percentile dice, no.
Okay, let me give you... Oh, it is. This is why I like Tabletop Sim. I can just spawn some dice.
Better than having to run down to the basement and get it.
Hang on, I gotta find my dice.
Only after doing this do I remember that...
Is that this red one right here?
Which red one? Where?
There's a 3 or a 4-sided red one. Is that what this
no,
is?
that's my favorite dice. That's when I need to know like a certain random amount of damage. I'll guys have you roll that,
okay.
or if there's an event that could or could not happen, I'll normally have you roll that if it's like a 25% chance or something.
Gotcha.
Yep, we're gonna keep that. So go ahead and read those. Left to right is how you'll read them. So the first one will be your 10.
Nice.
If you roll a 0, you rolled 100.
That is a 90.
You rolled a 90 on the shot at the probe droid, and you did how much damage?
I did 12 damage plus that crit.
12 damage plus the crit, so 9 damage total because he has a 3 soak. So nice, not bad, not bad. As you fire a few rounds off and he sinks into the chassis of this droid as it just opens the door, waiting, ready for it and waiting. You got a 90, so that is a crit called Shields Down. No, that's a vehicle crit, never mind. Let's see, 90 is a compromised. Increase difficulty of all skill checks by 1 until the end of the encounter. As you're firing away this blaster, you're blowing holes about a quarter sized into it, and a little bit of smoke starts pouring out. From the hole, you see sparks, and a little bit of black smoke from the sparks start to pour out of one of the holes at the top, as if it's like, you may have started a small fire in there, and its system's compromised at this point. It's gonna be harder for it to achieve any of its goals. Meaning it's going to be harder for it to shoot at you when it rolls. So that's +1 to difficulty for everything until it's
just
repaired.
As I finish this, I say to Zachary, do these not explode?
You gotta hit him a little harder.
And with that, Sarin, you're up. It's also focused its attention on you. Osh.
Oh, that's fun.
From where I am, can I see can I see anything in this room at the moment? Personnel or droid wise?
Sticking your head out here, on the just like a glance to the right as you kind of run in and slow down to stop to see if there's any immediate threats, you see a moving probe droid, one of the small ones, making its way quickly towards the hallway, towards your companions in that main hall. You also hear the blaster bolts being fired just a few rooms away. Outside of that, from your angle, yeah, you don't see anyone in here. I'm trying to see if you might be able to see the pilots in the Lambda, but you're kind of below it.
I'm guessing they've gone in at this point. Is the ramp still open?
The ramp is still open. They literally just ran up the ramp and disappeared from your sight. You guys were moving fast.
Okay, in which case Sarin is going to run up towards the
Isabel,
edge
thank
of
you
the
for the
Lambda
donation.
closest to him and go full on post it round the corner, just the arm reaching out, popping it into the back area of up the ramp and into the back of the Lambda.
Okay.
Nice.
So 5. I say so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you could get. You could
be
get
able to reach it
to the ramp. And now you want to like reach in up the ramp, or you want to actually go up the ramp and.
I don't want to go up the
ahead.
ramp. I'm think of me sort of hiding round the edge of it, and I'm leaning out a little bit in order to lob the frag up into the hangaway without me sort of going up there at all. I'm trying to sort of lob it in there with the hull of the Lambda between me and the actual explosion.
Got ya. So from like almost underneath the ramp, kind of looking up and looking back towards the because you have the whole inside of the back where all the seats would be, and then you've got where the cockpit is, which is on the other side of the ramp. Mm-hmm. I would say from underneath and from like that corner, yeah, you could try to throw that. I'm gonna give you a setback due to trying to get it like beyond the ramp and then into the cockpit. But go ahead and make a roll. If you're prepping this, what kind of grenade is it?
It's just a frag.
Just a frag grenade. You're throwing it into the cockpit?
Yep.
Okay.
Or doing as best I can.
Best you can. Take a setback because of just the ramp, the cockpit, the walls. You got to get it through the doorway.
And then
Closed
remove it
in
again
space, though.
because Sarin.
Now, because it's closed in space, I will say if it does manage to get in there and hit one of them, it's going to hit them both. For sure.
Do we still get the bonus that Sarin gives us?
It's
The
a
extra...
perception bonus.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah, we're not exactly percepting anything.
Perception and vigilance checks, neither of which we've done yet, so...
Yeah. So we'd have to figure out what the limitations are on there. Does he need to be in the room with you? Because it is a leadership thing. There could be an argument. Yeah, you'd probably still get him. All right. Definitely, it's going to be a short-range throw. It's not that far away.
Okay, so that's my ranks plus 2 ranks in quick strike for acting against stuff that hasn't acted yet this encounter.
Don't forget your difficulty of 1 because of the short-range throw as a ranged attack, this is the difficulties, by the way, if you guys are wondering. That's a nice light range skill you've got there. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, yeah. I see that there.
Oh, man. All right. I'll be honest, I didn't have the pilot stats ready. I didn't think they'd be needed this quickly. So hang on a minute.
Congratulations wasted on killing the non-combatants.
Yeah.
There they are.
Gotta have some war crimes up in this place.
All right, give me your damage.
Okay, so that is 8, 12 plus. Obviously, I can easily trigger a crit,
Yep, absolutely.
which I'll do with the advantage rather than the triumph.
Okay.
So that's 12 plus a crit.
Okay, 12 plus a crit. For these 2 Imperial Navy pilots, you hear one of them scream, wait, what is that? Grenade! As it goes off, there's a brief flow of like hot air down the ramp of the shuttle. As you hear, as bits of metal and debris kind of fall inside, you hear a bit of movement, a bit of, oh! There sounds like there's still somebody alive in there. You also hear one of them, actually, I'll even say, you hear one of them go, 336, you okay? Oh, God, I got it under the floorboard. Ah. So, it sounds like some people are pretty badly messed up, but surprisingly, still alive.
Okay. And then I think I will take a bit of strain to not be standing out in the open where I am anymore.
Okay.
I am going to try and get some cover around the back of the Lambda, like underneath one of its legs, perhaps, you know. Specifically cover from the direction of the ramp and this droid over here.
Gotcha. All right, so I'm just going to put you back here, but you're behind the, say, the leg of the Lambda. Easy enough for you to run behind.
Sort of lobs the grenade and then slides his way behind that sort of crouching down, getting his back up against it.
Okay. Easy enough to do. All right, so that brings us to Natiri. You're up for your actual round now.
I still have my extra triumph.
Well, that's a good point. There was a triumph on that as well.
Oh, yeah, you had a triumph on that, so go ahead and roll. You wanted to use it for a crit?
I just want to use the advantage for a crit.
What do you want to use for the triumph on that attack? Oh, sorry, Interior. Let's get 1 second. He's got to use up his triumph on that grenade throw.
Yeah.
What you want to do?
Oh, can we have the explosion of the frag grenade damage the control so they can't take off?
Yeah, absolutely. With that explosion, we'll say it is a military vehicle. You did manage to throw a grenade inside of it. I will say that they won't be able to take off immediately.
Yeah,
so at least
some repairs.
they're gonna have to do some repairs. They're gonna have to pull out some of the shrapnel from some of the control surfaces. They could take off, we'll say, at maybe I'd say maybe 2 rounds if they spend their entire actions like working on it to get it running.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool.
They're welcome to try.
All right, then. So, the control surfaces, though, for the next round definitely will not function. How about that? In any way.
Cool.
All right. So, that's your triumph that you've spent. Good roll. Now, Thierry, what are you doing?
Okay, so... I want to take out... I'm assuming these droids are hostile to my 2 dear friends here. So I want to take these out.
You can hear the fire, the blaster fire going back and forth.
So I wanna go. I want to take these out and just. I want to just run right up and punch it.
And you just want to run up and punch it? What weapon do you got out?
Good question. I have my.
I mean, you could run up and punch it. It's a brawl check.
Yeah, what would be better, to use my vibro axe or just literally just swing it with my fist? No, the vibro axe is probably going to be better, isn't it? Than any
You
fist.
could certainly try.
At this point, why not just hit it with the kid you're wearing? Like,
No, the kid's behind me, so the kid's absolutely fine. I'm the one that's going to take the shots. And I swear to God, if I hurt the kid, then I'm gonna have to AFK. So I'm gonna. Can I charge in with the vibro axe and attack this?
You doing this with the kid on your back?
Well, okay. Before I off the record, what's the likelihood of the kid getting hurt?
You tell me. Is it a military probe droid firing at your buddies?
But Shaq, there's one thing between them.
The kid's on his back at the moment. We narrated that part.
Of course he's
with
safe.
his hands is wrapped around his neck.
I've got a better idea.
It's up to you, man. You are in charge of your character's actions.
I've got a better idea. Perhaps running up and punching it is not the greatest idea. I've now concluded.
No, it is. Do it. Do it.
I want to throw my axe, my vibro axe.
Okay.
I want to come up to here and throw the vibro axe at the probe droid.
So you've pulled your weapon free, or it was already free because you're in a hostile environment, right? You open those doors in front of you and poke your head in and see the firefight that's going back and forth. This probe droid is focused on your buddy, and you hell with this. Chuck your axe at him. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, I will say roll me we're gonna upgrade the roll's difficulty because you're using a melee weapon as a ranged weapon, right? So we're gonna just upgrade the difficulty and give you 1 setback due to a child being riding on your back while you're trying to do this.
Okay.
So go ahead. It's going to be you and throwing your weapons. He's not that far away, so we'll say it's an average difficulty. It's going to be 2 purples, and then we're going to take a setback. So 2 purples and a setback of your difficulty on the throw, because he's not that far. And honestly, if anybody's got proficiency in spearing things, it's going to be your character at this point.
What am I rolling?
You're rolling your melee skill.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
No. Last time you did it, you had to use light range because that's the throwing skill. So
What's
light
light
range.
range?
Light range is going to be your skill. That's what you had to use with the pike, and that's what made it so amazing because you weren't very good at it.
Oh.
When you throw
That's
a grenade,
awful.
you throw light range. So we're going to say with this, you grab it in one hand and you're chucking it like a spear.
How can I use my triumph in any way to upgrade this roll?
Absolutely. That's exactly what you asked in the last one. You're more than welcome to use that triumph that you had for this first roll. So go ahead and
music to
turn
my
one of the
ears,
yellows to one of the greens to a yellow. If you've only got 2 greens. So go ahead and
How do I get rid of it?
I'll do it for you.
Okay. I've
Boop.
forgotten.
There you go. Add a yellow. Remember, you do have a lot of forced die. Not saying you should use one. You guys do what you want, but just a reminder that they're there for you. Holy crap!
Oh my god.
What's your damage?
On the vibro axe. The vibro axe.
He succeeded,
has...
by the way, with 1 success and no advantage. He just barely succeeded.
It's melee +3, crit 2.
Okay, melee +3, so it's 3 plus your brawn, your physical strength. What's your strength? Is 3,
so
right?
6.
6 damage total. All right.
And then 2 crit.
And 2 crit. All right, hang on 2 seconds. Let me see where his health is at.
This is a good time for that Breaking Bad meme.
I don't know what 4N come means though.
What was your damage again? What was it? The weapon was +3?
Yeah.
And brawn 3, so you're 6
3.
damage total. All right, does the weapon have pierce?
It has...
Pierce goes through soak. Basically, it cuts through the armor
Pierce
like
2.
butter. Has pierce 2. Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm born for this.
By 1 point of damage, you see the spear come out of nowhere, Zakari, as it shoves right into the center of this droid, getting its like head mechanism on the top that was spinning freely stuck in one place. It starts to dip and slowly float forward, a little bit backwards, and should the probe droid's mission become compromised, it may self-destruct at any point. This explosion does 10 damage to engage the characters. It is now compromised and will explode. I don't believe any of you are engaged with it.
Oh my... Imagine if I meleeed.
So with that, it starts to vibrate wildly and then explodes. The head of it flies up into the ceiling, bashing a dent into the top of it. The body of it flings down in a bit of shrapnel in every direction. You guys who are engaged, nobody's in engaged range with it, so yeah, nobody's in engaged range with it, so you guys should be good. Nobody was actually trying to melee the thing. It explodes.
What about that droid 1 right next to it?
He is a square behind it, but if he takes the damage, then you do too.
I mean, I'm behind a desk, so...
And you got a doctor.
Anyone in with engaged range, so I'm kind of like, if they're not melee range of it...
Okay.
Yeah. Because you're also just the same
back
distance.
by the spear, though.
How much did you get a triumph on that roll? No. Or any advantage? Nah. All right, so you manage to destroy the thing and it detonates. They're not super tanky, as Solo showed us. It's dead. You killed it.
How much health did my vibro axe take?
It'll take a point of damage.
Did Zach survive that?
His axe survived.
Yeah.
His axe survived, but it took 1 point of damage. If you keep throwing it at things, especially when they keep exploding when you do so, we'll say for the instance of this, it took one point of damage. So it's got 3 points total before it's inoperable.
So I've got 2 more throws.
Anytime you use the axe now, it has a setback. If it takes another point of damage, yep, that's what happens when you take damage. If it takes another point of damage, it increases the difficulty of the use of the weapon by 1 point. So keep that in mind. But as soon as the smoke clears, you see the other droid directly behind it, which it's not. Oh, it is its turn. It is its turn. So that's exactly what's going to happen. Now that you've destroyed that probe droid, poor droid didn't even get a chance. Didn't even get its roll. The other droid starts running forwards, firing away. In this instance, it's going to fire Unitary. As you've popped around the corner and chucked an axe, you are the immediate and most noticeable threat. So, with that, gonna roll its attack at short range.
What's the soak value of a human child being on you?
No, he's behind me, Corey. I'm going to take all of the damage.
Good point. So, there is an ally engaged with you. And it's firing away, so we're gonna upgrade that purple to a red. On a despair, it hits the kid.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I mean to...
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
Okay, hang on a second. I gotta look up stats again. I can turn this camera. Not in the light, so stream can see this. That's the thing. As you lean down to throw this axe and you get it and you kind of give off a cheer for a second, the shell on your back starts to begin to slip off. And as he does, this probe droid coming in, starting to fire towards you, the kid manages to take a round straight into the shoulder. He whips behind you and into the hallway.
That's really bad.
Remind me not to let you babysit Natiri.
You guys can't see. He's in the hallway, but he's not on your back anymore.
Okay, I'll have to pick him up again at some point. You two have to kill this last droid. I'm begging. Is that my go over?
I'm gonna use your D100 real quick for a roll. 92.
Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Good to know.
What? Is that bad?
It's not good. So you're not sure what's going on behind you. You're in the middle of a fight. That brings us to... Where are we at? That was the droid's turn. All right, Zakari, what are you doing? Behind those control terminals, the droid's come in. It's firing wildly, fired at your ally. You're not sure unless you want to look over there to see what happened. This droid is floating down.
Under the door, is it?
No, it's made its way into the room with you. He's
Okay.
He's basically in this square.
So I'm behind the desk. I think I was crouching because I crouched at the end of last game, I believe. I'm just gonna aim and fire with my blaster.
Okay, you're gonna aim and fire at the droid coming in.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and make a roll. He's at short range with you, kind of hovering above the control panels?
Is he within grabbing distance?
Oh yeah, he's getting really close. He's not firing at you. He's actually facing slightly this way because he's firing at Nakari. Okay. But he's definitely in grabbing distance.
I'm gonna reach ahead with both. Because it's a small droid. I'm gonna reach and grab it by its like saucer, and I'm gonna try to grab at a spot where I can hopefully do as much damage as I can with it. Actually, I've got a knife in my pocket. Can I use first of all I've got a knife in my inventory. Can I use a move to get that out, and then, a maneuver to get that out, and then just grab it and see if I can
shove the knife into it?
Yeah, because
sure.
I want to rely on my computer skills, like knowing some sort of weak spot to this droid.
Interesting. Okay, so
I'm gonna aim right for the eye.
You were using the security system trying to figure out a weakness in some way, and as you glance up, seeing your ally, this explosion goes off. You glance up and you see this other droid coming through the smoke, firing at your ally. Go ahead and roll for an attack. This is a melee attack. You use your maneuver to pull your knife. Is it knife or vibra blade?
It is. It's. I think it's just a regular knife.
It's a regular combat knife. Okay.
It's a regular combat knife. And I want to aim for the eye.
Okay, you want to aim for the eye. Gotcha.
What's the difficulty associated with this?
So it's a melee attack, and those are normally, you look at the bottom of the range thing, which is this there. This is going to be a melee versus range. They don't have melee weapons. So it's going to be 2 purples, but you get a boost die.
Okay.
As they don't have any kind of like good defense against melee combat. You're supposed to shoot from range.
Oh, I failed.
All right, you reach out and try to, grab a piece of this droid to bring it in to shove the knife into the eye, but they're small and they're maneuverable, and he manages to just kind of dip out of the way and pick itself up a little bit higher, keeping itself too close to you. Yeah, you miss it. So there's your action, your maneuver. You got one more maneuver you could use if you want to blow the strain on it.
Yeah. Can I yeet the droid?
You've already used your action, so you can move, you can manipulate any of your gear. You can only do a maneuver though. You can't like hit it or attack it. It's really limited what you can do with a maneuver. It's mostly for movement and inventory management.
Okay, can I lie down on the floor?
Sure. Yeah, you can drop prone if you like.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop prone and I'll take. That's 1 strain, right?
So yeet yourself to the ground.
Yeah.
Do you guys see him pick his head up from the console to reach out to bit? He misses with the knife and then just drops behind the console again.
That was not good.
It starts to like turn towards you since you took a swing at it. You've gotten its attention. It starts firing towards you and around the consoles a bit. But it hasn't had a chance to roll yet. So that's actually where we're at. So let's do the other droid. Is going to move forward 5 squares. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got to come in behind its companion here. And as it makes its way in, got to take a shot at... I'm going to take a shot at Osh. Watching that it's... You've dumped down, so he's not going to see you right away. And Osh doesn't have any kind of cover. Did you slot in behind the console? Is that what you did?
I was like slightly crouching behind a desk, but not super hidden.
Okay. He does manage to hit you.
Rude of him.
With his built-in blaster pistol, doing a total of 7 damage to you.
All right.
It comes in, starts laying in rounds towards you, manages to nail you. You still up, right?
Ouch. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
And that brings us back up to your turn. Osh, you're up.
Okay. When the kid got hit, did I hear that? Like, I assume there'd be.
From your angle,
crying
you would, because you kind of were pushed up against that console. I would say, yeah, you heard it, and here was no crying. There was no sound that he made other than the sound of a bag of potatoes hitting the ground. Just bump.
Okay, so that sounds worse than sound. So, am I able to run in behind Neytiri to where the kid is?
Yep.
Heal the kid.
So I am going to perform a medical check, and
you rush through the doorway, squeeze past Neytiri, and you see the kid's leaning up against the wall. He's hit. His eyes are shut. He's looking down. He looks pretty beat up.
All right, so that is, I assume, over twice his wound, or over half his wound threshold.
Yes, it is. You're gonna have to roll. Was that 2 purples for that one? Let me double check here. So you're rolling to stabilize at this point, is what I'm gonna call it, because he does not have the same player rules as you guys do. But you managed to get to him quickly. I will say, I'm looking at Silhouette. Go ahead and roll for me a average medical check.
Average. Okay. So
this is to bandage him up, stop any bleeding that's happening from the blaster bolt that he just took.
All right, and I get a free advantage no matter what else happens here.
As the doctor rushes forward, as he ran through Neytiri, you see him being focused by these droids, firing off rounds. A couple of them managed to hit him in the shoulder, one in the hip, as the doctor rushes past you, through the doorway and over to this kid, sliding onto the ground toward him. Roll when you're ready.
Never fighting again.
That is 2 success, 2 advantage that I've ended up with there.
All right. Sliding in, you pull off that backpack of yours, that medical pack. It's like a little deployable, as you described it, it's like this little deployable medical station. Yep. And last time you said you pulled this thing out. You start pulling out the medical instruments and begin immediately working on the kid's wound, and you notice that he has stopped breathing.
Oh.
Pulling open one of these metal compartments, you pull out what basically is those charged paddles, and Neytiri hear this. There's a firefight going on. You can smell the smoke and the burning from the destroyed droid, the Prome droid. You glance over, and just as you glance over, you hear poof, as the kid jumps off the ground for a moment, and another poof. Doctor's working. There's not no expression on his face. He just seems to be training taking over. Go, 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 go.
To be fair, there's never an expression on his face.
That's true. That's true. You hear as the kid, he starts breathing again. You start working the bandages and start getting the blood to stop. It looks like he's going to make it. You stabilized him.
All right. With my second maneuver, I'm going to take 2 strain and just orient myself in a way that blocks the kid as much as possible from the view of the droids.
Okay, so you're putting yourself in between the firefight?
The droids and the kids, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Got you. All right. There's your turn. Anything else you want to do? Or you're good where you are? I think that was a maneuver. It is an action.
Internally, I'm starting to plan what I'm going to be saying to Neytiri.
Okay.
I messed up. Okay, I didn't know.
So I think I told you guys this before, but I'll bring it up again. And this is a great opportunity to learn. If you are firing, if a friendly is engaged with an enemy and you decide to fire into that fight, and they are fighting each other, if they're that close to each other, there's a chance on a despair that any damage that would have gone out will hit the friendly on a despair and not the enemy. So, because it's a close fight. In that instance, they were engaged to each other for sure, and it was just blaster bolts being spread. But here nor there. There you go. Sarin, you're up, man. You hear a lot of shuffling inside that Lambda. You hear an explosion down the hall where your allies are. You've lost sight of the other probe droid. You're also muted.
Let's see where it went.
Muted space.
The probe droid, that is?
Yes, you saw it was already on its way, and you saw it, just kind of keep going that direction into the hallway.
Okay, how far up the ramp can I get?
So you're behind here?
I'm behind there.
1, 2, 3. You could get to the top of the ramp in between in one maneuver, in between, literally the top of the ramp in between the cockpit and the cargo area.
Okay, he's gonna, with a pistol in each hand, walk his way up the ramp. And as he walks up the ramp, he's going to say, if you know what's good for you, surrender now.
All right. Would you like, in this case, would you like to use your action for a coercion check to see if you can coerce them into surrendering?
Not very good at coercion.
I will say, because of the grenade and this introduction walking up the steps, that you would get at least, I give you 2 boost die for it. But yeah, it's up to you, man, what you want to do with your action there. What role do you want to try for?
I'm going to go and try and persuade them.
Okay.
Making the assumption that they are, having heard the noises from before, making the assumption that these guys are both surprised and very much on the back foot right off the bat.
All right. And you, particularly, would know these aren't stormtroopers who have been indoctrinated and trained to... This would probably never work against a group of stormtroopers. Maybe pilots will be different. This will be a 2 purple roll. I just muted them. They can't hear me. This is based on their discipline. So whether they can they be coerced to stand down, to surrender. And I wasn't lying. Discipline in a stormtrooper is much better than in a Navy pilot.
Okay, and then maybe a boost or 2 for being all super threatening and...
I will say I'll give you 2 boosts due to the situation they find themselves in as you come walking, pistols raised through the smoke of a grenade that they're still digging shrapnel out of the cockpit.
Half-dressed in clone armor.
Yeah, half-dressed in clone armor. Also, bloody. You're beat up and bloody.
As you would not believe. Massive sniper rifle hanging down his back.
All right. Roll when you're ready.
Angry.
Not having a good day. With the skin of your teeth, man, what is this? 1 success, 0 threat or advantage. You couldn't get a lower roll and still succeed. All right, so you walk up the steps, you issue this threat. Teeth gritting, blood still kind of free-flowing a bit, even with the bandages you've got. They've well soaked through at this point. You see one of them's got a pistol in his lap as he's been working on the console. So you can see they've got a pile of shrapnel that they managed to pull so far out of it. When they whip around to see you and hear the words, they stand down. And they raise their hands. They are beat to hell. They both have, I'm just going to tell you, they both have 2 hit points left. And they've surrendered. One of them picks with 2 fingers up the pistol in his lap and kind of throws it at your feet, and it kind of rolls down the ramp a bit.
Their binders in here.
And this is all kind of going through their helmets, a little bit filtered. Yeah, yes. Second shelf top there on the left.
Off you go then.
They both put their heads down and stand up from their chairs and in the cockpit and make their way over to the panel. We'll just say this is their round. You tell them to put the binders on, basically.
Yep.
Okay. They each put binders on their hands in front of them. You see the lights come on them, locked in place.
I have no interest in killing you. Stay quiet, heads down. You'll get out of this alive.
Right. Should we... And they kind of gesture toward the back of the ship. Back here? Where do we... They don't look up at you.
Just stay in the back of this for now. Safer in here.
Right. And they both go back and they sit down. Kind of look at each other every once in a while, kind of look over at you. Totally lost at what to do now. They weren't expecting this. You glancing around inside the Lambda at this point. There is a bit of gear in here. There is another one of those sniper rifles bolted to a side of one of the walls. You see a few packs and a bit of equipment, and you immediately think, with the electro binoculars that are locked into one space and the food rations that are built up in the back in crates, that this is a recon unit. This is specifically the 55th Nexu recon unit.
What was your destination?
Stops and he looks up at you. I mean, this station. We're here to bring the station online. To drop off the drop off the recon unit and be here ready to extract if they need it, or to bring in more supplies. One of two shuttles.
And when are you expected to check in?
Well, we wouldn't be checking in until we showed back up at Citadel Station, and with that, his partner like kicks him in the shin from the other side of the chairs. Dude, he's got a gun.
Suffice to say, it's not as secret as you think. Stay quiet, stay down. With that, Sarin will turn and, again, burning some strain, run off down the hangar ramp again.
Okay. You'll go running down the ramp again. All right. Usually you second stay burning some strain to get that extra distance. So it'd be 5 from there.
Maybe about here.
Right about there? Okay. Perfect. That brings us to Nightiri. What are you doing? There's still a firefight going on in front of you.
So, I'm able to equipping something as an action, yeah?
It's not an action. Equipping something, manipulating equipment is a maneuver. Unless you've got a talent that lets you do it for an incidental.
Okay. I have a blaster rifle in my carry. Can I equip that?
Sure. So you're pulling out a blaster rifle from like it's like a sling that you're carrying over your shoulder or something?
Yeah, I only had 2 carry, a vibro and a blaster rifle. I couldn't carry the rest of the items I had.
So if you're gonna put one item away, it'd be a maneuver, but you can just drop the axe for now and pull out the rifle in the moment. And dropping an item is just an incidental. It's just literally letting go of it. So you can do that without costing you anything. And then you bust out the rifle.
Axe already.
Yeah, I assumed I threw.
Oh, you threw it. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. You speared it into a probe droid. My bad. So you pull out the blaster rifle, easy enough with a maneuver. All right.
And then for my action, can I target? So droid 1 is the one that you got, Zachary, right?
No, he's not dead. I missed him.
Oh, I see. So can I blast droid 1 around the corner? This one here.
That one there. You want to start firing off at him? Okay.
Yeah. Hang on. So if I was to be fired back again, would I injure Osh and the child because I'm in melee range of them?
Right now, you kind of are standing in that same pathway, and they're very close to you, so it wouldn't hurt to move if that's what you're asking to get away from them. Yeah, they might take another hit.
All right, I'm gonna brawl.
In this case, it would be Osh because he's put himself in between the fight and the kid.
But if I kill one, I'm gonna hurt Zachary because of the explosion damage. This is like the worst place to be for fighting these. How much health do you have? Sorry, I don't mean to do all these calculations.
Tell me what you want to do, man.
How much health does Zachary have? 14.
You wouldn't know that.
I wouldn't know that.
You wouldn't know. You can look over and you can ask him, like, how does his character look? Does he look bloody and beaten? But you wouldn't know a number.
You can also see me lying behind the desk, and those are much smaller probe droids than the other one.
You would notice a very different style droid. These things are maybe not even a quarter the size of that large one that came in.
And much cuter.
Debatable.
Since I wouldn't know of Zachary's health, being the meat brain that I am, I would charge in, brawling for the first one to keep my distance away from Osh and the child.
Charging in, okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to use good old-fashioned fists instead of blaster rifle. So I'm not going to equip the blaster rifle.
Gotcha. Leaving that on your shoulder. The axe has gone into your hands. You look back and you see the wounded kid. You see Osh trying to shield him and kind of go into a rage and rush forward towards the probe droids. Go ahead and roll for me a melee attack. Melee versus range. It's going to be 2 purples, but you do get a boost die due to them being solely range-focused characters.
2 difficulty, yeah?
2 purples, yep.
Okay. Just 2 seconds before I do. I want to quickly look at my specializations. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Perfect. Let me roll. So I was just checking my new specializations.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
2 successes, 1 advantages. So that's me brawling with droid 1.
All right, you got 2 success. How much damage is that? As you do manage to hit it.
So 2 success plus 3 brawn.
2 success plus 3 brawn, so 3, 4, 5. All right. So for this one, you manage to reach out and grab it with one hand, and you can actually put your hand like around the side of it, grab it out of the air, and just pull it into your fist as you slam into it for the first hit. And the second hit, you manage to crack the red eye on the front of it with the second blow, and the third, you notice that like the eye has come loose at this point. It's still beeping and the eye is still sort of glowing, but it's starting to flicker. And then with that last one, it kind of whips itself away using its repulsors from you. It's still up, but you did a little damage to it for sure. And you it's still up, still functioning.
Okay. Oh, okay.
You did some damage, just not a ton of it.
Yeah, I forgot to do frenzied attack beforehand, but that's my fault. Yeah, I think that's all. Can I use the advantage in any way?
You've got 1 advantage. So what do you want to do with it?
Would I be able to? No, I haven't really killed the.
You could cover a point of strain with it. You could give the next allied character a boost if you'd like. Some of the mechanical things you can do with it.
Can I give Zachary the boost, if that's okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Is he the next one up?
Yeah,
yes,
next one.
He's the next one up.
Yeah.
So you get a boost die there as you glance up and you can see maybe a weak spot in this droid, a crack that he's created in the housing for it.
Is it only against that one droid that will work?
No, you get a boost for it. Just as long as you can narrate it in some way that he's given you this advantage over it. Yeah.
Okay. His heels aim for the eye.
All right, and that brings us to the droid. So the droid with the cracked eye, Now it's kind of like shaking it off a bit. Its blaster's still trying to fire, but as you had grabbed it, it put a few rounds into the ceiling as you were holding it, making sure not to put that blaster directly forward towards you. Going to just roll an attack against you, as you've just done so much damage to it. And then that's going to be ranged attack. As it floats upwards, you notice it floats up to as top as it can to the ceiling, right? So it's now trying to stay out of your grabbing range and get out of that engaged range so it can fire at you without having any negative effects. Okay. And the roll has managed to hit you for 8 damage, Materi.
Oh, crap.
As it pulls up, looks straight down from his top of the ceiling till it actually backs into it, and then just starts levying rounds into you.
Okay.
Remember, you got soak too, Charlie. So
minus your soak,
3
man.
less.
That's your armor takes up a little bit of the damage for you.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. That's a lot of damage. That hurts a lot. Remember, the numbers in this are a lot lower than D&D are. For anybody watching at home. So that's going to be the droid's turn. He's actually going to stay up there at the top. You would have a hard time reaching it for melee combat at this point, right? It's probably about 8.5 feet in the air. You have to jump up, maybe try to grab it if you really wanted to try. Okay. So that brings us to Zakari. What you doing?
So I see the other droid turning. Natiri's just been shot, and the other droid is now turning to maybe lay onto her. So I'm gonna take my chance. I'm gonna aim, I'm gonna stand up first. Can I stand up in one maneuver, or is that 2? Because I'm lying down.
Standing up is 1 maneuver.
Okay, and then I'll take the strain to aim. Because I'll take strain to
use
do
another
a proper
maneuver
aim,
to
right?
aim. Yep. So I'll give you a boost die on the roll.
And then I also get a boost die from Natiri's. She said, "Aim for the eye."
So let me throw this at you real quick, because this is a mechanic that I don't think you guys have used yet, and I know you're all new to this. So when you are prone and you fire with a ranged weapon, you immediately get a boost die on the attack as if you had aimed because you're lying prone.
Am I able to hit him behind the desk though? That's my only issue.
You could roll out from the desk if you wanted to.
Okay.
Just letting you know that's a mechanic. You don't have to. You can stand up and aim.
I'll do that because that ends up saving me 1 strain at the end.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
Kind of like roll out here and take a shot. Take an aim. So you can aim and you can have 2 boosts there if you wanted to do both. You can aim and be prone.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take the strain and do that.
I don't think you guys have used that
no, I don't
yet.
think so. And I'll aim for droid 2, so that's gonna be at that's gonna be short range, right?
Oh yeah, for sure, short range.
That'll just be 1 difficulty.
And it's floated up to the ceiling, so it's no longer engaged range with your allies, so you don't have to worry about hitting Materi.
I'm actually aiming at the other one. That's droid 1. I'm gonna aim at droid 2.
Oh, you shoot for the one behind it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Go for it.
Okay. 5 success, 3 advantage.
Nice.
What's your base damage?
Wow.
That's a hit.
I've got the heavy blaster pistol. It's a 7.
Okay, yeah. With that, you manage to drill a hole right through the bottom of it as you roll out, close one eye, and get an angle on that heavy blaster pistol of yours. And 3 rounds, 2 of them which just drill a hole right through the center of it. And it shakes for a moment, and the eye kind of powers down as it wobbles a bit before into the ground. With a clank, rolls down a couple of those stairs.
Can I use my 3 advantage to maybe on the way down it somehow clips the other droid and does like a small bit of damage to it? Or maybe it knocks it out of its high position?
Okay. With 3 advantage, I'll say that's absolutely doable, knocking out of its high position. So, if you're doing this, are you doing this to give Natiri like be in range of it, or to have an attack on it, an advantage on it?
Just to make things more interesting.
Okay, so sure, you manage to knock it down, and it floats down Natiri to like eye level of you as this other droid shorts for a moment, bounces off the roof and off the top of this thing, forcing it down. You thought it had an angle on you, and it was in this advantage position. Not anymore. Now you guys are kind of staring at each other, broken glass eye to, your face.
Perfect. I think that should make the droid slightly afraid.
if they feel fear.
Do they feel fear? Because if it bleeds, you can kill it. That's gonna bring us to droid 2, which is dead. So Osh, we're back up to you. What do you do, man?
All right. Is there room between Neytiri and Zachary that I'd be able to slot in and have a shot at the probe droid?
Because of
Or
how
is it
tiny
too much of a cluster?
because of how tiny you are, you would bear in mind like you could get behind him. I'll let you
Yeah.
squeeze in there because you're super small.
I'm lying down as well.
But if you take a shot, and you would know this before you ran in here, you will roll with that red die, and if it rolls a despair, you shoot Neytiri in the ass.
That's a risk that I need to take.
Okay,
So
that's the risk you're willing
I
to
tell the
take.
kid,
Yes.
you need to get down. I will keep you safe. And I lean out between Neytiri and Zachary and take that shot.
Okay.
So that'll be. Would it be just one challenge in difficulty or just the challenge?
It will. It's a
this.
short range shot, so it would turn that purple into a red.
Okay.
And if you do
Alright,
roll
so
a
it's just
despair, the round will hit Neytiri.
Okay. So I'm gonna take the true aim.
Okay.
This could end really bad.
Okay.
This would be fine. It's funny how often players are willing to do this. I love it. I haven't played yet where a player wasn't like, "It'll be fine."
If Neytiri hadn't been responsible for the kid getting shot, I'd be less willing to risk her for the kid's sake. But
Corey, just say you don't like me on stream. Just say it. No.
I mean, yay! It didn't roll a despair. I love the chaos.
all right, that would be 13 success, 1 advantage.
Oh yeah, with the damage that's already sustained, as you're like Neytiri, you're staring down this droid. This blast, like pulse from behind, just corner of your eye, flashes for a second as it goes right through the corner of the eye and right where it connects to the rest of the shell of the droid, burning right through it. And the droid wobbles in front of you for a second before kicking upside down and hitting the ground.
I live.
And
We'll talk about that later.
for now, you guys are out of structured time, so carry on.
So we're all in the same room, besides for Sarin. So I'm gonna calm Sarin. Say, Sarin, what's going on? Where are you?
Had to deal with our 2 pilot friends.
You don't sound so hot, buddy.
Yeah, you could say that. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. We just need to make sure this place doesn't get an alert out.
Right, we need to find some sort of central computer. I've checked this security system, but it's not hooked up to the new Imperial tech. We're gonna need to find. There's got to be some sort of operating room or something here.
Understood.
Did we
Be aware the Lambda has 2 Imperial pilots in it, binded at the back. Might even offer us a little bit of a quiet escape if need be, if we can stop them getting an alert.
Do you mean you found somebody you didn't kill?
I tried.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. Would you like me to give you any sort of medical attention when we have a chance?
I interrupt Sarin and be like, yes.
I'm not going to say no. I've got a bit of a thought as well. An idea, perhaps.
All right, I'm gonna walk out into the hallway and walk out in the hallway and just see him because it's getting. I'm like, oh, it's getting a little cramped in here.
All right. So the doorbell doors were closed, so you'd have to go up to them to open them up. See the downed lad out there.
If you wouldn't mind coming into the hallway, Sarin, where we have a bit of cover, we have. I don't believe you've met the child.
Oh, the
Would
child.
you like to see the child?
I would.
Aware that there was something going on, but we're not taking it with us, surely.
Yes. I nearly killed the thing. We've got to get it to safety.
All right, I motion for the child to follow me to where Sarin is currently.
Trying to finish off putting on the remainder of the clone armor.
All right.
I'm just gonna stand here and keep watch. 'Cause I know the general layout, so I'm just gonna watch these doors right here.
With some pace as well. He's still on a bit of a mission. Sarin, that is.
Okay. So you're moving quick, and you're putting on the rest of the armor. You started it already, and I told you it would take you at least a few rounds of combat to do so. So you've got about 3-4 minutes of putting that armor on, getting all the plastisteel in place.
I'd like to think at the moment maybe I've got one leg, the breastplate, and like half of an arm on, and that's how I've been running around.
Sarin, I hate to distract you from your current job, but the more you put on, the harder it will be for me to perform any kind of medical procedures.
Well then, quick. I'm figuring maybe we can just walk on in under the right circumstances. He says, pulling on the sniper rifle that's on his back.
If you wanted red clone trooper armor, then I'm sure that's something that you'd be able to do right now. But until you get fixed up, I don't think you're sneaking anywhere. All right, you are
He sits
over
down
your
on the
wind
bed.
threshold.
He sits down on the bed and says, all right. You can see as he sits down, there's like an energy that just comes out of him. Because he is, yes, he's over his wound threshold.
All right, I think that makes it average or hard.
That makes it average.
Remember.
Hard is for when you're actually down.
2 strain or decrease the difficulty, so that'll be just that. You're gonna get 1 additional wound healed regardless. 3 a boost.
Can I examine the lat as they're doing that and get some information about it?
Sure. As you get up closer to it, you notice that immediately the left wing is severely like bent backwards, like it's been in some kind of crash, and the right-hand side is just missing one of the wings.
Okay.
So it also looks old. It's been here for
it's
years.
rusted out?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's rusted out. This is actually a fairly accurate representation for it. It looks pretty beat up. You, Sarin, also putting on this armor, you do see some fairly major differences between it and maybe Imperial Stormtrooper armor. Maybe not at first glance, but as you're closer to it. Definitely the helmets look nothing alike. So you would
He's
know
going to
that.
keep putting it on, but as he's doing that, he's starting to realize that this deception might not be quite so viable.
So any deception with it, using it as a benefit, may be a little harder. You know, you might have to increase the difficulty on the deception checks, and definitely it'd have to be from a distance, and without the helmet on.
It's a shame I put so many holes in the real one.
Right, you've healed for 6 damage, 3 strain, and should we roll cool for strain back? Or
Wow.
After an engagement, yeah, you can roll
that
1
can
cool.
medic? What on earth?
What is this world we live in with medics that can medic? We don't
What's the
have a medic in the other game.
rule for strain?
You can roll after an encounter, like a combat encounter. You can roll a cool check, and you will recover strain from it. And
So 1 strain for every success, is it?
Yes. Yeah, that's what it is.
Am I max? No, I'm not. So I want to. So what was the roll for the strain recovery?
Cool.
cool.
Do a cool roll, and don't worry about a difficulty. You just successes will be your strain recovery. You kind of take a moment and take a breath after the fight, and okay, this is why cool is actually a really nice skill to have, not only for initiative but for recovering after a battle. Strain is that resource. A lot of abilities use strain. So you've walked over to the lat. As you kind of make your way around it, you do notice that the right-hand ball gun seems to still work. But it's questionable whether or not the actual vehicle has any power left in it, or any kind of fuel cells, anything to get it even remotely started to power the damn thing.
So I take a look at the Lambda. It's not something that I'm very familiar with. I'm gonna call Sarin on the comm and say, Sarin, I mean, we got this shuttle. Is this interfaced with the technology here? Is there anything we can do with this? You said you took the guards out, so we're just gonna leave it sitting here, or is this gonna help your grand plan at all?
I didn't take them out. They're still in the back, binded up. Maybe they can answer your questions.
Okay.
They certainly seemed compliant.
They're definitely tied up, right? I'm not about to get mugged.
Fine.
Okay. I'm gonna carefully walk up the ramp with my hand on my gun.
All right. Carefully walking up the ramp. It doesn't take you long as you kind of get to the top of the ramp to see the two black armored pilots. You'd recognize an Imperial pilot sitting in the back. They've got their binders on. They're bound not only between the two of them, but Sarin was smart enough to bind them to, part of the ship. So they couldn't just like rush out or they would have ran by now.
I'm gonna walk up to one of them and check them for any items.
I get to just start patting them down?
Just start patting them down, yeah.
All right.
I'm not gonna say nothing, but I'm gonna maintain strict eye contact.
Okay. They kind of keep it there. They glance up at you. One of them stares at you. The other one kind of looks away as soon as he does. Not quite sure what's happening. Would you ask him?
First time? Question mark.
For what? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm just looking for anything related to the base, especially, or anything, what are they called?
Credits?
Data cards or the code cylinders or anything like that.
Okay. So I will allow one of two rolls, right? You can do kind of general perception. Actually, what would we normally use for investigation, Wasted? What's our skill? It's investigate.
Education, isn't it?
Yeah, education. That's the one that we've been using. It's kind of like I'm trying to figure something out or see where somebody would store something. So I'll allow you to use education or sleight of hand. In this case, or skullduggery is actually what I meant. Skullduggery is the skill.
Yeah, I'll use.
Knowing where somebody would hide something,
Mm-hmm.
Or would
I'll
you
use
hide
education for that.
Okay, education. So go ahead and roll that check as you're like, okay, where would he keep anything like that? Anything that would be.
Are you gonna roll the other one? The difficulty?
For this, I'll let you roll the difficulty. Go ahead and roll. It's gonna be a hard check though.
Okay, so that's 2 red, right?
Nope, that is 3 purples.
3 purples. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, reds are normally. I do red upgrades when the situation normally has a very negative potential outcome for the possibility for despairs, or you're doing a versus check.
2 threats, so maybe I poke myself on.
Okay. With that, as you're checking the first guy over on the left-hand side, and you're kind of looking through his pockets, you pull a couple of pockets out on him. So you check. This is the roll for the first guy. The guy behind you, and it's just to reach up a boot and kick you in the ass hard. You catch yourself on the bulkhead. Go ahead and take 2 strain, as you weren't expecting it.
That's kind of rude. I'll be like, okay, I'll say, you know we're rebels, right? I can execute you right now, and no one's gonna tell Mon Mothma.
What?
And I'm
he kind of bites his tongue for a minute as he thinks better than to, because he sees the blaster as you turn around. That you said was, at your side.
And you better forget the name Mon Mothma as well. I didn't say that.
I know who Mon Mothma is. Everybody knows who she is, the traitor.
I'm just gonna start aggressively rubbing the blaster even more. Now maybe I undo the little buckle that's keeping it on my leg.
Roll for me I gotta get back into the swing of this. The skill for the what's the one I'm thinking of? We just rolled it. Coercion, excuse me. Roll a coercion check for me.
Okay. What difficulty?
I'm looking that up right now.
Okay.
Wow, that's gonna be 2 purples.
Okay. Okay, 2 successes, 1 advantage.
The one that kicked you, he eyeballed you as soon as you walked up here. He's got a little fire in him, and he's been keeping an eye on you, and he just keeps watching you, and he doesn't say anything at this point. The one, as you make a move for your weapon, the other one talks up. Oh, he's the lieutenant here. This is his ship. I'm just a trainee. This is my first mission out. Just don't do anything. He's got a code cylinder in his right pocket.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna reach over and try to pluck that out. Hopefully he's not too fiery about it, but I'm also gonna fully take my gun out at this point, and I will kill him 100%.
What?
Okay, well, he
Trainee?
gestures to
No, the lieutenant.
he gestures to the pocket that's actually like inside his vest. So you have to like pull it and pull out this code cylinder. And with that, you shoot him.
No, I was only going to shoot him if he tried to fight back.
Okay, he doesn't say anything. He's moved his gaze now from you to the other officer, to the guy who says he's a recruit. Doesn't say anything though, but he's giving him the stink eye, something fierce.
Can I take the code cylinder to the cockpit and try to... It's going to take me some time, but I'd like to try to remove any debris so I can interface with it and find any information I can.
Okay. It's going to take you a little bit to get the cockpit back up and running as the damage to the grenade. So I will remind you guys, in the end of the last session, you saw a lot of movement inside the base, from you particularly, from the cameras. So there were others kind of on their way here, which you imagine they are... You haven't seen them yet, but there was movement.
Okay.
So that's what you're going to do? You can spend some time on there?
Yeah.
All right, give me a
and
mechanics
I can see
check.
out the window as well, right?
Yes, you can definitely see out the window.
I'm gonna
And
keep an eye. I'll keep one eye on these two doors that I can see.
I'm gonna put you like that. It's where you can see.
Perfect.
So go ahead and roll for me a mechanics check real quick while you're doing this. We'll say this takes you a little bit of time. This is gonna give me an idea of how long. We'll say it's an average check.
Okay.
You're kind of rerouting some of the controls. Some of them are just too badly damaged from the grenade explosion.
Okay. Average check. Gotcha. 2 success, 0 advantage.
All right. 2 success. Using the code cylinder, you manage to... well, you get the Lambda back online in a little bit. We're going to go back to the other players. So remember, you did succeed.
Yep.
All right. So what is Natiri doing?
Begging Osh for health, but Osh left, so I'm having to run back up to Osh and beg for healing.
You see Sarin sat on the side of the bed there and figuring out what he's doing with his armor. Or you're giving up on the armor, aren't you?
No, I'm still putting it on.
Oh, you're still putting it on. Okay, you see him putting on this armor. You see him actually getting a little bit of medical attention, I believe, from Osh. What do you say?
While Osh is busy healing Sarin, I lean up against his ear from behind and whisper, "Help me."
Osh, focusing on Sarin's wounds, is surprised by this and just jerks his arm a little bit and accidentally slices Sarin as he's sewing him up. You'll just wait a moment. I'd be happy to assist you.
All right, and then I run and lay on this bed over here, waiting for Osh to heal me.
Okay.
Right. After I'm done with Sarin, I go and start working on Natiri, I guess.
Quick question, Shaq.
Yeah, what's up?
What armor is that?
Oh, you're wanting the actual stats for it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine, man.
That soak, you see.
I believe it's just going to be phase 2 Clone Trooper armor. I will send you the link for it right now. Yep, there it is. Wasn't sure what the book calls it. I'll send you a link.
Cool. Thank you very much. And color.
For this, it is plain white.
Okay.
All right. You, Charlie, have been healed for 6 health and I believe 2 strain.
Fantastic news. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now,
5, 6.
this medical attention, all this, the working on the Lambda, is all taking time, mind you guys. This doesn't just happen instantly. So.
Okay.
We should go find Zachary.
Yes. Wait, I don't think I have any stims, do I?
That's a different game.
Sorry.
Stim packs?
What's this? Is this how many stims I've used?
Should have a counter of how many stims you've used. Poke it again. Which one?
This one.
Yeah, that's how many you've used
per day.
I see. Okay.
And
Gotcha.
This would
they
count
work
towards that 5.
they aren't as effective the more you take, and you've been really using them. So Make sure you keep that in mind. That's going to be what? He's taking 3 stem packs, so -3 on how much it actually heals him for. You're getting to the limit of how many you're going to be able to take.
I've ran out. I've
oh, you don't have any. Okay.
And
right.
I can only heal you once per
day
encounter, I think.
Oh.
So you guys are working on all that, getting your wounds bandaged. Zakari, you managed to bring the cockpit back online, right?
Okay.
You wanted to check out what was on that.
Yeah, I want to take a look on the code cylinder and see the information he was given about the mission.
Okay. The code cylinder itself is actually the kind of a very, very basic mission brief. It is the flight path that was taken by the ship to get here. And it is the expected rendezvous time back at Shattered Lake Citadel. As you access that section of the code cylinder, it has when they're supposed to arrive, what path they're supposed to take through the shield, where they're supposed to land.
And how long is it from now? Or how far off is the rendezvous time?
The rendezvous for that is about 4 hours out.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm gonna calm the rest of the team and kind of just fill them in just on the 4-hour details and the Citadel and everything else. And then I'm gonna keep my eye open and just be looking on the Lambda computer for anything I can find at all regarding the base or any systems that I can access on the base itself.
You also see that there is basically a second series, another flight path, and it is labeled Besh, and is scheduled to be here in about a half hour.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna calm the team again and be like, guys, we gotta do this now because we've got about 30 minutes until it looks like reinforcements are coming.
Thank you, Robbie.
I think we gotta blow this. They know we're here. There's gonna be evidence. We can't clean this all up in 30 minutes. I think we gotta blow it.
It seems
there's
I think
still
it's
people
fine,
here.
but that doesn't change the fact that we might be able to get information if we can find this command center. Remember, that same network out there they've been using to find us could be used to find what we want as well.
All right, well, we gotta move because they're gonna be here very soon, and I'd like to be gone by the time they are.
And at that, Sarin starts moving.
all right. Where do you go?
He's running in the direction of the hangars.
Do I have access to can I turn the weapon systems online on this shuttle and just kind of get it prepped just in case?
You have access to the shuttle. You have access to the cockpit, and you managed to get the computer systems online because they were already working on that. They were already bringing it up for you. I mean, he did interrupt it right when they were in the middle of starting it up, so I would say the systems are unlocked.
Okay.
He just had to do some repairs. So bizarrely, because of the timing, of Sarin, he literally interrupted their startup sequence. It looks like they were bailing.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have access to the Lambda. So you start bringing up the ship's reactor and just basically going through the startup sequence.
Yeah, and then as that's going on, I'm kind of just gonna run out the door and kind of just stand over by Sarin.
Okay, I'm just walking out.
Let's move. What we got? Probably 15 minutes to get back to the ships. That gives us 15 minutes to try and locate what we can here.
Yeah,
and that's to say they haven't already figured out we're here.
On the plus side, someone can get a big starfighter upgrade by the time we leave here.
Follow us.
I
I'm
would have
assuming, I
liked
don't know if the
to
kid's
have,
actually going to do that. But...
would have liked to have taken that without them knowing, but
Well, there's bodies all over the place. There's a probe droid with its butt up. It's we're past that point.
just a little.
I saw Natiri punch a droid, and yeah,
Anything's possible.
You guys are saying this while you're moving?
Yeah.
Ash, are you carrying the kid?
I'm not carrying him. I did motion for him to follow, or mention for him to follow, staying relatively
you get
far
the
behind.
sense that his ability to move is limited to nothing. He's unconscious. So,
I will carry him.
He's in the bed. Natiri's in the room. I've made a huge mistake.
You carrying him, or you gonna leave him in the bed?
Patient's unconscious. No, I'm gonna carry him.
Okay.
So since Osh, the medical genius he is, didn't realize his patient wasn't moving, I'm taking the kid.
Sure. So, where are you going? This kid is unconscious. You guys basically have him in your arms. Make your way out of the barracks back there, this old clone barracks.
It's a really good idea to bring the kid into another gunfight, Natiri.
You say to him as he walks around the shuttle, and you see him or her carrying this kid.
Put her on the Lambda, or put him on the Lambda or something. Well, he's just gonna get shot again.
What do you guys think?
Put him on the Lambda, please.
But what if he disappears? What if we come back?
Well, I guarantee if he goes through that door with us, he's definitely gonna disappear forever.
How about this, Natiri? Use your wiles to persuade the 2 Imperial pilots that are in there to make sure he goes nowhere. They can look after him.
Okay. Yeah, can I do that?
How does the Empire respond to hostages or meat shields? Because we do have a couple good meat shields in there. I mean, plus the kid if we want to get really creative. Osh is short.
We're not doing what?
What?
What do you mean I'm short?
You are short.
And that's got to depend on the
yes.
Imperial.
Okay.
From what I've heard of some of the commanders in this area, not the sort we want to mess with.
All right.
Certainly not the sort that would give 2 damns about a couple of hostages.
Okay, that's what I figured, unfortunately.
I'm kind of
You were on the
looking
count.
nervously over
Where
this
are we headed?
hallway.
We're gonna try to
Trusty.
breach this door because, yeah.
Okay, I made a mistake. Can I put the kid back on the bed? I didn't realize we were going to go fighting more people.
You
We're
can if
running
you
out of
like.
time,
You tell
Natiri.
me, man. What do you want to do?
We're running out of time. What are you doing?
Oh, no. Okay, keep the kid. These guys can fight.
Natiri just running around.
Okay,
Yeah,
Natiri,
You
yeah,
run.
yeah, yeah.
You run
Okay,
toward
I'll
the
stay
barracks.
here.
You run back. You're gonna go up the Lambda, but you come
Natiri,
back.
drop the kid off, then go around because they know the general layout. Besides for the black rooms, I'm gonna say Natiri, go drop the kid off, then run around that side corridor and call me when you're in position, but be quick.
Okay, all right.
Maybe retrieve your weapon.
Yes.
Oh, God, my God, yes. Got the
On
kid,
comms,
I
you
run.
say this, and you hear, "Oh God, my weapon! Oh yes!" And runs over and grabs the weapon. So you pick up your axe.
So I'm telling him to go
Literally
here,
rubbing his
basically.
forehead.
Zelton, thank you for that really generous donation. I really
We're like
appreciate
sitting
it.
on
Captain
crates, we watch Natiri just run down.
Here. Oh,
Running backwards and forwards in the room,
And over
carrying
here.
a child.
thank you so much, Rand. I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind
Can I
words.
inspect the door? Like, what do I know about the door? Is it something that I can just open with a touchpad, or is it locked down?
There is a control pad to the left of the door. You can try if you'd like to see if it's locked.
I don't want to open it yet. I just want to I just want to, based on just appearances, I guess. Like, I guess I can't tell whether it's locked or not.
Do you have the code cylinder from that officer?
In this one, no, you can't tell if it's locked just from looking at it. You'd have to
Okay.
actually hit the control switch on it and see what happens.
All right, let's wait till Natiri's in position. I do have the code cylinder, but I don't think that's going to access the door. It's
Sarin,
they
where
seem
are you
to
going?
be
at
just
this moment?
dropping something off and leaving.
We don't have time for this. And Sarin heads towards the Lambda.
It's towards the Lambda, okay? Start marching over to the Lambda. You can hear that the reactors come online, and there's a little bit of a, it's pushing out wind from the bottom of it as its repulsors start to come online.
Actually, Sarin, you might want to stay there. I'm about to open this door, and I turned the guns on.
Yeah, well, let's make sure someone's there to fire them.
Okay.
Also, I quit my gun before we get into combat.
Okay, you got your rifle out, not your
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to do this properly. I'm
All
not
right.
going to run in.
So you've gotten all the way over to you're moving, you're running. You get over to the crushed Imperial body that's over here. It looks like it's been munched on. The door is it's closed on it. You can hit the button to try to see if you can open the door. You guys never went through here.
Yeah, I tried to open up the door. Oh yeah, was it jammed?
You didn't try it. You try to open up the door.
We
you hit
just
the
saw
button.
this on the cameras.
The door opens. You guys did enter through here. This is where the charred, crispy thing was. The door opens up. The room inside is a bit darker. As you make your way in, it looks like it's a supply and maintenance room. On your right-hand side, there is a series of closed, basically cupboards. right? 2 shelves rowed up of cupboards. On your left, there's a little bit of like a droid little workshop maintenance space for detailed work and a sliding stool with wheels on it, more or less. There's another door right here that you see that is shut, and then there's a door right here that's shut.
Okay. Would I be able to do a? Well, no, you've already kind of done a. What's the word I'm looking for? No, when you look around the entire room.
Perception.
Perception. There you go. Sorry.
Perception. What are you looking for?
You've already No, nothing. You've already done it for me. So.
Oh yeah. So you walked in. That's kind of what you generally say. If you wanted to look for stuff, you'd have to do a check. But okay. So you got your allies.
And ask whether she's close.
I'm ready. I'm in position, and I'm like, got my blaster ready to open that door and start firing.
Okay.
Osh, are you good?
I'm ready.
You run up
Sarin?
inside the Lambda.
I'm heading for the pilot seat or the gunnery seat if they're separate.
They are not really separate. If you're using just one of the weapons to fire forward, you can do that as a pilot.
I'm looking for frontal weapons rather than anything else, and I will be using my ability to jump into the seat super speedy.
All right, so you run over and jump in. We're kind of in narrative at the moment. All right.
Okay, I'm going to press my back against the wall and try to open the door with the keypad.
As you reach up and tap the keypad to open the door. Door opens. Inside, since you guys have not been looking at the cameras, some things have changed. Who you saw in there before is not in the room. I'm going to set them off to the side because you do not know where they are. The room itself is empty, save for one walker in the center and a number of droids. They seem to be kind of beeping and not moving from their positions where they are. Their heads are moving around. Their power is on. The walker in the center looks like it was under maintenance at one point and then just abandoned when the Republic pulled out of the base. There's one droid way back here in the back, and ignore the fact that it says Pirate Astromech. That's bullshit. These are all Republic droids. This one seems to be just kind of moving back and forth.
Okay, I'm gonna call Natiri. I'll say, "All right, Natiri, open the door and see what you see."
Okay. I opened the door.
This one's also moving back and forth.
But can I open it up sneakily?
Can you open it up sneakily?
Like.
I mean, it's an automated door. You know how the Star Wars doors are, right? Like, there's no sneaky way. In this case, these are one of the sliding ones that go up into the roof. So in this case, you could just, there's open or not.
Okay, I pose really like I'm ready for action. So like I get into my action pose and come up to the door and open it.
You open it. Door opens. You are greeted by, the first thing you see is the droid and the AT-RT behind it. In this kind of maintenance pit. From where you're sitting, the cockpit of this walker is actually lined up with this platform. It's in a pit, so they can get down into it. And they can work on the cockpit and like the engine that's up there easily. The droid here is just kind of scanning back and forth, not looking at you. It seems to be, its head seems to be moving at the exact angle over and over again.
Shaq, when I was checking the cameras, do I know that I assume that the command center's here, or here? Am I able to tell that?
You know that this, you know this room is here. Yes, you don't know what's in any of these other rooms.
But am I able to identify this as like where we're going, like the command center?
This is like a some kind of base, general base, command structure, probably where their comms are. Judging by the panels that were there that you could see from the security cameras.
Okay. I am going to. Or sorry, I don't think it's my turn. I guess we're not in structured time.
Not in structured time, so go for it. Jump in where you want to, guys.
I'm gonna say we're running out of time. There's nothing this way. There were soldiers here. We need to move on. We need to get to the comm center. Worst case scenario, we can try to push off the other shuttle coming in and tell them something's up. But we need to get this done quickly, so we don't have time to explore.
I agree. You should get back up here with us.
Just remember, there was a reason we didn't come down here in our fighters to begin with. This place is defended, so we can't just fly on out of here. If we want a quick exit, then we need to try and at least shut the base power down or something on those lines.
Where would that be? Did you see it when we checked the cameras? I don't know what base power looks like.
The power generation itself is probably buried, but there should be control for it around here somewhere.
Do you think it'd be
Whatever we're
inside?
doing, we need to get to the command center.
Yeah.
Okay, can I quickly check and see if that isn't a room that we need?
You want to run over and hit the button?
Yeah, just to triple check.
As you run over and hit the button and the door slices open, you immediately see these strange worm-like creatures. A bunch of boxes have been knocked over and drilled through. Two beady eyes glare at you, almost covered in what looks like the food supply that was left over by the Old Republic. You see a number of egg sacs on the left-hand side. They seem to be goopy and pulsating. As the eyes lock on towards your direction, the light kind of pouring in through the room you're in. It's almost pitch black in here. You hear this hiss. What do? You don't have a lot of time.
I do a big step backwards and let the door shut down.
You nope out and shut the door.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you do anything else?
No, I got to run all the way around again with my powerful thighs and meet up.
You can go through this way.
Wait,
as well.
can I?
They open this door.
Doors are open.
You go this way?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Just providing
As you
they don't
run
mind.
up toward this little like doorway here, you hear the sound of. You recognize it's like a sound of. What would you? Oh, you would recognize the sound of like a welder, like one of the plasma torches that you heard on the Freestar at the very beginning of the campaign when the stormtroopers were trying to burn through a door. As you glance back over your shoulder, wondering what could possibly do that, you notice that the bottom of the door that you just shut seems to be starting to glow red in small orbs. Red hot. As if something is starting to burn its way through the door. At the same height that those creatures were in, I will put that much out for you. What do you do?
I think the droids will be able to handle that pretty well in my head. I think
The metal literally starts to drip. It's burning through very quickly.
With the noises kind of freaking me out, I run. I belt it. I run to my friends because I don't do well with bugs.
Okay, you go running off this direction.
Yeah, I can't be dealing with that situation, so I'm belting it over here.
All right, so the second you run up into the room and you start making your way across, you notice the sounds of the droids, some of them who were just kind of scanning the room over and over, or were marching back and forth, immediately turn in your direction. They stop. And as you start sprinting across, they accelerate in your direction.
Oh my god, I thought it was safe to go through here.
Sarin flicks the engines online and starts to raise the Lambda slightly off the floor and spin it in that direction.
We'll kind of keep this a little narrative. We're going to go a little structured here just to figure out when each person is going. Actually, no, that's unnecessary. Let's do it this way. I need an athletics check for you versus the droids, just to see if you can, in the moment of acceleration, you're quite fast, you're quite strong. Can you outrun these droids? And get some distance from them as they've noticed you? Because you were kind of bolting through there, right? You said as fast as you could go?
Yeah.
All right, so you're running through. Go ahead and give me an athletics check versus an astromech. 3 astromechs.
Listen, I've got those meaty thighs that you see in those 80s fitness videos, so
All right.
this better
all right.
work. Skills, athletics. I lied about that. That this role's not going to be amazing.
You watched the Richard Simmons videos, but you weren't working along with them.
No. What difficulty?
Okay, for this, we'll say it is a 2 purple roll. It's an average check. It's really about you getting enough distance between them for what's probably about to happen. I imagine.
Oh.
All right.
He's not gonna fire if
yeah.
close.
You sprint through in the time that they recognize movements, lock on to what's just moved through, and then engage their little servo motors and start rolling forward as fast as they can. You hear that panicked transmission. Sarin, what are you doing as Neytiri comes running out of those double doors?
I am trying to get myself a much clearer line of sight because I'm imagining from where I am, I don't really have an angle.
You do not have an angle right now.
So I'm trying to sort of strafe slightly sideways and spin myself around to bring myself around to get an angle straight down the length of that room.
So those repulsor thrusters fire off and you start to like lean the ship over in one direction to get it to maneuver a bit and try to angle the nose down. I will say, what do you want to do? It's easier for you to maneuver. You're an ace pilot, right? This is your background. Mm-hmm. I will not have you roll for this. For that, what do you want to do now that you've moved into position, though?
I'm trying to bring it round so that I can tell the ball turrets to attack. So the ball turrets... Would they have an angle from where I am?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, you wanted to use the forward-firing guns, right? So the only ones you could use, because those require the wings to be down, would be the blasters pointing forward.
In which case, forward blasters it is.
And, man. All right, sure. Let me get a silhouette check on this for a second.
I'm going to be aiming for the AT-RT.
Oh, okay. You're going for the vehicle, and the goal here is to...
blow it up so that it explodes.
It explodes and takes the droids with it, potentially? Okay. So the AT-RT would be an easier target, definitely 2 silhouettes. So go with a 2 points larger than your ship. I have to look up how actually big they consider an AT-RT because this is not.
It's pretty small still, isn't it?
Yeah. So... it's not like, droid small.
Yeah, but it's not a proper walker at the same time, so yeah.
Silhouette 2.
And I'm still 4, I think.
So 2 difference. Same silhouette as the targeter is 1 silhouette larger, 2, so it's a hard shot. And it's not really about the fact that it's small because it's not moving. It's the fact that you're maneuvering this.
Trying to bring these are not guns that are particularly gimbaled. It's trying to bring those round to bear while also not hitting the ceiling or any walls.
And the Lambda wasn't meant to fit in this hangar, right? This was designed before these things were really in full production. So it's a tight fit. Go ahead and roll hard check, trying to hit the AT-RT, detonate it, and try to stop these droids that seem to be rushing your companion.
I feel like that should be upgraded to include a red.
In this instance...
there's something that I could clip with my shots by mistake in front of
me.
Yeah,
that's fair. No, it's a good point. Go ahead and roll for a red. In this instance...
and I'm figuring that red represents me hitting something in between me and my target. Basically something a lot closer to us.
Yeah... I'm just saying, I don't think you'd have a chance to hit Neytiri because she succeeded her roll to get the distance.
I wasn't thinking
but you could hit
Neytiri,
the Lambda for sure.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, all right. Yep, nope, I'm with you. Go ahead and upgrade to a red. As you bring a ship weapons, these are really deadly weapons, by the way. The way that it handles ship versus personal combat is 10 times damage for every point those weapons do. If they were to hit like Neytiri or a stormtrooper or something.
You vaporize personal scale things with planetary scale weapons. Scary.
There's the roll. For success, 2 advantage. As you manage to bring that Lambda over toward the port side for a bit, kind of leaning it over, trying to get the angle on it. Those cannons on either side of you. You pull the trigger on the control sticks. They start firing off in these green flashes that you all feel the temperature in this hangar rise instantly by like 10 degrees as they start to fire and blast right past you. These are anti-vehicle weapons. The first few rain all the way back and hit the sides of the bulkheads behind the walker. Eventually, one of them does manage to land a hit, detonating its own fuel cell, destroying the ATRT and engulfing the droids in flames. Of the initial explosion, this droid and this droid detonate in fireballs that are way too big to be caused by just an astromech being in the flames, as if maybe they were rigged with explosives. The last one comes running through the flames on fire towards you guys before also taking the last round from the Lambda, detonating that one. The area in there is now engulfed in fire.
I think my character's probably literally crapped his pants right now. Because I was facing the other direction.
On the comms.
Well, I assume that'll dissuade some pursuit.
But there's no question that they were expecting us. You see those explosions?
Yeah, I'm glad that was Natiri who ran through there, not me. Thank you, Natiri.
You come running in. The explosions are happening behind you as you run out of that room. As he fires over your head.
A slow-mo moment when it's all exploding.
Sure.
Like,
Just silhouetting you in fire.
we've only really got one route now. Can you get that pointed towards the door, and maybe you can do that against an Imperial?
I feel like the door is probably not the best place to aim that.
At this point, I'd rather be pointed in the right direction to get the hell out of here.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, where is the exit from this hangar?
I think it's right behind you.
Direct above us, or is it behind us?
This is right here.
Behind us.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, and at that he'd start to bring the Lambda around, pointing in that direction.
All right, start whipping it around this direction. So you can see like that energy field is there, though there's an atmosphere on this planet. This little planetoid.
Would someone be able to grab the child and put them in the Lambda if we're going to be escaping on it?
Tiri, your kid.
It's fine, I've got it.
Another secondary explosion in what was a vehicle maintenance bay goes off and shakes the entire base.
All right, let's move. I
Find that guy.
Yeah,
door
yeah,
in front of us.
All right, okay, yeah, you guys gonna have to handle that. I'm gonna have to go back for the kid.
No,
again, aren't I?
Sarin's got the kid.
Oh, wait, you're going all the way over there to get the kid? Oh, yeah, we're not in action, are we? Okay.
Yeah, Sarin's running for the kid. You guys go for the control room. We don't
I
have
open
time.
the door.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
Open the door. Okay.
Yep.
You, Osh, open the door up. See a long hallway. There are 4 entrances, counting the one that you just walked through. Nobody in the hallway.
I'm gonna follow him in.
Is this door closed?
One in front of
We've
you.
seen this room. No, the one.
This door is closed. This
that we've
is
seen
the last
previously.
thing. So you don't know what's going on in that room because nobody's looking at a camera right now. But this is the last thing that you saw in this room.
Sarin, are you able to access the security cams again? If we could have some information on what we're going to see, that would be very helpful.
Is this one? Do we know this one's dead?
No, he's probably been knocked over by something.
He's having a
He's
nap.
having a
He's having a
period
nap.
of
There
time,
you
yeah.
go.
I start walking to the door with my gun at the ready.
Okay.
I like this more forward approach from you, Osh.
Well, now there's other people we have to save beyond just ourselves. Time is of the essence.
Should I split and look into another room just to speed things up?
We know where we're going. We got to breach
you
this
do?
room here. Yeah.
All right, then let's do it.
All right, let's see what Sarin says and get your guns ready, boys.
My favorite Death Cab song.
How am I gonna actually be able to fire though? Because I'm all the way in the back.
You can go in front of me.
Yeah, you can get your
your
spear ready
weapon.
if you want.
Yeah.
Or your
Let me.
axe.
I am the meathead. Let me get in there.
This would be a nice.
I back off like slightly from that.
This is a nice action moment. We've got Natiri in the front, just with her axe out, and then Zachary with his gun out, and then small Osh in with his gun out. I imagine looking around my back.
Let me go. Let me get my blaster rifle out. Not gonna throw my axe again.
Not gonna throw your axe
Well,
at him.
you can
know
use
you can
your
use
axe.
It does
Yeah.
work
Yeah.
as an axe, like to
You don't
hit
have
people
to throw
with
melee
it.
weapons in this game, Charlie.
I know you want
did
to,
step
man,
for
and
that.
don't let me ruin your dreams. I'm just telling you, you do have other options.
you've pulled my leg and my axe, so I'm gonna take up my axe instead.
I'm not here to pressure you. You do what you do. Whatever Natiri would do. It's your character.
Yeah, axe. Yeah,
Axe.
should throw the axe. Yeah.
All right.
You have 3 proficiency in melee, and I think every time you've used a melee weapon, you've thrown it.
Yeah, when I go from melee to light ranged, I like lose 3 like die or something like that.
Yeah.
All right. What are you guys doing? And where's Sarin? You
I
dropped
think
off
we're
the
just
kid.
waiting for Sarin to get.
Sarin is recovering kid, basically.
Okay.
He's
So
carrying kid back onto the.
Hold on, before you go to the Lambda, Sarin, can you check that? Can you check the cameras? It's right on your way.
No worries.
okay. So you're going to the cameras first. All right.
Yeah. I'll
Before you grab the
not
kid.
First. Okay. Yeah.
It's up to you.
I'll
It's up
do
to
it
you.
on the way there.
All right. So you run over to the cameras to check them real quick to see what's going on in this room. This is the first update that you've had in a while, having dealt with the other room and whatnot. What you get, I'm gonna go ahead and open this up. As you check the cameras, as they have been busy.
I love this camera system, by the way.
Yeah.
Like updating and revealing areas and so on.
Yeah.
What you see.
Very stressful.
Yeah, remember, yeah, Fog of War is a thing. So, and I know it's kind of hard for players to getting used to that. You have in this, what you see, Sarin, in the trench in the center, in the comm trench. I'm just gonna get rid of these chairs. You see this person has pushed themselves up against the wall here. You see a stormtrooper with what looks like a flame pack on its back. He is set up in the trench looking towards the doorway. You see the comm officer has moved over to this side, imperial like comm technician. You see a number of cables and wires that are running from this back panel over to what looks like their actual holocomms transmitter. The technician is now over here, like under the desk, under the control panel. He looks like he's working on something. Astromech seems to be welding something on this side. You also notice 2 other scout troopers, and in between them, that sergeant that had been picked up earlier over, you saw him actually over in this room. Not Natiri. Yeah. So you, Zakari, you saw that when you were on the comms. So that's what you see.
Is that a window at the back?
A lot.
It is a window in the back, yes. It looks over the rocky terrain, and then there's that sudden cliff drop-off. Is what this is supposed to represent, these rocks, right? Where this ends, there's just a sharp drop.
Okay.
You got serious contact.
Have we
Officer and Flamer, 12 o'clock.
too much to
Also,
take? Is this a Lambda time? I mean, if you wanna, if you think you can fly that thing yourself, you could try to shoot it through the window, because I think I probably remember the general layout. And then we can go in and try to clean up whatever you miss. But I don't know if there are that many people. We
So
got
I'm
to
just
do that.
destroying
there.
this.
The base defense is open. I think I see they're up to something in there. It's not just normal setup. They're busy working on something now. I don't want to put you guys into any unnecessary risk, but I will say you got 4 armed targets, 3 of you, and if you were aggressive on that flamethrower,
Is
very
the
little a man can do with a flamethrower when he's got a purple lady in his face.
the 2 technicians are out of their? You said they're under the desk
Classic
shack, or they're
They're
working basically.
So this technician in the back is underneath that desk. This comm operator, he's not messing around with anything. He's got his carbine out and he's pointing towards the door. The flame trooper pointing towards the door, you can actually see the little flame starter on, and he's just waiting. Like, you guys have waited and held your actions in the past. That's what he's doing in this instance. He is watching that door, knowing something might come through it, with that cooker ready. 2 scout troopers in the back, they've got their pistols drawn, and then the sergeant in the middle seems to have some kind of stun baton ready to go. And he's glancing back to the 2 in the front, and you can't hear what he's saying. There's no audio, but he's definitely saying something to them quietly.
Unless you have some sort of magical plan, I think this might be time for us to go. There's no question they know we're here.
Well, the way I figure is we got to get down the base defenses anyway. I think we need to take the comm center. My suggestion is we get one person in that lambda, we shoot through that transparent steel, and the commotion, Natiri can do her thing.
Has anyone got any grenades?
And he slams the throttle down out the hangar.
Has anyone got any grenades?
Okay. So you run
also
back out to the lambda and jump in?
Have I
You were
still
in the
retrieved
security
kid,
room.
have I?
Yeah, you were in the security room looking at the cameras when this was going down. And feeding
This
them that
works or
intel.
it doesn't, but I do not have the child.
What?
That's okay. Sacrifices must be made.
Don't
This
agree
is
with
not
you.
okay.
We don't have to. Okay, you can grab the child. We're running out of time though.
Sarin, what are you doing?
Osh, you get the
I've
child.
already said.
Okay, so you
doesn't
run out
change
to the
Sarin's
lambda.
opinion,
You
I'm
said
afraid.
you hit the throttle. I imagine you're jumping back into the lambda, jumping back into the seat. Engines are hot. You have access to it because they already unlocked it.
I'm gonna call Sarin and tell him, because I've been in the computer systems. Would I be able to tell him how to like broadcast? I guess it would already be broadcasting a friendly, like
Wait.
IFF reading, right? Like
I would imagine at this point that they are pretty aware of what's going on in that hangar area. They'll have camera access just like we do.
Could we use a force token that Sarin did take the child into the Lambda shuttle?
It's not
Seems
that
like
I
a bit
forgot.
much.
It's a time-based thing. I haven't had time to do it.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Charlie.
No, it's
He
okay.
said he did it. So you said you pushed the throttle forward. Then you ran back
Yep.
to the lambda, pushed
No,
the throttle
no,
forward.
that's
The
what
engines
I'm doing.
kick on with enough force that the lat in the back
In
like
fact,
moves a bit from the blast of the engines. It starts to slide backwards. What are you doing?
Oh man, we just gonna have to go in.
Just hold on. Wait till he's in position. He should, based on
Sarin.
that window there, he should be able to hit a few of them.
Sarin
Those guns are
jumps
big.
into the seat, punching it immediately to full speed, and then as he comes out of the doorway, he's going to use the full stop maneuver to drift his way round as he comes out of the bay. Literally full speed and then slammed into reverse. And as he comes round, he's going to bring those same guns to bear on where, well, he hopes that window is. Having just seen the cameras, he's got a bit of an idea of what the base layout is, so he knows it's going to be next to the hangar.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
You absolutely know exactly where it is. It's not too far away. Having used the cameras, and you're taking the strain, right, for the maneuvers there.
It's 2 maneuvers, yes. So I take 1 strain for that.
Okay. 2 maneuvers for 1 strain. So just because you're just
Actually,
piling
no,
it on.
Don't ignore me because of full stop. I am actually going to be taking a lot more strain than it.
Yeah, I thought there was a cost to using those talents.
Yeah, that will cost me. What's the max speed of a lambda? That's what it's gonna define by.
That is a great question.
Because basically I slammed it to its maximum speed, and then full stop cost me strain for how much I slow it down. So I need to know how fast it was going.
Right. The max speed is 3 on a lambda. As you throw the throttle forward.
That's 4 strain, 1 for the extra maneuver, and then 3 for the amount I stopped.
All right. So you are running those controls as fast as you can. Only an ace pilot could do this. Flinging out, you absolutely, because of the talents that you have, I will see you absolutely surprise the scout trooper that you're surprised to see. Maybe within short range of the lambda as you start to like whip this ship around.
Close enough I can see details of
Yeah,
like his face.
He's got his electro binoculars out, and he just like slowly pulls them down, watching you drift a lambda across as an ace pilot. What do you do
Single scout trooper gonna do.
as you drift out here?
Can I just have a clarification on the atmospheric quality on this planet?
As you guys had walked in before, it was breathable.
Okay, so it is breathable, so I'm not about
Low
to
gravity.
suck them out into a vacuum or anything stupid.
There was a
if
breach in
right.
in the base, and that's how you guys got inside. So it is a breathable atmosphere. It had a 0.75 gravity, so you guys are a little bit lighter in your step.
Just wanted to be sure.
All right.
Well, and then he's going to start opening fire at what I imagine.
All right, I'm starting the stream up now. That's hilarious.
Quick, check. Reclaim your viewers.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Oh, let me get this on the Be Right Back screen just in case there are passwords.
This game's good with covering them over, thankfully.
Oh, good. Cool. Sorry, guys. We are back. At least we should be back. Hey, we're back. I've been blue screening. I've been having some issues with I think one of my hard drive, and apparently today is the same as yesterday. So
We're
I've got to get
working
that
on
fixed.
it.
We're working. We'll figure it out.
sorted ASAP, but yeah, it only just started happening. I haven't really had a chance to.
Yeah, this first real instance. What was yesterday? So, Aye. All right, I'm gonna get it loaded back in. And you guys are welcome to join. I hope everyone is having fun with the series so far today. Where's my tabletop camera? There it is. All right, you guys are good. Jump on in.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Oops.
Is it autosave or are we back earlier in the state?
We are probably going to be back earlier, which I will have to move us around a bit. We are.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
The main one to check is your wounds and your strain.
Yeah.
Remember them. Thankfully, I just interacted with mine, so I've gotten a good idea of where they were at. But
Yeah, I remember mine.
Hard to save anything when you've, blue screened there. So you had just drifted over. Let me get everybody in the right spots. Some music going as well.
yes.
Sweet drifts. Let's see. The ATRT was
open.
destroyed. The door was open.
This room was empty, and then you had rework on the room we're about to do stuff on as well.
All of the
and
drones
granite
have been
slugs
destroyed.
or whatever they are coming for us, I think, as well.
That's right.
Although we don't know that.
I was not true.
But
Granite slugs. Who said anything about granite slugs?
Well, that was Corey, not Osh, talking, so it's perfectly fine to...
Slide that.
Good cup of char.
There was no stormtroopers in this room. That's right. And there was no technicians or gunnery troops. That place has been completely wiped of anything. It is a flaming wreckage and mess. You guys had moved into this hallway. And this was revealed because I needed the icons out of it. So, as you guys set up, welcome back, everyone. Just getting it right back where we were since pre-blue screen of Doom.
Yeah, I think my strain and all that has changed. Man, I'm getting serious.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, here. Hang on. I think I'll just
so
load
it reset to where it was, right? Actually, I
Yeah.
think mine's right. Yeah, mine's right.
Mine is.
The engineer was over here, kind of like underneath the console, working on something. Flame Trooper was sitting there waiting for what looked like an ambush. You had it described. Astromech was working on the hollow. Looks like a hollow transmitter on that side. All right. I think that's where just about everybody was, and then the two scout troopers were kind of side by side over here.
Except, as I remember this from the description, you had Mr. Sergeant and Mr. Flamethrower in a line.
These three were in a line, and he was in the pit.
No, I mean in a line from the doorway.
Oh, from the
because
doorway.
I remember describing it as they were both being at 12 o'clock.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad
I
we
think
checked the
we're set.
camera.
It's a good move. It's a good move. You had that resource you had found. So you just slid out here using those ace piloting maneuvers that you've perked into. And real close got a look at the scout trooper who had his electro binoculars up and slowly brings them down as he sees this, basically kind of tracking where he's at in that window. This is an armored base of operations, right? This is a military outpost. So it is pretty thick armor. As you've whipped out here, what do you want to do? And you will be the surprise in this round, I will say, for the first round.
So I guess I'm just running in at this point, right?
As soon as we hear the firing, we should open the door.
Yeah.
You'll get shocked, turn around, and we can try to take out the flamethrower. That's all I'm really worried about.
Yeah.
Here's the Lambda stats, by the way, because that's the thing we need now.
Yeah, well,
Love it.
come on, you should know me by this point. If you give me a toy somewhere around, I am going to go and find a way of using it.
We got to fix our force tokens as well. We each.
I don't remember where they're at.
Yeah, it was 4 and 2, I think.
Yeah, I think 4 and 2, 4 light side.
This is ridiculous. Love it.
This is gonna need to be a very force heavy. The force will need to be with us for this, I think.
Yeah, they were doing a window repair, and there was no actual glass in that.
Mr. Captain,
Yes.
could I request a promotion?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
You can copy stuff,
Yeah.
and then as soon as you get
Me-
that done, I will grab a save just in case.
Good, cool.
I mean, it's an old base as well. Maybe it's not up to standard. Who knows? We can take the ceiling down.
And call in those Y-wings that owe us a favor.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That is an asset
Cool.
that you guys
I'm good.
requested as backup for this mission, by the way. 3 Y-Wing
The
Squadron,
Y-Wings,
the
yeah.
Amber Squadron, was on standby for you. One of you has the comm pack.
Yeah, I think I have that.
Yeah, you were technically made in charge of this mission, I think. So
Yeah, and look how well it's going.
Yep.
Okay. So you
My
can
mission went well.
you can
Only a
use
child's
the
died so far.
forward-mounted weapons that are listed in that on that, and as a pilot, you can only fire 1 per round. This will be the first opener, and then I'm going to need you guys to roll initiative. What are you targeting exactly?
With a quick glance over, I've got a set of windows, and then I imagine I've got some structure beneath them.
Yep.
At that quick glance, is the structure, has this been just hewn out of rock, or is this reinforced, or
So
what?
this is the farthest jutting portion of the structure of the whole base, and this actually slightly goes out of the base and over the canyon. More or less just this comm area that floats over that sheer drop that was described to you when you first arrived. And a way to like work as an almost air traffic control for this opening, so they can see when ships come in. They can help kind of guide them in if there's an issue or check landing gear, so they've got that kind of perspective over the opening.
Okay, initiation. I have 3 successes, 2 advantages.
Get to that in just a second. First, before the
Oh, yeah, sorry.
first whatever the action is here that's going to start this all off.
Okay, the action that's starting it all off is, my goal is for a distraction, so I'm going to aim quite high on the structure, almost at the top of the windows where it joins the roof of the bit that juts out.
Oh, you're going after like the structural support that's holding this piece up.
No,
the-
other way around. So I'm aiming for the top of it, almost like I'd want to blow a hole in the ceiling.
Okay.
I'm sort of consciously trying to avoid doing too much damage to the thing itself, and literally just trying to act as a distraction.
You trying to open this thing up like a sardine can from the top?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Don't worry. So your attack, the base is a much larger silhouette than this vehicle. So the difficulty of the roll isn't actually going to be that high, since you're not trying to target like an individual small target. I am not in the GM color. I can't see behind my screen. So the silhouette on this difficulty-wise, to pull off what you're thinking. Let's say this is an average. Because you're aiming for the top of
Okay.
that comm area. So I'd say that's about the
worries.
same size as the ship you're in. Sure.
Yeah, I am trying to focus on a specific area
Yeah.
rather than be just generic and open it all up. So, yep, that
Yep.
sounds good. And Sarin has good gunnery.
And if you're trying to get for a distraction here, you really want the... Oh my god.
Oh Jesus!
All right, you blast away, opening up with these linked cannons, mind you, right? So for a total of, what, 4 starting damage, most likely? Yeah, 4 for 7, so easily enough to overcome any kind of armor plating the top of this comm area has, and you start just nailing it. Pieces are getting blown out and into the lower area. You blast away section after section after section. Light from the setting sun is actually pouring now through this room. You guys can't see that yet from the other side. Everyone roll for initiative now for me. As I will say, from your perspective, Sarin, you would see... I mean, they're not gonna look.
It's gonna be hard to ignore.
Yeah,
the ceiling are falling on them.
Yeah, there's no way. So whatever held action that he may had to cook you guys in this alleyway, which he would have been able to easily do, he can't. Everyone has to glance backwards over their shoulder as, it's apocalypse now in here. It's awful.
Is that a vigilance then?
That will be for you guys. You knew it was coming, so it'll be cool.
Damn it.
Vigilance is when you are surprised, when you are ambushed, when you're unexpecting. In this
Can
case,
I use a force token to help me with that?
Yeah,
I mean,
use it for any roll you like.
You can use a force token any roll you like. Honestly, I don't think I've ever heard someone ask for that before. But
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
that's cool.
I think you'll be all right.
I can't do anything here.
I got 0-3.
Oof.
It's not letting me clear my table or anything.
Yeah,
got
it's a bug. You have to move the dice out of the way. Those ones can't be cleared.
Sarin.
I'll delete them for
Oh,
you.
yeah, right. Thank you.
This is why,
4.1.
if you're promoted, you can delete dice. Oops, sorry. Delete those for you.
I got 3.2, by the way.
Okay. Guess I'll just. Oops. Would the force give me a bonus a boost, or what would it do there?
It would, well, when you use it, for a roll, it'll upgrade your roll. So any green, if you had just greens, you get a yellow out of it.
Yeah, I've got just one yellow.
Okay, so then add an extra green to that if you needed to upgrade it, or you wanted to upgrade it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to.
Okay.
All right.
Make sure you flip that destiny point if you haven't already. I will say, you just did so much damage in a small area, and I'm like a massive amount of damage. That poor comms operator, there's just no way. There's no way.
Dude.
That
rolled
was
a
over 100
Nice.
damage straight
yeah,
out.
Of course, because it's straight down to planetary scale, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's no way, and it's linked, so double it.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's done.
He's done.
And whatever these used to do, they don't do it anymore. There's shrapnel and bits of roof falling down on top of them, crushing it, curecretes falling out. Yeah. Okay, let's get some rolls on these NPCs. If you guys have already rolled, and you got Sarin on there too? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Oh man. All right. This is gonna take me an extra second because I lost my tabs. So, Scout Troopers are gonna go first for their roll. They are a 3.2, and they're just gonna be a group.
Do you do priority for PCs or NPCs? Or is there another rule for that?
What do you mean?
For a tie.
NPCs.
NPCs? Okay.
Yeah. You guys get the break since you're more on the line of heroes and focused than they are. The way that I do it, at least. Do the Flame Trooper next. So the Flame Trooper got a 1.3.
Thank God.
Still goes before me, so.
Yeah, everyone was gonna 0.3.
Yeah,
How
it
many
was not a
dice
good
did you roll?
I have really good cool, but it didn't go well.
Sometimes.
Didn't you have
It
like
does.
a 5 last time or something?
Yeah, I had like
1.1
5
last
point
time.
something.
Okay, vigilance on him.
Imagine
'Cause he
using
sure wasn't
all your
expecting
luck.
this shit. 1.2 for the Stormtrooper Sergeant. And the comms was, now that I've got them back on the screen, I think that's everybody. A 1.2. Man, they can't roll for crap.
Well, let's
bad
not
vigilance, yeah.
shame them too much for the results there, Shaq. There's a lot of factors that can go into that.
Uh-huh.
Maybe they're having a rough day.
Man,
All right.
The dog. It was the dog distracting me.
They were busy. There is a lambda firing into the roof of the building. All right. Natiri, you're up first.
Alrighty. So, I probably want to, since I want to prioritize the flamethrower. Can I move up and melee him in the back?
So you slam the console for the door, and it opens up. You see everyone's back to you. Even the astromech couldn't help himself, but is looking over. Little welder still out and lighting up in front. As there's a flash of green light forward, you actually can feel the impacts of the Lambda's laser cannons firing into the building, shaking the whole thing, and a little bit of heat being given off by it. You rush forward to get an engage range with the stormtrooper having to jump up on the console in front of him. He's down in a pit, reminded. What do you do?
I want to charge in and use my spear at the back of him.
Okay.
My vibro axe, sorry.
Yeah, he's looking the other direction. Go ahead and roll for me an attack. It's going to be a melee attack, so it's 2 purple difficulty.
You get like a boost because the guy is just so distracted.
He doesn't just get a boost. He actually gets... We won't get a boost because Sarin didn't get any extra advantage on the roll, so I'm just not going to apply that. He's got a lot of damage. Let's get... He's using a gunnery weapon, I believe.
Oh, yeah, true.
So...
I am, yeah.
No, I mean the flame
the
trooper.
The flame trooper's a gunnery weapon as well, yeah.
It's just double checking. It is a flame. The flame projector is gunnery. The flame projector's scary. Ranged heavy versus melee.
So that'd be easier than regular ranged, right?
He doesn't. Okay, you don't get any real. It's just range. So you get 1 boost die on your roll.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 2
And I'm
purples and a
melee,
boost
yeah?
for you. You're melee. So one of the mechanics. This is the first time I think you guys have run into this as a gunnery weapon. This is bigger than a heavy ranged weapon. A gunnery weapon cannot be fired when it is engaged with an enemy. In other words, if you can get in front of it, it can't fire because it's too big and too unwieldy to use on a target at point blank range who's trying to stab you in the throat.
Oh, nice.
So that's something to remember strategy-wise when you're in combat. Now, if he moves away, he can totally, cook you.
So I got 1 success, 4 advantages.
Trying to
plus my
Holy crap, thank you so much for that
vibro.
epic donation. I really appreciate
Because it's
that.
melee, does that mean I use my vibro axe melee plus my brawn?
Weirdly. So you use your melee. Yeah, you use your melee plus your brawn for the damage, and then don't forget to add your successes that are uncancelled.
Okay, so that would be 7 points of damage in total.
7 points of damage. Don't forget to always tell me about your pierces, because I won't remember.
Oh yeah, 2 plus 2 pierce. Apologies.
Okay, no worries. All right. So you rush forward with the axe in the moment of confusion with that green light flashing of the laser cannons from the Lambda. You rush up, jump on top of the console in front of him. Just as he sees you coming in, he tries to bring the weapon up, but it's too late. You manage to swing the blade down, cutting down into one of his thighs, just clamping it right down in it. Cuts through the laminate, through the leg. You hear him scream out in that helmet. Before you pull it back out, he manages to kind of fall back towards the console behind him, but of blood splurting out of the leg, looking up at you. Flame weapon is still in his hands. He's still alive, but he's pretty badly wounded.
Okay, if he's not dead yet, can I activate soft spot?
What's it do?
Which is, after making a successful attack, may spend 1 destiny point to add damage equal to cunning to 1 hit.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
Cool.
How much cunning do you have?
I have... Good question.
3.
It might be a bit higher. Hang on. Cunning is where on it? Sorry?
Cunning is
one of
going to
the
be
base
your
stats.
main stats. One of your characteristics. So brawn
There's a top
and
row of
intelligence.
Three.
It's up there.
Oh
Three.
yeah, so
Okay.
free cunning.
So 3 more damage. Okay. You sink that blade in a little bit more, and you gotta give it a twist before you pull it out. He screams out in pain for a moment, but he seems to still be watching you. He's still conscious.
Damn, this dude's tough.
Notice that armor. That armor really grips onto the blade.
Am I only allowed to use 1 specialization per move?
No.
No.
Is it too late to activate my frenzied attack on top?
What does that do?
When making a melee or brawl check, suffer a number of strain to upgrade the attack or equal number of times the strain suffered.
You've already rolled it.
Late.
You already rolled it. That's before you roll. You
That's
have to use
fine.
those dice.
You gotta flip the token as well, remember?
Oh, yeah, flip the token. And then can I use defensive stance afterwards then?
Requires a maneuver, right, for defensive stance?
Once per round, may perform a defensive stance maneuver and suffer a number of strain to upgrade difficulty of all incoming melee attacks.
If you've used an action, you've moved, so you can use
No one's got a
another.
melee weapon, Charlie. Sorry.
There is one character that does have a melee weapon, actually.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, sorry.
If you wanted to do it, you'd have to blow the strain on the second maneuver, so it's 2 strain, and then however much you want to do the upgrade. So keep track of that strain loss. It's really important.
Yeah, I'll add on top another 3 strain on that.
Okay. Add that
So
to your
8
strain used.
Yeah.
And you're still up. You're still up for strain, right? You haven't knocked yourself out.
No, I've got 8 strain.
Okay.
And then okay. Now I'm done. Sorry.
You've got that advantage, right?
Oh yeah. I'll give
Did
that.
you have to
as
use any
boost.
to activate?
Can I give the 3 advantages as boost to my next player, which is Zachary?
You can give in. You want to do an upgrade to his next roll? Let me double check. What's the? With 3 advantage,
advantages.
you can.
4. Sorry.
4 advantages. Yeah. So if you'd like to, in the confusion as you run out there, he's offering you an upgrade on your next roll because that's quite a bit. I believe 3 advantage can give you that. Let me double check. Negative and dealing with damage. Grant. Force target drop weapon. So look through the advantage ones and see which one you want to do.
Where is that on here? Is it here?
Ground combat?
On this one?
Yep, that one right there.
Ground combat. Sorry.
Those are things that you can do with 3 advantage or 4 advantage.
But game. For this is for Zachary, yeah. Because
It's what you want to do, man. That's your advantage.
Oh, okay.
Try and
yeah,
it
when
wouldn't
dealing
kill
damage,
him.
Have the attack
No, let's
disable
not
the
spam what he
opponent
should
or
do.
one piece of gear rather than dealing.
That only works if he's a
Oh, damn
minion.
it,
You could crit, yes, but it doesn't mean it's going to instantly kill him.
okay,
It's not
you can
always the
One
best
drop a
idea.
weapon, that's one. Sorry. sorry.
Yeah. That's it. That's that. Yeah, you bang on. That's the one I want.
You also do have your weapons will have a crit rating too, and that means you can spend a certain amount of advantage if you want to do a crit.
Okay, so you
that'd
chose
be
to make him
optional
drop
as
his
well.
weapon. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you with as you pull the blade out of his leg, you manage to clip the actual like flame casting portion of it off of him. He drops it. He drops it. It doesn't fly across the room or things. It is attached to the tanks on his back, but he does manage to drop it in the pullback, trying to get away from you and against the console behind him. So he doesn't really get anywhere. But it will take a maneuver for him to kind of like, where'd that damn thing go? Try to grab it, get it into a position. Just as if he normally dropped it. So that brings us to the scout troopers in the chaos. They're not dumb. They're going to take off. Diving behind this. One of them's going to dive behind this way. One's going to run around this corner, trying to get away from the green death that is carving through the roof right now. As they run over here, at the whole way they're running, they're going to start firing their blasters. And they're going to focus on the first target they can see. Now that they turned around and they heard the scream of their companion getting stabbed in the leg. They're going to fire at Unitarian. So let's do a combat roll with some scout troopers. They have their light blaster pistols. You are at short range.
13. Oh, sorry, short range.
Well, that's your health is your business, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I
No
spoke
worries.
out of line again.
You're good, man. You're good. Don't worry about it. All right. So they don't get any extra advantage, but they do manage to hit you with 2 extra damage on top of the base. 5, 6, so 7 damage total on the shot.
7. Okay, and then 4.
As they're running for cover now, they're kind of woken up out of it. And unlike those pilots that you had encountered earlier, these guys are trained stormtroopers in a scout unit. They seem to be able to keep their even under this kind of fire, keep their focus. All right. So they're going to run over there. That brings us to Zachary. What are you doing?
Which one's the sergeant? For some reason, it's not letting me read their names. Is that the one with the melee weapon?
Yeah, it's him, and he's actually still like looking the other direction. I'll give him the sergeant monocle there, and then scout.
So what happens if you kill? if I kill one pair of the scout troopers, then it just goes to normal kind of. It just treated like one trooper after that. It's not like it kills both of them.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the scouts?
Sorry, I'm just thinking. I'm more just thinking out loud. I think I will try to. I'm gonna aim for the comms technician. I'm gonna run up into the doorway, because this is a sunken pit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna run up to the doorway. It looks like there's a little bit to the door here, and I'll run up to like right here. I'm gonna aim at the comms technician. I'll actually take the strain to aim.
Okay.
Just add that.
Take a shot at him. He's turned around and he's kind of tried to hunker down a little bit away from the green blasts that are coming in. It's a short range attack, so it's going to be 1 purple for you. He does not have cover against you. He's not looking your direction, so there won't be any setbacks.
Okay. Sorry, I just gotta get my skill again. Ranged light. This one. 2. So I get a boost from aiming, right? And you said it's 1 difficulty. Okay, I think that's it.
Yep. Don't forget your boost. Roll
Yeah,
when
I
you're
got it
ready.
there.
See if you can hit that
Okay.
comm trooper.
Okay, so I got 0 successes, 1 advantage, and 1 triumph.
Okay.
Ugh.
So as you kind of lean around that corner and start firing with your pistol, the shots go wide and miss. You do manage to get his attention, though. You got a triumph there. You can't do anything to the target because you didn't manage to hit the target, but you do have a triumph that you can spend in a narrative way, however you want to. As he kind of dips down and looks back, and now noticing there's a fight behind him, and he doesn't really look at you so much as the bloodied axe-wielding lady who's standing up on the top of this like comm unit on this side, just on the outside of the pit, and just pulled the blade out of his companion.
Could I say that part of the ceiling caves in?
Can't do any damage to him.
Yeah, no damage. Part of the ceiling caves in. Maybe like, or how about this? The ceiling gets a little bit dusty near where there's dust knocked out by the blast, and it just gives maybe the people back near the window some aiming difficulty.
Okay.
Maybe
okay.
just,
Yeah.
like, it makes
Okay.
each-
I gotcha. So narratively, like the fire is starting to happen. He's busting away bits of this, but basically concrete, curecrete up here. It's blasting this white powder everywhere down here. I like it. That actually makes sense. Let me. See if this works. That's way bigger than I expected it to be. All right, so this whole area is now we'll call it obscured, right? So anybody firing from over here will get a setback on it. Now that goes both ways for anybody who tries to like fire through it. But you've got now that little bit of cover from them. It's gonna be harder for them to see what they're shooting at, particularly for Nightiri, as it kind of rolls in. Okay. You had an extra advantage too if you wanted to spend that.
Maybe extra advantage. What is 1 advantage enough to help Osh's next roll?
You could give the next allied player
Or to
a
Sarin,
boost
actually.
die, is what you could do.
Yeah, I'll give Sarin a boost die for whatever he's trying to do.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So, whole area is filling with that white powder. Okay, that brings us to Sarin. You're up next, man. In the Lambda, firing away into this building. You let off the trigger for a second to see what the hell's going on in all that smoke.
Do I have room to bring the wings down?
You're over the canyon, so yes, you have room to bring the wings down.
Right, deploying the wings and taking over control of the ball turrets now for a little bit more precision, let's say.
Okay. Weirdly, I can't actually set this thing for wings down, and I don't know why. I think somebody's removed the ability.
Where's the toggle for it? That's a shame. I know that one can.
Yeah, I think somebody cleared it. Let me... There you go. There you go. So you got your wings. You lower the wings now and bring... funny enough...
I'm not sure they are actually.
I don't think they're actually. I don't think they're actually. Ball turrets are any more precise, but
they've got a wider range. I don't have to angle the entire ship in order to be able to shoot at things at least.
fair enough. As the wings open up, you
Got a gun on its back.
This-
Turret a gun on its back.
this close to the base, I will say, you're picking up power signatures, but you're too close to the base to be targeted by them.
That's what I was hoping with as far as the base defenses were concerned. Like, no one sets their firing arcs close enough to be like, something touching the window of their command center, you'd think.
Yeah. So you're good for now, but what you're picking up
Is angry.
is angry and just out of range. They just can't get the shot. And it's the reason why you guys didn't just like fly too close before.
Yeah, I remembered. I was wary about coming out the front here, but
That over there.
hey, this is where we ended up.
So you're kind of like in the defense perimeter of the base because nobody expected to be attacked from inside the base with their own ships. But okay.
And as such, I'm actually going to hover a little closer to the base now, understanding that the ball turrets have the ability to aim down a little, unlike my main guns.
Hovering ever so close. So what are you going to do now?
And with a small grin, he's going to open fire on the sergeant.
Having carved with the 7 damage that you did before, this hole into the roof of this portion of the base, just blown pieces of it away like a tin can you're carving up. You glance down and see this sergeant looking up at you. Go ahead and roll for an attack. It's going to be a tough one because he is, narratively, he's not just going to sit there and wait for it. He's running, and he's quite small. So the silhouette difference on this, you're 4, right?
Yep.
All right, you're a silhouette 4. He's a silhouette 1. That is going to make this a firing a vessel has
three upgrades, right?
Firing a vessel has
3
silhouette
increases.
3 points larger than the target ship. It's going to be a daunting check of 4 purple.
Cool. And being my usual self, let's throw a red in there that represents me shooting through the floor.
Like damaging the structure all the way
Actually
through?
damaging the structure all the way through.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. I like it. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and flip a destiny point for you guys to use. I absolutely love it when my players come up and be like, this would probably be a little bit harder, or this makes more sense if this has an extra red in it, because, narratively it makes sense.
What I'm doing is stupid, to say the least. So it feels appropriate that there should be some risk on the line. The chance for
Super
that
dangerous.
despair.
If you make this shot, though, this is one of the hardest rolls you guys have done tonight.
Okay, so
where's your dice? I want to watch
1,
this.
2, 3, 4, like that.
There it is. Yep.
Got my boost picked up from Osh on the last round, which is very handy in this circumstance, and then some gunnery.
Oh, you probably are going to make this.
Hang on,
Good
is
skill.
that right? That is right.
4
No,
greens
it's
and
not.
2
I've
yellows.
got too many greens.
We almost got a TPK on a mechanics check, Charlie. Let's not get too sure about that yet.
Almost had
All right.
He's
You
going to
almost
do it,
lost
boys.
Naturi by opening a door and walking through a maintenance bay.
Never.
There was 40
under-
damage worth of explosives in those droids altogether.
The second
What?
you stop respecting the dice is the second the dice come and say hello.
They were 10 damage apiece.
Remember how we're quite swingy?
Yeah, Yami Yugi believed in the heart of the cards, though, so I believe in the heart of the dice. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I can't take this. Roll quickly, please.
Boof.
There's no despair.
And as the natural pilot he is, he's going to re-roll it.
You've got the talent that lets
I've
you
got the
reroll.
perk that lets me re-roll gunnery checks.
Oh, are you sure it's gunnery checks or is it just piloting checks?
It's any piloting space or gunnery check.
God, pilot
Because it's
ace is such a
designed
good
as-
specialization.
It's designed as a fighter pilot one where you're actually running both guns and flying yourself.
So this is your one reroll using your talent that you bought with XP.
Yep.
So
on,
that's
despair.
And it ain't cheap. It's
Come on,
it's
despair.
like 30 XP.
You guys
I
shouldn't
think,
say
for
that. You're
Master
in the
Pilot.
room with that. That structure.
I'm not.
Not all of you are, I guess.
Oh,
it's worse.
Oh, no.
It's worse.
Oh,
Oh,
buddy.
shit. No despair though, but you start firing. How much threat did you get? You got 4 advantage. Okay, so no threat. You start firing away.
How much threat did you get? The
Narratively,
excitement in your voice.
this sergeant who glances up and sees now, all right, somebody's taken by damn shuttle, throws himself against the back wall here as you're blasting through trying to hit where he was. And you do manage to get pretty close, but every round just goes right through the roof, the platform floor, and into the wall underneath, into the rock underneath. You guys see this as the sergeant just like slams his back into the wall and starts screaming out orders. Stop them,
Sarin.
quick, and get out of the room!
Sarin, narrowing his eyes, gritting his teeth at the missed shot because he's not impressed with himself, uses his master pilot ability to, once per round when piloting a starship, may suffer 2 strain to perform any action as a maneuver, and fires again.
Does it let you take 2 actions in a turn?
Yep.
Oh shit, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's have
I
some
didn't think you could have
nonsense.
2 actions in a turn, but if that's what the talent says. Is this
Once per
a
round
signature?
when piloting a starship, may suffer 2 strain to perform any action as a maneuver. No, it's absolute top of the tree.
Top of the tree. Okay, so you cannot use the same weapon system, but I would be remiss to not mention that
Okay.
it has 2 forward-facing weapon
It
systems.
has
because
another
they can only
weapon
fire
system.
once at a time. Very few weapons
Yep.
ships do have this, but
But
lambdas
this
are one of them.
actually does.
So you'd have to cycle to the other weapon system as you're like, all right, you little bastard, and you flip over to the other system, your other weapons, which is a 2 forward-mounted twin laser blaster cannons, and roll for your attack again.
And we're gonna keep
can't
the
aim
same
this
roll,
time.
but I'm gonna remove the. I didn't aim the first time. That was a boost from Corey. Thank you, Shaq.
Do you have an extra maneuver though?
I haven't moved yet, so I've only spent 1, so I can take a strain to aim.
You did lower the wings.
Okay, we'll take that as a maneuver. No worries.
Yeah, you lowered the rings, and that like gave you the other weapon
in which
system.
case, I'll still take that strain for using any action as a maneuver.
Okay.
And I'll delete
Jesus.
that
So
boost
he's-
from Corey because I only get that on the first one.
Yep. When you're ready, man. So he's invested
I should
heavily
point
into
it
the
out, it
ace
was
tree.
from
Like
I
in
feel
a
like he's gonna be
cockpit,
sitting over there
Sarin
until
is
I-
a
until I
boss.
say this.
All
But he
was
just
looking
blew
for.
Oh my
every
God.
once a session talent he could possibly blow. Holy crap. All right, with 4 threat as well.
No, take into account I didn't spend any of the 6 advantage from the previous shots.
It's true. It's true. Okay. So, 6 success.
Don't think we need to do the math on that one.
No, we don't need to do the math on that one, but I'll tell you right now, it is minimum 60 damage plus whatever the base is for the weapon.
He's vapor.
So the only thing that you guys see is what was a sergeant. He slams his back into the wall. He starts giving this order, and suddenly the wall disappears. The only thing that you can see left is a spinning, what is this thing called? The truncheon that he's got there, the electrified variant of it, spinning on the ground where he kind of was nearby as that wall has disappeared. And what you guys can see now is the little bit of rock and then the canyon out there as that wall is missing. Any farther in, now you're getting into like the heavier armored portions of it, so just a heads up with the Lambda, because they're deeper into the base. So you might have trouble hitting anything from here on out. These guys like back here. Unless you're going to try to like get low and shoot through the windows, you know?
Yeah, no, understood.
All right.
Okay, so I'm not gonna die.
I think I might have helped my dudes out at least a bit. Now I've got a random trooper that needs to be dealt with.
Just go ahead and close the stat block for the Stormtrooper Sergeant.
I'm sorry, Shaq.
Oh, I didn't want to use his cool stuff anyways. All right, let's remove him from the list, please, so I don't have to see the name anymore.
He's got
Flame Trooper's up. Flame Trooper's up. He's going to use his maneuver to pick his weapon up.
Did you add the guy from outside to the initiative? Because I can imagine he can see in now at this point as well.
Yeah, go ahead and add a Scout Trooper to the bottom of the initiative order, please. Scout Trooper 2 or Team 2. So Flame Trooper is going to use a maneuver to grab his weapon. So he's reaching around from it, looking up at you and trying to reach him. He grabs onto it, and he's going to use his next maneuver to run away. He's He's not a
Run,
minion.
little baby.
That's gonna blow
Running into
two.
the firing arc of the shuttle.
Yeah, it's the person, and he limps it. We'll say he limps it over, even though he doesn't have. He's not like held in place or anything. That's gonna take his strain for that. Cool, and he's gonna fire it in theory.
Quite literally.
Quite literally, with all of the flame that he can muster.
Oh my god.
You're in the open. You're the only target that could be
Isn't he
seen.
missing a leg though? Like that's a big distance for one leg.
He limped it. He limped it. He didn't even go his maximum distance. All right, he's cooking him. So, efficiency, ability. Well,
Can we flip a destiny point to upgrade this?
the difficulty of this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip it. So difficulty on this is a short range shot. It's only gonna be one purple. You guys just upgraded it to a red. I will tell you, on a despair, he whips because of the pain he's in, he'll whip the flamethrower and maybe cook his buddy to the left. On a despair. Because this is, unlike your blasters, this is a gout of flame that's coming out. I think that's it. You don't have any cover. You didn't say you were like trying to get in any positions or anything, so you're kind of out in the open there.
I am in defensive stance though.
Which is melee
No, you didn't
only.
go into it.
Yeah, I know.
All right, here's the roll.
Oh crap! It's not gonna kill me. Oh. No.
Famous last words.
As this
How did he
flame
get
pours
that?
forward. Base damage is 10 plus 2, so that's 12 damage.
I'm dead. I'm down.
Are you
But
down?
you have soak.
Don't forget to
3,
minus your
that's
soak.
9.
Okay.
You
Oh,
guys
I'm on
see,
0 wounds. Sorry.
you're on zero straight. Like
Yeah,
With-
bang on 0.
With this system, you don't go down at 0.
you don't go down. You're still up.
Ironically.
You are. Let me see if it takes.
You're pretty bad.
You are on fire. You're at
Okay.
0 health, and you are on fire. And in the if the attack is successful, this is the burn quality. The target continues to take the weapon's base damage for a number of rounds equal to the weapon's burn rating. So you're on
Oh
fire.
my
You're on
God.
fire for 4 rounds unless something changes, and it will do 10 damage per round unless something changes. So bear that in mind. You're standing on that control panel on fire. I can't believe you're at 0 health. So in this system, just to remind everyone, you have to go into the negatives before you are down. 0 means that you are literally on your last leg before you're dropped.
It's another one I don't think I've seen before. That's 2 this evening.
Yeah,
man.
that's
Okay.
a thing.
I love that little fire effect on me. Okay. We still got 2 more people as well. I'm down, boys. It's been good.
So that's the flame. The comm officer is... You guys had some... Yeah, there's nobody else in here to take the shots. You're standing in the open and you're on fire. There's really no reason that they won't. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna drop prone down into this pit because he knows there's somebody out here. Also, there's flames like passing right by him. So he's gonna drop prone and he's just gonna fire at you.
Yeah, lay it on me, boy.
They try to kill the person who rushed out because you're also in the way of the door.
Yeah. So I'm taking all of the fire from my friends.
Yep, you're kind
You
of just
haven't
eating
said
the
a
rounds,
word.
man. All right, Army veteran with his blaster. That's going to be a difficulty 1, blaster rifle.
I think the
There,
flame should make it kind of harder to aim.
boost. Did that other roll have any threat that nailed
Oh,
you?
well, there should be difficulty actually. Oh, we forgot to add the difficulty of the dust, but
We did. He did hit for.
yeah.
Yeah, we gotta remember that. All right, in this there should be difficulty for the dust, so I'll throw the setback in there. Say 2 setback, as it's dust and fire. You're not wrong. At this point, it's chaos in here. Go for the roll. Is that a miss? No, he hits you, and that's gonna drop
Classic.
you.
Yep. Love it.
So
I would have been knocked out anyway.
10 damage for that one. So you're going to go negative whatever that would bring you down. As that trooper starts firing away.
So I'm down.
And still on fire.
I still keep taking damage?
You're still on fire. Yeah. So you're unconscious. You're on the ground. Go ahead and roll for a crit.
Oh, my God.
You've got 4 rounds.
What dice is it for a crit?
It's the save dice that I gave.
That left with the reset.
Oh, that left with the reset. Okay, I'll get you some. Hang on a second.
It's not this big one.
No. I'll bring you some in now. Give you a couple of D10s. Where is your spot? You're over here. So go ahead and roll these and read them from left to right when you roll it. So your 10s and your 1s.
Okay.
32. Rolled low. That's good. You want to roll low. It's going to be a 42 because the weapon has... oh, no. His weapon doesn't have vicious. You're good. 32. That gives you... So you're stunned. The target is staggered until the end of the next turn.
And you're knocked out anyways. It's fine.
Which doesn't matter. That doesn't actually affect you because you're already unconscious.
Classic. I'm still taking damage though, so
Right.
do I have to roll again when I take more damage?
Yep, you'll take another crit until you die.
Love and life. You guys better have a glass of water on you.
So remember, you've just taken a crit, so it's plus 10 on your next critical roll. It'll bring the number up higher, and for every crit, it gets harder and harder and harder until eventually you just die.
99's death.
150.
Well, 150 is complete death. 140, like you're just gone. Like there's not even a body. 140 is you're bleeding out. 130, you're like missing a limb. It gets pretty rough at those higher numbers. All right.
You guys need to finish this quick. Oh my goodness.
Oh man. All right. Osh, you're up. There's fire and smoke in that room. Your ally is poking his head out and firing into the room a few times. Seems to be missing.
All right. With a destiny point, do I notice an easily accessible fire extinguisher out in the hallway next to me?
With a destiny point?
Yeah.
I'll say with a destiny point, you don't notice one in the hallway. But if you look into the comms room, you might see one.
All right. That's fair.
A fire suppression device. I don't know what the Star Wars equivalent to that is.
Don't suppose it's in the ceiling.
All right. Then I will maneuver up to within short range of the fire flamethrower trooper dude.
Okay.
And I will...
Oops.
Oh.
That didn't work.
I will shoot him or something.
The flame trooper?
Yes.
All right, so as you get to the... Did you flip the destiny point for what you wanted to see?
Yeah.
All right, I'll say yeah. I'll say this is a military base. So glancing inside this very important room full of electronics, using that destiny point, there's one sitting right here against the wall that you notice. The only wall on this side that hasn't been completely just blown asunder.
Okay.
Right here in that corner. All right, you rolling for an attack?
Yep. And it is dusty, so that's a setback still.
Mm-hmm. Go step back for the dust.
All right. Difficulty, setback.
I believe in you.
2 success, 2 advantage.
Okay, and which one was this at? The flame trooper, right?
This was at the flame trooper. So that'd be, I believe, 11 damage. Yes, 11 damage.
Yep, that's enough.
Right.
So with the, you kind of pop around the corner, you're allying on the other side of the wall from you lean out, manage to land a few rounds into him, luckily not hitting the fuel tanks on it, setting off an even larger blaze, and you manage to take him down.
Nice.
You can go ahead and remove him from there. You almost got him, Natiri. He was armored up.
Almost lived, Charlie.
He was armored up for sure. All right, that's going to be a maneuver and action for you. You doing anything else?
I think I am going to... Yeah, I think that's it. That's it.
Chat has informed me that a fire extinguisher in Star Wars is officially called a fire extinguisher. Thanks, guys. All right, that's it. You're sticking there. All right, next up. Scout Trooper outside. We'll say his turn has... Oh, no, you're outside. You would see this. He has run this direction. He's going to use his action
Good choice,
as well.
my friend.
He's gone inside the hangar. And away from the shuttle.
He's gone away from the Lambda. A sensible decision.
Okay. That's going to be his turn. Nightiri, you're up. Go ahead and roll for me another crit. This time I want you to add +10 to the roll.
Oh
nice.
my god.
Nice.
What'd you roll?
4.
14, including the 10.
You're reading them left to right, so he rolled a 0.
Huh?
So you're reading them from left to right.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it doesn't.
That's 100.
What?
That's the only way you can roll 100 on this, is if you read it from left to right. Right? So if it was a 9, it would be a 94.
Well,
If it-
wouldn't you then be reading, like, you'd be rolling 0 to 99, right? Because it wouldn't... Otherwise, there's no way to get under.
Yeah.
You can't roll a 0. There's no 0.
So I'm,
Yeah, but
Well,
if
that'd be 10 on the other one.
0 counts for 10, then there is no way of rolling under 10, is the point. Because read this as 04.
Oh, I see.
So
You
that's a
couldn't roll a
4.
4. Right.
But with
Yeah.
your method, it's possible to roll over 100, which
That's
is
true.
also...
No, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, you guys are
So I'm
rolling
not
well.
dead.
We don't use this crit system in our other game. So it's
Yeah,
getting
honestly,
we use a
the crit
modified
system
version.
we use in the other game, I think, is the better one. It's just really brutal.
It's really
and
lethal.
probably not quite right for this game because it is lethal.
0 would be 100. Yeah, Chad, that makes sense. If you roll 2 zeros, then you'd get 100.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Chad.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Zero
would be
is the
100. So, so you rolled a 4. That's really low. So 14 with the extra 10. All right, so that's your second crit.
That was gonna kill me if that was 100.
On a 14, which is going to be really silly, you're going to get sudden jolt. The target drops whatever's in hand. Doesn't matter, you're already unconscious.
Neytiri's axe just slightly rolls away for a reason we're not entirely clear.
So the next time, you'll add a 20 to it. Okay?
oh, so that 04 doesn't get added onto my 39 from before.
No. No.
Okay. Oh
It's
my God,
every
thank God.
crit, it adds +10 as you go.
Oh, okay.
That being
Okay.
said, you are taking damage.
Oh crap.
So you're probably negative. He'd be maxed out by now, wouldn't he? No, he's taking. How much have you taken so far in damage? That would have
It's
been
8 more.
That would have been another 10 damage to him,
There's negative 17.
minus soak.
Well, negative 14 is what he'd be.
Oh, right, yeah.
Wait,
Soak.
what about soak?
Yeah,
Well,
negative
that's
14,
with-
sorry.
That's with your soak, Charlie.
Okay, negative 14.
So keep track of that. That's what has to be healed before you come back to consciousness.
Can he go more than twice, or like more than negative his soak, or is it negative twice his soak?
It's negative as health.
Or yeah, health
Yeah.
rather.
It
so you'd
goes
be stuck
negative
at
as
minus
health.
13.
I believe. This
Oh.
is the first time I've had anybody go this far without being just instantly gibbed.
So there you go, Charlie. You're fine. It can barely get any worse.
God damn. Okay, so I can't lose any more health now. I'm sorry to be the worst player on this game.
You're good, man.
No,
You're good.
Your plan is the tank. This is a critical role here.
All right, he's still on. Your ally is still on fire. Scout Trooper, the other Scout Trooper group is going to roll a fear check.
Nice.
I am the dread pirate robber.
All right, and this trooper group looks at the situation and begins to change positions and makes their way into this back room. Not falling back all the way to the point where they're like broken and running, but trying to get like out of the way of these two. With that, they're gonna pull a grenade,
Oh my god. Are you
and that's it. That's all
I'm
they can
dead,
do.
boys.
Is their minions. That's all they can do. So they're gonna use their action, sacrifice it as a maneuver to pull out a grenade and prep it. They can't throw it this turn.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, because they can't take strain like that, like you guys
So-
can.
Charlie, in the other campaign I was doing, in 3 consecutive sessions, the first round of combat, I was knocked out all 3 times, and in 2 of those 3 times, I got crit over 100 and lost the same limb twice. So it could be worse.
Okay, yeah, fair.
It's brutal. It's definitely brutal. That's why, like,
It's a brutal
how you
system,
start it.
and you're playing the melee character, which I can promise you, once you get to grips with it, ends up being terrifying.
Yeah, I thought I was
Like
epic, boys.
that melee thing just gets so scary once you start doing it right.
It's a risky play, but you're not doing anything wrong.
Yep. All right.
Help me.
Zakari, you're up.
Can you aim twice? Or just lie down and aim?
Yeah, you can double aim in this. So you can get up to 2 boost die.
Yeah, I'm gonna double aim and take the strain. And I'm gonna aim at that comms officer right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
As he's poking his head out and trying to fire back, he is in cover.
Mm-hmm. So I'll add those 2 boost, and then let's see. So that will be will that be an easy check plus a challenge? Or sorry, plus a setback?
It'll be an easy check to fire at him because he's at short range. Plus a setback due to his cover. Plus a setback due to the smoke that's now kind of formed out even farther. And then your boosts that you're taking. One of the cool things you can do with aim, maybe not necessary in this situation, but you can aim using your maneuver that you've got, and then you can hold it over to the next and aim again in your next turn to fire with 2 boosts without taking the extra strain. It's good for snipers. It's good for people who are like setting up before a fight starts.
Right.
Or if you feel like you're only going to get 1 shot at this, make it count and get all the aiming you can without burning that strain. All right, so whenever you're ready.
All right, fingers crossed. 3 success, 4 advantage. Nice.
Nice. What's your base damage?
My base damage is 7.
10 damage total. Just enough.
Okay, good.
Yep, just enough. With that, he pokes his head out one more time, and you wait and squeeze off that 1 shot from the aiming, and bink, he drops.
Beautiful.
You lose sight of him, but you got him. You saw that head like fling back. Okay.
And I'll just use my actually, I use my 4. Can I use my 4 advantage to recover strain?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do
So
I
you're
get
using
4
that
strain back for that, or?
You can use advantage to recover strain, so you can get your 4 strain back. Yep.
Okay. Can I get 3?
So yeah, after that 1 shot, you
deep breath.
deep breath. Take a minute. Yep. Good shots. That'll bring us to the next turn. Sarin, what are you doing?
Okay, seeing as the situation develops and getting an idea that he probably doesn't. If I was to bring the ship down lower, I'm not going to get a line of fire, particularly on these guys towards the back, am I?
You could definitely try, but it'd be a hard shot to make. Because you'd be shooting down a hallway with a starship that's hovering there.
There's a lot of stuff in between me and
And
the
you'd have to
way,
get
and-
properly in the canyon, and you would guess that even the wind shear would make that really difficult, so you'd have extra setbacks. It'd be tough. And a good chance you might hit your allies.
Yep, for sure. All right, another possibility. All right, Sarin's going to jump up out of his seat as an incidental, using his mount or dismount vehicle thing.
Okay.
It's going to charge down... he's going to swing the shuttle around with a maneuver, trying to bring it round so that swing it round and into position so that the ramp aligns with the hole in the ceiling.
Okay, I think I know what you're doing.
You see where I'm going.
You're kind of straddling the shuttle over the hole and the jutting out portion of the comm room.
I'm going to jump out of my seat, use my second maneuver, taking some strain again, to run down onto the ramp with my pistols drawn.
Okay. And just so the ramp is down, I'm doing this, but just imagine that the gear's down. So you get into position. This isn't your action. Give me a quick, easy piloting check.
No worries. Sarin, is this right?
With an
Weird
upgraded
question.
red.
Is this space or planetary? I'm in planetary, but I'm flying a space vehicle.
It is more about the vehicle you're in than where you're flying it. So a jetpack will always be planetary, even though you can fly them
in space.
In space.
And vice versa. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is a space check. Roger.
Yeah. If you were driving a tank, it'd be ground planetary, that kind of thing. Oh, man. Don't worry about the advantage. I just want to see that nothing catastrophic goes wrong. Make sure that purple is upgraded to a red for the opportunity for something horrible to happen.
Yeah, we got a red in there.
Okay, cool. Roll when you're ready. Okay. Yep, nothing catastrophic happens as you set this thing as best you can, as close as you can to the hole that you've created. It is free flying at the moment. What are you doing?
Free flying, and with his pistols in each hand, he's going to attempt to... Oh, hang on a sec. Let me just check something real quick. Sorry.
You're fine.
I should have this prepared. Something
Cool.
just dawned on me.
Companion's just barbecuing in the room below you. It's fine.
Okay, so let me confirm for me. Prepare one is having to set up for a round. Slow firing one is having to wait around before you can refire.
Prepare. Slow firing is, yeah, once it's fired, you have to wait a whole round before it can do it again. If that's what you said, then yes. Prepare means that you have to use a maneuver to prep the weapon to be used.
Okay. In which case, let's bring those twin pistols of Sarin's to bear. The railway blaster and so on, and we'll take a shot at the stormtrooper that's holding the grenade. I assume he's the closer of the two.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, I'm grabbing your icon just for. So we don't even need it. So you're running down. You're using your incidental as an ace pilot to get out of the chair without a maneuver. Run down the ramp, which I've already said is less than short range. With your other maneuver, pulling your weapons out.
And taking a shot at the guy that's currently got the grenade in his hand.
All the way over here. He's a medium range target with 2 setbacks due to the smoke. In this instance, he is not in a position where he has cover against you, so there won't be any setbacks for that. I have to give you a setback for the fact that there's no one flying the vessel. and it's just floating there on the grace of your ability to leave it floating.
I'll take it. Right, okay, so... Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a difficulty 3.
He's on the ramp stream. He's at the bottom of the ramp of the Lambda, firing through a hole that he's created with it at stormtroopers at medium range, which has a grenade in his hand.
So that's 3 setbacks as far as I understand it.
Yeah, 3 setbacks.
One for the ship, 1 for the dust, 1 for bullshittery.
Bullshittery is a good term. We'll go with that.
That's fair.
That's fantastic.
And then the difficulty is what? A hard?
Only medium range, isn't it?
It's medium range. So what's the medium range for a ranged attack?
It's 2.
It should be.
Just 2.
It's average. It's an average shot. Yeah, medium's average shot.
Anything in between me and where I'm shooting at that's friendly? Nope, there's nothing friendly in there. So
Nope.
I was just seeing whether there was a reason to upgrade to a red that I might hit something that I didn't intend, but no. Okay.
This is some 90s action hero shenanigans right here.
And then... Which scouts are they? They've already been this turn, haven't they?
They have been this turn. Yeah, they went
quick strike. Roger.
First. They rolled pretty well on their initiative. Where's the roll? Is it in the middle? Yeah,
Yep.
it's in the middle. Cool.
Oh my god. Oh
no! It's a failure. Shit. So you come running down the ramp with these twin pistols and start firing away. With the ship kind of drifting ever so slowly. It's not like diving anywhere because you didn't get enough threat for that. The ship is just not a super stable platform. As you start firing off, they're pretty far away in the smoke. You're just trying to gauge the shot. You see them kind of duck down. They've noticed you there as it's kicking up a bunch of dust. After his turn now, because he's gotten so close, we'll say that dust has just been blown away by the repulsors that are firing underneath this hovering vehicle. So go ahead.
Revealing a clone armor equipped man with a pair of pistols in full view of everybody.
It's very
Captain
pissed.
Rex, thank you.
So that's going to be your turn. Pretty sure that's all the maneuvers. But you all see him now standing there with these pistols out. He's still firing away, mind you. Remember, this is all a narrative system, so in between these, all these actions are happening. All right, that's Saren's turn. Comms operator is dead. So, Osh, you're up.
Can I throw, with my one advantage, just a quick boost to whatever Osh fancy's doing?
Absolutely. Since he's next person up, one advantage, you get a boost die.
Osh tumbles into the middle of the room.
Okay. You run into the pit. Remember, you can get pretty far, 5 of those squares, so wherever you want to go. That would be the only cover left in the room, would be the pit, though. Or you're muted, by the way.
I was wondering
He's
why.
gone muted space.
Oh. This is so embarrassing. Yeah, so I run in, trip on a fallen chair, apparently. Did I mute myself on my stream? No, I'm good there. Yeah, so I'm just going to try to shoot the one that's holding the grenade, if I can see them now. If that's the thing that's visible to me. If not, then I'd go for the one in front.
You can. Absolutely. As you've run into this position, you've kind of gone around his cover. So running and ducking, you run underneath the fire coming from your friendly. He stops for a moment as you dip under the his blaster fire and into this pit, getting an angle on the scout trooper there, the 2 scout troopers. Go ahead and roll for your attack. Still short range. You've negated their cover, and there's no more smoke in here, as it's been blown out by the Lambda.
I have
got
been messing
advantage
up
as
the
well.
roll with.
Yeah, so you got a
I
boost
should
die
have
on
been
it.
doing a setback in previous ones.
Oh, you got a boost
But-
on this one. That's all right.
Oh my god.
God,
What's the roll? Yep. As you're running in and trying to get cover and shooting at them, you can't get a shot in between your ally firing, your companion on fire next to you. The chaos is just throwing your aim off. You can't land a hit.
That is 3 advantage though. He drops the grenade.
You want him to drop the grenade? Okay. It's not going to go off, but Lyle can.
Yeah.
You use the. He drops a weapon. He drops the grenade and it rolls. It's like he kind of almost bumps it with his foot as he tries to grab at it. In all of the chaos. This music is not appropriate for this.
I was thinking you would
Got a
put
lot
it
more
on
chill
because
for
we
a
were
while.
so bad. Like,
Starts playing yakety sax.
thought you were
just
mocking us.
some cantina music going. You know, we'll get there eventually. No, you guys are doing good. All right. Carrying on. Scout Trooper's gonna keep running. You guys can't see him anymore from where you're at, so he is currently off the table. Sarin, you at this point hear a lot of "What the hell is going on out there?" as you're firing from the ramp. The 2 pilots in the very back of the Lambda. One of them's just screaming out. It's the recruit.
I told you to keep quiet.
Right. Yeah. Wait, who's flying? Katiri, go ahead and roll for me another crit.
Okay. All right, boys. Here we go. Please, no 2 zeros.
This is a plus 20 to the roll. What'd you get?
91.
91. Oh, man. At the brink. This one you need to remember. This is important. At the brink. The target suffers 1 strain each time they perform an action.
Oh.
That is going to keep happening until you have it healed.
Oh. Wait, healed as in
As in,
res,
you see
or-
it as one. No, not just when you get up. Until you have this horrible wound, as you're getting this fire is burning you. It's causing major damage to your body. This will not be this will have, even if you're awake, even if they manage to heal you back up. This is a critical hit that needs to be healed. All of
see.
these do,
Okay.
but this is one that's this effect will keep happening.
Yeah.
Gotta get you in some back, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long does the burning go on for? Four rounds, did you say?
4 rounds. You're on round 3.
Okay. Oh my god.
Man, you're gonna look like
God.
Anakin Skywalker in there in a second.
I hope not. Oh, I'm beautiful.
Yeah, we haven't hit that crate yet. Okay, that's gonna be your round. Scout troopers. They're gonna have to step out of their cover to pick up the grenade. And he's gonna run out of his cover. He's going to reach down. He's gonna pick up the frag off the ground. He's going to click the safety off of it, and he's gonna underhand chuck it down the hallway. So he's gonna roll with the 2 setback, kind of a blind throw around the corner here. See if he can get it near you, Zakari.
I'm really good at baseball. I'm gonna hit it back. 6 setback.
This with a 6 setback. Let's see. All right, so that's a short range throw.
I've been trying to remember what you called your U-wing the whole time, but then the second I looked at it, I was like, Veronica.
Difficulty is short. You're short to that guy, right?
Yeah, I am behind cover, but I guess it doesn't matter. He's throwing a blind.
Yeah, he's already taken 2 setbacks because he's kind of just doing a blind toss. He knows there's somebody over there. He knows there's fire coming from there. And he's got to run out anyway, so he's just gonna grab it and he's gonna chuck it.
Ooh. He's got to pick it up too, doesn't he?
Yeah, so his maneuver is basically to grab it and just throw it.
Okay.
There's the roll. He chucks it. He chucks it way too hard though, as it rolls back all the way to about here before it detonates behind you. You get a little bit of that wind from the blast ruffling your clothes, but nothing seems to hit you. He chucked it way too hard.
Sick.
He has no idea what's in this hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's gonna be that's their turn. That was their movement.
Okay. I'm going to throwing a fire extinguisher would probably be an action. If I were to jump onto Tiri, could I smother the fire? Like if I just do like a dolphin dive onto her, can I smother the fire? Like she's been cooking for a few turns already, so it's got to be on its way out, right?
At this point, we
You
just may as well see what the last crit is.
definitely try to put out the fire. It will be because it's on a hard surface. You're not on like dirt or grass or something. It is a hard surface, so that makes it a 2 purple check to try to smother the fire.
What would the skill be?
Athletics.
Let's see.
And this is actually from the rulebook. This is how you put out a fire if you're just trying to use a skill to do it. It's actually not that hard. I'm a little surprised it's that easy, even on a hard surface. You're like literally using your body to do this.
Is there any maneuver I can do to make this any easier, or?
I mean, it's as best you're gonna get is just you have to run up and just try. This is a by the book difficulty, so.
Okay. Let's see.
Unless you've got something that would help you do it, you know, if you had like a blanket or that would make sense.
I mean, I guess I'm actually pretty close to the fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguisher was here. Oops.
Yeah. So I can move there and back. Wouldn't that be 2 maneuvers?
Yep.
Yeah.
It would be, well, you got to grab it too and like unlock it from the wall, right? So
yeah.
I would allow it. 2 maneuvers, I would allow that. Because you would think it wouldn't be that hard to pull an emergency, like fire extinguisher off the wall. They wouldn't make it some complex thing. Not like you're trying to start a ship or something.
Right, but then I would need another maneuver to actually use it, right? Because that would be a maneuver rather than an action.
You need an action.
That would be an action?
Yeah, that'd be an action.
Would that still be an athletics check, or would that just be a free action? Because like I don't imagine.
No, I mean that's what it's designed for. And you flip the destiny. Somebody already flipped that destiny point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I will. It's just
right.
That's the device. That's the tool. That's the right tool for the job.
Okay, I'll run over. I'll grab it. I'll run back. I'll cook a marshmallow on Natiri's body, and then I will extinguish it.
All right.
Oh my God!
Covers you in this foam that smells like brandy and peanuts.
Ooh, nice.
And a little bit of fish. This thing hasn't been checked in a long time. Still seems to work, though. And the fire goes out.
Nice.
Your companion looks rough.
But the smell of brandy is my favorite, and I magically wake up.
She should get a permanent debuff to her charm or something, because she's just like Anakin Skywalker now.
No, I'm not. It's not that bad. It was a light crisp. It wasn't like lava.
It wasn't full
I've
on
been
lava.
on fire before, and it's not that bad.
I never knew Terry could be this hot.
Aha!
It's just lit gasoline. Like,
Oh,
Guys, I think I just heard
I'm sorry for bringing it down.
man. Summoning the text here. Okay. Bad puns. Bad puns are real. Where are we at? You managed to put the fire out. She's unconscious. She's got some burns. Luckily, you didn't roll any of the really high crits, which could have permanently... If you would have rolled like one of the crits that permanently reduced your charisma, like you can't fix it. You know, that would have been one where the burns were so bad that, yeah, it would have permanently affected your character. Or you lost a limb, but luckily you didn't roll one of those. You might have in the next one, though.
Oh my god. Thank you.
So you're in rough shape.
I'm still good looking.
At the moment, not so much.
No, not right now.
But you're
afterwards.
fine. There won't be any permanent effects unless you don't make it out of here or you roll more crits.
Oh.
I mean,
There
we do have
are
another trooper
crits for
coming,
that.
so
There are crits for that. The fight's not over yet. You're still on the ground.
And we gotta rescue the kid. Let's not forget rescuing the kid.
that's not a priority.
So, who's up next?
Mr. Sarin, I believe.
Aaron, you're up. That was... Yeah, because that was your turn. You managed to put hair out. So, Sarin, you're up.
You muted?
Okay. On the edge of this ramp currently, how far of a drop is it before I hit the ground?
Oh, just under short range. So if you tried to jump it, you'd have to roll a coordination check. Probably
But
on a
more
flat belly
importantly,
flap,
no
you would
way
have
of getting
taken...
back up.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get back up.
Okay. That's mostly what I was checking. All right, I'm going to spend a maneuver switching over to the E11S that's on my back.
Okay, so you're pulling out that sniper rifle that borrowed a hole through your like shoulder earlier.
Yeah, the one that was responsible for killing me, pretty much. That one.
You pull out this long-barreled rifle.
I'm taking a maneuver to aim. Ooh. He will. Is there any extra cover for the scout at the back?
You trying to shoot him? He's run out into the open because he had to get to the grenade.
Understood. I'm just wondering, is there extra cover for him?
For him? From your angle? I'd say, yeah, he's kind of tucked in against the wall here.
It's just because, you know, from my perspective, he's a relatively straight line shot still for me, even if he's got cover. And one of those two people is easily dealable with my party members, and one of them is not.
Gotcha. Yeah, he does have a bit of cover. He's kind of leaning in. He leans out and he puts a few rounds down. Looks like he's trying to keep Osh suppressed.
Okay. Well, he's gonna get shot at, whether he likes it or not. I am taking a maneuver to aim, spending the strain for that. Looking pretty tired at this point. Is that setback for the cover?
Yeah, setback for the cover. There's no smoke anymore. Oh man, those range skills. I noticed there's no yellows in that pool.
Yeah, he's not a heavy weapons man. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough.
And that sniper is a heavy weapon. It's
Oh,
not a
what's
light.
his range to you? It should be... Let's see, you're on the ramp, right? So, 1,
Yeah, I'm reckoning
2,
that's
3,
medium,
4,
right?
5. Yeah, he's at medium range.
Thankfully, if I remember rightly, this particular sniper rifle, let's have a look, is accurate 1.
Extra boost die?
That's extra boost die, couple of difficulty for the range.
There's the roll for the snipe shot. Oh no.
Nice.
Oh, you actually wait. What had success? Oh, you had one that had 2 success on it.
That was literally
Just
and
the
boost
only
die.
one, and the boost die. The boost die helped. So looking through that scope, that pretty fine scope that gave you that extra accuracy bonus. You all hear that familiar sound, that loud rifle crack off. You don't need to do the damage calculation for me because it is enough for this minion group. As you fire off trying to hit the one, the guy who just grabbed the grenade and chucked it stood up to see where the explosion goes off, and you clip right through his neck and into the other guy's chest. And you take both the minions out. Now, I normally don't allow minions to go down to sniper rifles like that, but because they're literally lined up on the same grid, and it's so much damage, that should be enough.
Double kill.
So there you go. You managed to take both of those guys out, the 2 minions, and that is going to be the end of combat for right now.
Can I run over and slam the door shut?
You run over, whack, the door shuts.
All right, we don't have much time. Natiri, I think, is probably dead, but
No. I wake up and just go no and then die again.
Jumping out of the no, not jumping out, but lobbing a stim pack from his belt across to Zachary. This might be
Okay.
a start. I'll meet you around at the hangar.
I'll inject her with that.
There's at least one of them still about. I saw him outside the front when I was blowing the windows open.
I think we're gonna have to drag her out. I don't think the stim is gonna bring her back, but I
Well, that
inject
can
her.
do too, and then I can.
All right,
'cause
so
she's been doing a lot of stims lately, so
yeah.
it's only 2 health that it brings back for her. But I can have the roll of a lifetime here.
All right.
And,
So that computer terminal is completely destroyed. This one in the middle should still be around, though, I think.
The one that you're in the pit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you dive into the pit, take a look at the computer terminals. They are still functioning. As you jump into the pit with your skills, and most of you would recognize these are comm controls for a long-distance communications array that's built into the station, into the base.
Okay, I want to immediately call out to the other shuttle that I know is coming because I saw that information on the data stick.
Okay.
So I'm going to calm them, and I'm going to say I'm doing my best Han Solo here, and I'm basically telling them that there's been one of the. Do I know the droids were set up as explosives? Did I see that big explosion?
You saw the big
behind us.
explosion, and you particularly saw some of the engineers, the guys in the gunnery uniforms. They were messing with those droids and the cameras when you first turned them on. You didn't know what they were doing, though.
So I'm gonna call them into the other shuttle, and I'm gonna say, shuttle Tiberium, please delay rendezvous at, I don't know, whatever the technical name for our base is. Those astromechs we've been jerry-rigging against any sort of intruders had a malfunction, and there's a massive fire in the base, so especially in the neighboring hangar bay that we need to get cleared out. Just delay your arrival by 1 or 2 hours, and we should have it all cleared up.
As you release the transmission key and check to see if it was sent, you notice that there is a error blinking back. And there's a series of errors blinking back. One of them, because you're the technician here, you've got quite. I think what's your computer skill? You said it was 4, right?
It's a 4, yeah.
It's a 4. All right, so I'm not gonna have you roll. A few of these you recognize as it seems that the core of their light speed transmission capabilities is just not there in the base. Like it's been removed. Or it's so malfunctioning that it thinks it's been removed. You're not sure.
All right, I'm gonna. Oh, Sarin's still in his ship. Okay, that's not good. So my message didn't send. Can I examine the other computers to see which functions still remain to us? Because I saw somebody working over by the view panel over here, the communications panel. That front panel, of course, was completely destroyed.
Yeah,
but
this
I want
is
to
all
see.
missing. But you do see what remains of the cables that were run, that are run across. They're pretty heavy-duty looking cables that are running to these control panels over here. They look like they were some kind of power cables and information data cables that have run over to this side. This astromech, by the way, has just like slowly beeped and backed up into this corner. Like he just kept working through that entire thing. He didn't really glance back at you guys. And at this case, you're kind of walking up like he thinks you're in the way. He seems to be, and he's moving backwards.
All right.
Do I?
Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Can I access the comms on the shuttle?
Yeah, you're in the shuttle.
I'm looking to get in contact with the Y-wing squad we have in support.
Yeah, the comms on the shuttle work. That was a functioning vessel when you took it. So, what do you say?
Assuming I have the contact codes, I would like to go through to the Y-wings and broadcast. We have a situation here. Do not bomb the station. I want you to fly low, get near the hangar entrance, watch out for incoming turret fire. We will do our best to take it down. We're going to need to borrow an astromech.
A little bit of static for a moment before it kicks in. This is Amber 1. We're clear to approach. You need to borrow a astromech? Say again?
Let's just say things have developed. We have a lambda to take out of here. I need someone to fly it.
Roger, you need the whole squadron? It sounds like just one of us.
Just one would be fine. Just make sure the others are in close proximity. Bombing will be commencing shortly.
Roger. Amber 1 out. And he clicks off the comms. Sounds like he's on the way. Right. You do still pick up that there are turrets that seem to have power around you. But he's on his way.
Can I ask the astromech, because I do speak binary, whether the general base controls are in this area?
He looks at you for a second and begins to spit out his manufacturing code. He repeats it over and over as if he's programmed to not respond to if he's captured by the enemy.
That should have been expected. All right, I'm just going to continue looking at the computers, I guess, see if I can find any sort of indication about the greater controls for the base, because I've been expecting them to be in this room, and so I'm wondering whether we shot the console out, whether they're hidden in one of these other consoles, or whether there's somewhere else in the base.
Okay. So glancing at this larger screen is what it is, with all these cables running towards it. Go ahead and roll for me a computers check, and this will kind of be a general, as you're checking all of the monitor screens, the control panels, what this room is for, and what you have access to.
Okay.
Average check.
Two success, one advantage.
All right. With that amount, you get the sense that this is a main communications hub for the entire base. It is flight control, so ships coming in, coming out, coming into the hangar, using the main doors to the hangar. This is contacting with the comms units in the trench. It is for contacting teams that are outside of the base on patrol. And with the screen that you're looking at right now, as you kind of flick through some of the controls, you bring up what looks like targeting information for a series of turbo laser towers, 5 to be exact, spread at point defense sites all around the station itself.
Am I able to interface with them or just see them?
You can see there are controls here. They seem to be under a lockdown. There seem to be like a security system layer in the way. You could try to slice it if you've got the equipment.
Let me see if I've got the equipment. I can't remember if I've got a slicing belt with me. I've got a Bouch pelt.
This is military grade, so yeah, you would need the slicing equipment to do it.
Do you have the utility belt talent?
I've got a utility vest, but I don't think. Actually, I do have the utility belt talent, I think. Let me just
specialization called utility belt that would be ideal for this sort of circumstance. Allows you to spend a destiny point to pull a tool from your belt, and a slicing.
Thought I had that. I'm just looking.
Most definitely a tool.
A lot of engineers have it. Sappers have it for specializations.
My original sheet says I've got a tool kit, but I don't have it. I'm thinking I must have accidentally deleted it from my online one. I'm just looking here.
If I remember rightly, I think we all bought one because we were told it was.
Oh yeah, no, I've got a tool belt.
good.
I just found it.
Yeah.
No, not the tool belt. It's actually a specialization called utility belt.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
And
a talent.
it lets you spend a destiny point in order to pull something out of your belt. And I swear you used it previously in this campaign.
I think I probably
he used the tool belt to pull
Might have been the
a
tool belt,
crowbar.
yeah.
He pulled a
Oh
crowbar
yeah,
out of it.
I see it. I don't have it, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, let's see. It's the crucial, necessary for any engineer. The tool belt allows it for quick and easy access to what they need when they need it. The wearer counts as having a toolkit. Yeah, but not a slicing equipment. Any kind of slicing gear. So you'd be able to pull like crowbar, hammer, that kind of stuff. Any
Can
kind of
I
wrench.
shout out and ask Sarin if he's got one on the shuttle?
Say whatever you like.
Or-
You guys have comms.
I'm gonna go in the comms and ask if anybody has a slicer kit or anything to break into this computer, because for some reason, I've left mine at home.
I've got nothing.
Turning to the two pilots that are sitting behind you. You two. Unlikely, I know, but slicing kit?
And the rookie starts. The other pilot speaks up. Not exactly in our repertoire. Our job doesn't have us breaking into things.
That doesn't mean you don't have one.
Looks over at the other pilot. Gives him a shrug. Yeah? No. We don't have anything like that.
Well, I hope you two understand. Imperials aren't going to look lightly on a couple of people that just let us walk through this base. Keep your heads down, stick with us. Maybe you've got a life ahead of you. Otherwise, you're getting left here. And you know what that means.
The rookie kind of looks down and just looks away from you. The other one, you've got him thinking a bit. His facial expression changes a little as he looks at you, wondering who you are, thinking about what's going to happen to him now, what this all means. He speaks up for everybody. One of the techies might have one, but it's nothing that we'd carry.
That's a good start.
In the meantime, I'm going to calm to Sarin and feed him the location of the turbo laser towers, so at the very least he can pass that on to the Y-Wings and they can try to avoid them.
Yeah, with your guys' too, for the sensors of the Lambda and from what you're feeding over, you get a really good sense of exactly where those turbo lasers were, which is not what you had when you arrived. You knew that there were defenses, but you didn't know exactly where they were. And they're kind of built into the rock around this place, powered probably from underground.
Yeah. So I don't think we're going to take these turbo lasers down. I don't think I'm going to have time to hack into them, but maybe with the information of where they are, we can just avoid them. It's probably our best bet. Or the Y-Wings can focus on one and try to get through them. I don't know. We got in. Hopefully they can get out.
I called in Y-Wing support. I'm going to bring the Lambda around to the hangar. Be prepared for evac. If you happen to see a tech about, you might be able to find a slicing kit, but we got to be running out of time.
There should be one on the floor where you murdered them if there's still anything left of them.
Oh yeah, that tech was here. I think he died right where you are, Hosh. Can you check out his body, see if you see one?
Right now the only body where I am is Neytiri's, and I'm just gonna roll to see if I can do anything about that. That's 3 success. Let's try this again with my Master Doctor. That's 3 success. Exact
same roll? Yeah.
Exact same. So Charlie, you get 6 health back and 1 strain, or 2 strain rather. So there you go.
Wait, was there an
only
additional? Was there an additional one that I had to add?
Well,
on
someone, I think I did it. The stim pack that you had earlier, because you were at 3.
Oh, okay. So that, but I used the stim pack that only gave me.
It only would have given you 2 before.
Oh, I
Because it
see,
used
okay.
3
Yeah.
already.
Yeah. And then how much do I gain from that?
I just gave you 6.
Right, -5. I'm feeling it, boys.
And you get 2 strain back as well. So
Probably gonna need to pick him up and carry, or pick her up and carry
Yeah.
her.
My nerve endings are working again, but I'm still down.
All right,
Great,
then
so you can feel the pain.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I go and check if there's anything left of that body with the tech, if they have a slicer kit that has been
I just shot him in the head, so he should be alive.
Wasted shot the base in the head as well.
That's true.
Oh, look, there's one under this destiny point.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's good.
Wow, that was well hidden.
Who knew? Ha!
Shaq's livid.
While you're checking out these bodies and other f***eries, you, as requested, and they were on standby waiting to support this as quickly as they could. You get a crackling message. Sarin, you're still in the Lambda, right? You didn't say you're moving it anywhere.
Oh, no. I'm in the Lambda moving it around towards the hangar.
Okay, you are moving it towards the hangar.
I'm trying to bring it around so people can board, basically.
You get a comm call. Zamber 1, we're approaching the base now. I'm having my wingman break off. I'm gonna come in alone. Said the base's defenses are still up.
Base's defenses are still running. I need you to come in low. I need you to land as close as you can manage without coming under threat. Mostly
Zachary,
what
there's
we
one
need
right
is
here.
a pilot.
Take this.
Okay, he's
Right.
he'll throw it over to me.
All right. I'm coming in low and fast. Setting deflectors double front. Clear place for me to land. And over the coordinates, too. He's... Okay. The pilot's gonna give it a go.
Can I run the slicing check with my computer skill and that new thing, the slicer's kit?
No, there was no slicer's kit. That's a specialized piece of equipment. There was no slicer's kit to be found. Sorry, you can't flip a destiny point on that one. That's like specialized gear. If there is someone in this base, you have not run into them who would have it.
Well, we just killed a tech though.
You did just kill a tech.
But they aren't vertex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You didn't. Yeah, he doesn't have one on him, sadly.
Okay.
Darn.
Yep. Well, additionally, gear in this is really important. It lets you to do like some other things. It's kind of like abilities or spells in Star Wars in D&D. And that's one of those instances where, yeah, you just haven't seen one. So you all right, he says he's going to come in. He's putting his... Now, you have confirmed 5 turbo laser towers. Right?
Yeah.
Having him come in low and you give him the coordinates, so it means he's going to come in from the canyon way would be the best bet that he's got. He's still going to have the chance of getting nailed by 3 of them as he's coming in low and fast.
You mentioned that this computer has access to base-wide communications.
Indeed.
Can I start jamming then all enemy communication then, like all of the enemy channels? That way they can't respond if someone spots us.
For this, interesting. Because this is kind of what the room is designed for. I will say you can give it a try. See if you can and it's blanket though. If you do it, it's going to be blanket, meaning there's not going to be any channels available for anyone to use for comms.
Okay, I won't do that then.
If you had like more refined, which means you'd have to slice in, I would say maybe you could pick and choose or be more specific about it. But in this case, yeah, you'd have to just kind of blanket the comms with static because you can't transmit from here. Okay, let me pull up the turbo laser stats. You got the Y-wing stats there, Corey? Because I know you've been flying one.
Yes. That should be over here. Yep. They're on this side.
Okay. So.
That poor Y-wing pilot. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, yep. All right, so these are set up to take down aircraft. All right, so here's his difficulty with these particular turret systems. So what we're going to do is the 3 turrets, he's got to come in low, he's got to come in fast. He's still going to get 3 towers that are able to fire at him. They're going to be able to fire at him twice each. They're going to do 6 rolls. So I need somebody to keep track of the damage that he takes, okay?
Okay, can I argue for maybe a bit of a setback for the fact that I've got him coming in low and fast? Or a
I would
reflection on the
say
difficulty?
he's definitely going to get one for the shields. So he'll have double shields up
He's
front.
got shields double forwards.
And then he'll get another setback for, I will say, because you've got that information, if you're sharing it with him, like where those turrets are, and that's more than they have. I'll give them another. I'll give them another setback on the roll.
Our existing sort of, we flew in from an angle that worked the first time round, so I've got a bit of a knowledge about how to get into this base relatively low.
All right, so roll for this is going to be, what's the shields on the Y-wing, Corey?
The shields, I think, are... what would that even be?
This is not like an attack angle either. He's flying so low. If he was trying to come in for the bombing run, the idea was that you guys might be able to either take the shields out or they'd come in as a team, so the fire would be spread out a little bit more.
He's not headed to attack. I was pretty specific about what I wanted from him.
I'm not sure where the shields are listed on this.
Okay, I can pull them up. No
I've got them available if you need.
I just want to see that he's got all his shields pushed forward. He'll have the time to do it.
This is for the Y-wing. Y-wing has 2 forwards if it's fully forwards.
Yep. Okay, 2 forwards. Cool.
Silhouette
Okay.
3, armor 3.
So, somebody ready to count these for me?
Yep.
All right, first roll for the attack. Miss. So that you guys start hearing the turbo lasers begin to open up outside. They are bassy from inside the space, and you actually get a little bit of that dust falling, and a few pieces of concrete fall off the roof that's been blown up in the comm center. So that's the first shot. Second shot for the same turret. As he gets closer and closer. Miss. Next turret, it's 2 shots. Miss.
Guys just cheer it right now.
He is dodging. He's diving. This one hits. That is a damage of 11 with a breach of 4. 11. Oh, that's 11 base. 11, 12, 13, 14. He just took 14 damage on a breach of 4.
Breach is anti-armor, right?
Right. So ignore his... So I don't think his armor will work in this case.
He's dead.
He's got nailed?
He's dead.
Okay. The Y-wing is blown asunder. Its nacelles get just ripped apart. And you just hear... "Ah!"
Well, that's not good. Well, I'm gonna...
Time to save the remaining 2 for the bombing then.
Do you think there's any chance turbo laser controls inside this base somewhere? I saw gunners earlier. Somebody looked like gunners, but I don't know where they are now. They're supposed to be in this room.
I don't think we have time anymore.
If we can't get the Y-wings in, how are we going to get the Lambda out?
Leave that to me. Your concern is getting back to our ships.
Well, do you think those 2 Y-wings, do you think the rest of the Y-wings are going to be able to take this base? So that's what I'm concerned about. I don't want this all to be for nothing. I mean, I don't know if we've disabled it. We've taken out something, but I don't know. Hyperspace communication is at least down for a while, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Well, we need to get Neytiri and maybe the child onto that shuttle right now, because I'm not going to be able to resuscitate Neytiri in these conditions. There's way too much dust in here. It's all just flames and dust.
I'll get the child.
Hollow projector to blow. That's the best we can get out of this at this point. We need to get out of here. You guys need to get back to the ships, and I'll do what I can to keep the folks aboard alive.
So just a refresher from last week's briefing, so you guys know, and I think you guys would know, especially you, so you have a full of information, Zakari. You're in like the like just a general communications for this base. You have seen nothing that indicates this is the control room for like all the sensor data from all of those drones. So just to give you that, like you would know, like that tech in here is not, this is just a simple base ops room.
And I haven't recognized the room yet on any cameras yet or anything
You
like
have
that.
not.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna open the door and start heading towards the child, but I'm gonna be checking things along the way, I think.
Help me with Neytiri, please. I can't drag her all the way.
Okay. I'll put her on my shoulder.
Keep an eye out. There's still one scout around.
Yeah, I've been waiting for him.
I'm gonna run to the kid and bring him back to the hangar if I can.
Okay.
I'm gonna check this room here because I'm disappointed how the mission's going, so I'm just gonna put her down on the floor.
I imagine you've landed the Lambda inside the hangar.
Basically, what I was planning on doing was setting it up so the ramp's touching the edge of the hangar, but I've not actually landed.
Gotcha.
You know, quick boarding.
Shaq, can I get a look inside this room? I've put Natiri down.
You put Natiri down. When you're moving,
Yeah.
if we go into structured time, Natiri on your back, you're going to be considered kind of in rough terrain the whole time.
I put her down before. Yeah.
Looks like a briefing conference room.
Okay. Pick her up and continue back towards the shuttle.
All right, heading out here. Looks like the shuttle is outside of the main hangar, kind of just sitting and waiting.
We should load them up, and then I'm going to find the control room.
Okay, I'll go with you, and I'll beload them. I agree. I don't feel good about our Y-Wing's chances here.
Sarin, are you coming?
I'll do what I can to set us up for escape.
Okay.
Let's be real, we need a way out of here. And with those base guns active, there's no way this kid nor Natiri is getting out of here alive.
Okay. All right. I'll follow Osh because he's small and fast.
Okay.
All right.
Where is Sarin's? Where are you at right now?
I'm
You're
still
still in the piloting.
Lander.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going to the other door that we didn't open on this side because everyone else is kind of on
so you're
fire.
heading
now.
this direction? Yeah, this is all on fire over here. This is Death Trap. All right, so opening this door up, you see what looks like a kind of an infantry training area. You see a number of they look like B1s, but they're obviously not. But they're in that same shape, right? This is a clone training area. There is a mat, a dojo area. There's nothing in here.
All right.
Other than that.
I start like sneaking over to the next door. Run up. Open that door.
You open this door up. Glancing all the way across, you see just another hallway. The doors on your right are closed. The doors in the all the way forward are open and ajar. Like they're open, but not all the way. It looks like the door may be malfunctioning. You said you were sneaking up. Roll for me a stealth check.
Stealth check. I'm sure this is one of Osh's best skills.
Yeah. I mean, with that
actually,
face,
it is pretty good.
Are you
with
both
that
being
face,
quiet
it's
about
gotta be
this?
solid.
Right? Are you
I'll
both
just stand back because I'm big and not very. I'm not good at anything like that.
Are you rolling the difficulty check or am I?
Just roll for me.
Okay.
And we'll write that as kind of like that's what your stealth is at the moment. Okay.
1 success for advantage.
All right. Now I need to know what you're doing. Now that I know how quiet
right.
you're being, now I need to know what you're doing.
I'm trying to get up to this
How I handle stealth.
notch in the doorway here and kind of peer into the room and see if I can get any idea of what's going on in this area.
All right. All right, as you peer around the corner, as this door is ajar there, and you kind of lean over and look inside, you see 2 Imperial gunners. There's about 4 chairs. They seem to be behind these control panels. Both of them sitting right now. And one of them says, "Yeah, man, I managed to nail him in the 3rd try. I had to switch over to the secondary gun though on the south side of the base, but nailed him. Now if only security could deal with whatever's going on the hangar." Yeah, it was a good shot. We should probably report it to the... You hear something? Let's go report this. And they seem a little off-put for a moment, but they don't seem to be freaking out. Let's report this to the officer.
As soon as I hear report, I pop out and try to shoot.
All of them.
Zachary, get up here.
Okay, you come running up. Roll for me an attack. They don't actually know you're there.
All right. That is 3, 1. What range would this be at? Short, medium.
Short. Take a step back for cover because they've got the. They're basically you can only see about half of them because of the desks there, which you've now kind of heard. These are probably the gunnery stations.
Oh, nice.
3 success, 2 advantage, so that'd be 12. And
Just as he steps up and starts to walk away towards this direction, flat. You manage to nail him. He goes down. The other one stops, puts his hands up.
Zachary, I think this room is ours now.
All right. Is this where all the turbo lasers are controlled? Unnamed and easily expendable gunner?
My name's George. And yes?
Where's the central base control?
This is going to be a little meta, but I'm going to remove some of these.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to shoot him.
Wait,
Hits
you
the
ask
ground.
him a question, you don't wait for the answer?
You have no
Well,
idea.
Oh, well, I assume that you...
Osh just
Can't
looks
ask a
over
dead
at
man.
Zachary. Osh looks over at Zachary, the closest thing to an expression you've ever seen on his face. Just, if it could look disappointed, it would.
I saw him twitching for the gun. I didn't know what to do.
He was answering your question.
Well...
So you don't know what's in those other 2 rooms? So that would be a little
see,
meta?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that you were explaining it to the characters.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
that was for my reference because it's been 3 weeks since we played it. I forgot which room was which.
Oh. Well, okay.
But fair enough.
Okay.
You're fine. So what do you do?
Can you
I mean, I
turn
don't...
off the turbo lasers, maybe?
Yeah, I'll go see if I can turn those off. Should be pretty simple. They were using them, so...
All right, so you kind of jump over the desk there and slide it and look in. The turbo lasers are in... over half of them are in an auto fire mode, looking for any targets. There is a timer counting down. It looks like incoming ships and when to shut off the auto fire mode. Because this station is not equipped or currently set up. It seems, you would know this looking at it, because these stations are actually unlocked, that they're not equipped for Imperial like IFFs, right? They wouldn't know what an Imperial ship was. This is a Republic base. It's a bit out of date. So it's easy enough for you to, flip off the turbo lasers.
Could I turn the turbo lasers off could I change the timer so the turbo lasers are only off for 45 minutes and then have them turn back on? I'll just auto anything that comes?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
set that up.
Or maybe an hour and a half?
It's up to you.
Yeah.
How long do you want to
I'll do that.
Okay.
An hour and a half.
Hour and a half,
So
and
an
they'll
hour and a
turn
half
back
window
on.
of nothing, and then after that, everything.
All right. And that's for all of them?
Yes, all of them.
Okay.
And
They're
then I'll
off right now
calm
for the next hour
everybody
and a half.
say we got to be out of here. An hour. We have got 1 hour 30 minutes. Then after that, nobody's gonna get in very easily.
So you, Sarin, have now noticed that the power signatures on those turrets have powered down. And there's no like active targeting going on with them.
Are we
Okay, and
shutting off more in this base, or are we just leaving and blowing the base with the Y-Wings?
Let's check these rooms, and then after that, I'll be fine to go.
Well, we'll need
In
another
this room.
pilot for the shuttle and for Neytiri's X-Wing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to abandon some ships, most likely. Or we
I
can.
don't think
Are you
Sarin's
saying
going
we
to
should?
want to abandon the TIE fighter.
If we can bring in the Y-Wings, which it sounds like we now can, then we don't really have much of a problem.
You're
Each
right.
one with an astromech equipped, I'm sure we can get our vehicles out of here. The real question is, let's deal with that incoming lander. And Sarin's going to come through to the 2 Y-Wings. Lambda, ETA, 10 minutes. Coming into this station, please stage it as if it's a rebel attack somewhere outside of atmosphere. We don't want too much attention.
So you're telling this to the Y-Wings?
I'm asking the Y-Wings to attack the incoming lambda, assuming it's about 10 minutes. I figure it's been about 20 minutes since we got information that there was another one due.
Gotcha. So the pilot will come back. This is Amber 2. How good of a show do you want this to be?
Just good enough to buy us a little time. We'll have things wrapped up down here soon enough. Assuming everything goes clean, can we have one of your pilots fly down? We're going to need to extract a vessel that might be useful to us.
There's a brief pause as there is a conversation that you're not privy to.
Tell them the turrets are off this time.
It's worth mentioning the turrets are disabled this time. I apologize for the previous incident.
In our defense, we hadn't tried before.
There's another pause. Somewhere in space, in orbit of this planet right now, there are two pilots playing rock, paper, scissors. Or one of them kicks on. Another voice. A female voice. Yeah, roger that. Zamber 3. I'm on my way. After the attack, right?
Attack first. Make sure that land is dealt with. I'll transmit safe coordinates, or at least our approach vector. It was as safe as you're going to get. Turrets should be disabled.
Roger that. Okay, so they will get into attack position and kind of like an ambush. They're going to power down their Y-wings. This is what you guys are not aware of, but narratively they've come up with a plan to power down their Y-wings and wait close enough to where they think that they would be in an intercept range to whatever Lambda would come in, and be able to attack it. And your intention was to have them chase off the Lambda, or to damage the Lambda and make them think that like it's an air attack. What was your?
My intention was to set it up as if there was a rebel ambush in the area trying to sort of disrupt general Imperial travel around.
Okay.
Not
cool.
specific to the base, hence why it's in space rather than in atmosphere or anything else, just a chance encounter that happens to mean the Lambda gets driven away.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right, I'm gonna look to Osh and say, we got 2 rooms left. Are you ready?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we've got absolutely no idea what's in these rooms, and we never could have known.
Yes, if only there had been someone here to tell us these things.
If only. Let's
Osh
go to this
checks
door
his
here.
data pad and makes a note. Check for transfer request status.
So this room, it's actually this kind of long stairwell that seems to lead down. There's a glowing light at the bottom. You see someone kind of pacing. You can see the boots up to his knee, because it's actually quite steep. It seems to go underground. Walking back and forth and clicking. He seems to be completely unaware, and you hear a hum down there of what's happened above you. Osh, what are you doing?
I'm going to say to that person down there, if they're within my mental broadcast range, because that wouldn't have any directionality to it. You're free to surrender now, or we can come down and get you. You won't be harmed or hurt, whichever you prefer, if you surrender now.
Zakari, as you're kind of leaning down and you see these obviously Imperial boots, you hear through the helmet oh, I'm hearing voices. What the? Surrender to who? What? And he's freaking out.
Zachary, let's just go. I start walking down the stairs with my rifle raised.
Mm-hmm.
No sudden
follow.
movements, please.
He immediately raises his hand, and his right hand is what looks like a very interesting looking datapad.
Ooh.
It looks far more sleek. It looks like it is kind of got a hinge in the middle, almost kind of like a laptop, and closed.
Hey.
Zachary, could you please go and get the data pad from that nice man there without terminating him?
I make no promises.
Behind him, you see a detailed, high-resolution, surprisingly high-resolution for, 1970s future tech, hologram. A holographic image of the region of space that you're in. You would recognize it from the star charts that you've been monitoring for quite some time, figuring out where this hub station is. Lots and lots of dots, hundreds of dots all over it. You see a few well-known star systems, to you at least, in this region now. You've found the central hub and where they represent this information. down in this like little bunker area.
All right, I'm going to very threateningly, and there's true menace behind my words, because I will shoot him. I'm going to say I need all of this information, and I need it gone from this base. You can help me, or I can do it myself. And I will let you live if you help me. I want that data pad, and I want all this information, all known starships, and then I want it wiped.
We have a shuttle you can leave on if you're afraid of what will happen if you help us. You don't have to be here when the Imperials get back.
All right, roll for me a negotiations check.
Which one? Both of us, or?
I'll let one of you do it, and you can give a boost to the other one.
I'll let you do that. Since
I've got
doing the main thing.
So one of you kind of take the lead on it.
I'm
Roll
so bad at
negotiations.
negotiating,
Or
but-
I have a yellow and a green. If you.
Yeah, I'll let you do it, and I'll encourage you menacingly with my weapon.
Oops. No. Nice. And go ahead. I'll just roll the difficulty. It's fine.
Okay.
Find that dice later. Okay, you got 2 threats.
I have 3 success, 2 advantage, and a triumph.
Immediately he takes off the helmet. If you don't, shoot him. Moment. Takes off the helmet, and you see young guy, maybe 21, 22. Looks at you. He's got a little bit of a scar underneath one of his eyes. His hair is kind of long for an Imperial. He's, yeah, right. And he takes a couple of steps back and just drops the helmet on the floor. You can get me off the base. I'm happy to go with you.
Okay,
Not exactly a volunteer anyways. I was pressed into service, so yeah.
Well, that's fortunate because I was going to shoot you. We need the information. I was 100% planning on shooting you after you gave me that information.
He's like thinking about it for a minute.
I think to myself.
Fortunate. Okay.
But we need the information here, and we need it gone. More importantly, we need it wiped, and we need them to not know it was wiped.
Ooh. Okay. Well, this is. If we wipe it, they'll know. They'll know almost instantly.
Can you falsify it?
It's possible. Okay, so and he starts running through like the technical aspect of it. So let's see. We've rigged point to point to Shattered Lake Citadel. They're getting a live feed from us. We're getting a live feed from them. So we can't break the connection for very long without them asking questions. We can falsify it. What do you want to falsify? What do you want them to know? I mean, this is all the live information from the probes, and then we kind of compute it here and send it over to them so they can, know what's happening in this area, the space of. And he shows you, and it's quite a large, like pizza slice of this part of the region that leads all the way. The tip of it is to what he's calling Shattered Lake Citadel.
Well, there's a certain area of space here that my Black Sun friends are operating in that I would like. I don't want evidence of them. I don't want you guys to know where they are. I don't want the Empire to know where they are.
Right.
I want it falsified. Remove all aspects of anything not previously known, say 30 cycles ago.
What if we were to input data that would tell the Empire that there is a fleet massing in a place that it absolutely is not for an attack on a place that is absolutely not going to be attacked?
That could work. Do you have any ideas?
Any priority Imperial targets here that you may be able to suggest, Mr.
What was your name, son?
And he's just like looking between two. Wait, did you say Black Sun, like the crime syndicate?
That's not what we're doing.
Much? Oh, wow, this place is really. And he seems like he seems a bit jumpy. And jumping from topic to topic. So wait, we've got rebels in the region, and now we've got Black Sun in the region. I mean, there's already points toward this large like collection of dots that seem to be clustered together. There's already a fleet of rebels here, and now there's Black Sun. I mean, I knew that there were smugglers in the region.
You're more clever than I thought. Relax. See this rebel fleet here, the one massing here. I'm just gonna be straight with you.
Yeah, this one, not that one or that one, right?
Yes.
And he points to 2 other collections of dots.
Well, I mean, also those ones. Let's make them mass somewhere that they're not. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Is this yours? And he points to another small collection of dots. It's a space station there too. Wasn't sure about that one. Could be Black Sun. I don't think so.
I mean,
Let's just say make everything not where it is, and we're going to be happy with that.
Yes.
Right. Oh man. Okay, you want me to lie to command to the Citadel?
I mean, what is the Citadel? This is the second time today I've heard the Citadel. What's the Citadel?
Can I? And he
We can
points
ask
down
this
at the
on the way
buttons.
back.
He points down at the buttons on the control panel. May I,
Okay.
without, like, don't, gestures to the gun.
I mean, are you going to give me a reason?
I don't know what the reason would be that you'd need to shoot someone. I don't shoot people.
Let's just
Wow.
say that your best case scenario here will end with you being in one of those rebel fleets, so it's in your best interest to make sure that they don't know where they are either.
I'm gonna put the button.
Very well said.
Just don't
And
shoot me.
Zachary, please do not shoot him. Being very cooperative. Thank you for being so cooperative.
Before you wipe the data, though, I want a copy of it. As much as you can put me on that data pad thing in your hand.
Right. We can do that mostly, I think.
All right.
He's got it. And obviously, you guys have gotten his attention, and you've gotten a bit of loyalty from him due to the triumph on the roll. Or at least he's not exactly against this whole plan. As he turns around, he pushes a button, kind of watching you, doesn't even watch the control panel, pushes a couple of keys. And to answer your original question, the hologram shifts and changes to what you see is a kind of a familiar sight. You see a city, a large one though, but in the same architectural style as the world that you guys had landed on at the beginning of the campaign, the dead world, that tomb world. The style of those structures that you had seen, many of them collapsed from all of those years of, well, the population being gone and disrepair. Some of the skyscrapers had broken on that world. You remember kind of the curvature of the buildings and how the windows looked. And this city that is coming into focus on the hologram looks very similar to it. As he focuses the image closer in, this metropolis, this massive metropolis, zooms into a region of mountains that the city backs up into. And one particular peak that sits almost in the center, like, range of where the city is butted up against these mountains, a sheer, almost cliffside, builds up to what looks like a hollowed out, at first glance, a hollowed out volcano that has
That's Dr. Evil's lair.
filled with water at the top. Filled with water at the top. So there's this large lake. On top of it, some more of those same kind of architectural structures that you saw on the bottom, the same design philosophy behind it, but there is definitely an immediate recognition of imperial tech. Large walls have been constructed, rows of turbo lasers. The middle largest tower in the center has a large dish with a single point jutting out of it that you would recognize as some kind of shield emitter, base size at the very least. This is Shattered Lake. This is where all the data is being fed to.
It looks nasty.
It's a pretty big base. Pretty big base. They signed me here from there. Everybody gets assigned through there.
All right, well, hopefully you know a lot about it, because that's going to be your meal ticket for the next little while, I think.
Yeah, sure. I know all kinds of things. Yep.
Okay.
He's obviously lying.
Well, either way, have you finished my request?
Oh, right. What did you want me to do first?
Take a snapshot of the data as it is now.
Right.
Save it to your data pad,
Uh-huh.
and then begin to alter it so for the next few cycles, it looks like the rebel fleet is beginning to mass. Somewhere it's not. And somewhere, as Osh said, somewhere you're not going to be, because you're coming with us. You're coming to the rebel fleet. The Empire is not going to shoot you in a escape pod as they're blasting our cruisers, so you want to make us safe.
Right. Okay, I'll start the download now, and he starts to look at the data, and he's a technician by trade. Okay, what could we say? Report to the rebel fleet. It has to be within the region of our coverage, so I mean, as far off as we can, right? Like, as far away as we can possibly away. Those, okay. And maybe they'll move, and he zooms the connection. They have, it seems like, a data connection between Citadel and here that's live. They should be able to share information. And what you see is 4 Imperial Star Destroyers, in orbit above this base in a low orbit with a series of escorting vessels to go along with it. Anti-fighter, you got cruisers, or some light cruisers are in there, some stuff around the size of like a Carrack and IPVs or IPBs. A lot of smaller vessels in support of this large fleet. Right. Okay. I have an idea. I'll just as far as we possibly can. There's a star, and he starts tapping into the controls. We'll just start pinging off one of these drones, and he'll start working on it. You get the sense that he's going to be able to do it. This is what he's been doing, and he's been part of the team that set all of this up. So he knows how the system works better than most.
How long are we talking here? Young gun.
It's going to take me, especially if you want the data downloaded, 45?
All right, I'm going to calm Sarin. Sarin, we're getting it done. If we can do this, we won't need to have the base destroyed. My turbo lasers that I've set up will prevent people from coming in. It's going to take us 45 minutes, though. Could you think we can hold out that long?
As long as this Lambda gets taken out, as long as the wiring mission goes okay, yes, and give me a chance to recover our vehicles.
Okay, good.
I really want to keep hold of this shuttle. It could be handy.
We're going to have another passenger for that shuttle as well.
Do you want to potentially, while you're in the position to? I understand you have access to the scan network.
Yeah. Pretty much everything. We're downloading the information as it stands now. Is there a certain Star Destroyer you want us to look for? Yeah. That was my next question for him. All right, I'll have him look for it. All right, we're looking for a Venator class Star Destroyer, an old one with some modifications. It went missing, and we haven't been able to find it.
Oh, okay. Single ship? Big ship.
May have been a couple escorts, but not a whole lot.
I mean, I can try. We get the network isn't complete in its coverage, and it does ping off of some really random stuff. I think it's because the probes are mostly unmaintained for so long.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I need more information. Can we narrow it down? Where was the last time that it was seen? Was it traveling in a particular direction?
Here, speak to the man who saw it last, and I'll give him the comm link to speak to Sarin.
You are looking for a ship that was last under attack by a reasonably sized group of Imperials that had deployed some sort of gravity net. It was last seen hyperspaced out of the area, heading, I believe, rimwards.
Okay.
GM would have to clarify that.
Yeah. That works. That's perfect. So you had seen kind of the trail that was left by the ship after you had managed to break it free from the trap that it found itself in. And sure enough, it went rimwards. It's giving this guy enough information that he can start kind of tracking. All right, we saw a couple of energy spikes. That might constitute a firefight. Ship that size. Yeah, this might be it. Hang on a second. Let's see what he finds. An easy task, what you're asking him to do. As he dives into it, he gets like a general area. He did pick up a few like spikes that might be a firefight of a ship, but it's hard to tell with just one ship. And after it jumped, he seems to have lost track of where it could be.
All right, well, it's more information than we knew. We can have our computers run some probability analyses with that, at least.
He did get 4 advantage on that, so I will say you get a closer idea of where it ended up. Mm-hmm. But it's still a region and not a point, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we can take a look at hyperspace lanes later. Just keep it up. Is there anything I can do to help make this go a little quicker?
While we're speaking to this individual, I'd be interested in an update on Activities surrounding Shattered Lake Citadel. Traffic in and out.
Traffic. And he could hear. You have the comms next to him, so I guess he would hear. He would hear this come over it. Traffic in and out. I mean, there's a lot of traffic. It's a big base. Not really a training base. And
Military? How many current patrols?
How many current patrols? I don't know that kind of information. It's a bit above my pay grade. I can give you the information that I've got from the sensor link, mostly for the capital ships. I know the Endless Judgment is there, as well as 3 of these, and he shows the other 3 Star Destroyers and their various ships. There are dozens of Lambdas landing almost every day, moving equipment and supplies. There's no way, even with they're not giving us, full contact information, everything that's coming in and out of there. We have what we have.
How tough would it be to get a new Lambda on that schedule?
You're not going to go there, are you?
I mean, I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Oh,
I hear there's a good flea market there, so.
Right. Not gonna ask any questions. Don't want to know. It's possible. If it would need to be a Lambda that's, from there would be easier. It would already be in their system. It would just be a matter of updating the with the right security code. That's what you'd really need. You could update the schedule and arrange a land time, but you'd need the security code.
And who would have that?
High-ranking officer. You'd need probably a lieutenant who has been specifically given one, or captain or above. Rank, not position, by the way.
Didn't you mention a code cylinder?
Yeah, from a lieutenant, actually, as a matter of fact. I have it now. We can probably check it later. We got to finish what we're doing here, though, I think.
Understood. I'm going to head round and do our best to meet up with the Y-Wings, recover the vehicles when they come down.
All right. Is anybody going to walk in on us here, by the way?
At this point, you guys are kind of looking around. For the sake of brevity, we're going to just go ahead and go... These guys are not here. In here. And if anybody were to look in here, this looks like it's the power facility for the base. Again, you have to kind of walk down. It seems to be buried a little bit into the rocks as a sharp series of stairs. But it is the power and maintenance for the base. There's a reactor in this room.
Well, I assume I don't want to blow that while we're getting the data downloaded.
Yeah.
So it'll take a little time. You're asking how to speed it up. It's just you're kind of limited. He has access. He has the training and he knows how all this works. So he can't really speed this up. It's more of just a case of letting it go. Eventually, Sarin, you do get a comm call. Unless you guys wanted to do anything else. This would have been, about a half hour later.
I'm going to be flying round, sort of scouting out the terrain, making sure that I'm familiar with it should anything go wrong, but heading back to where the original ships are so that I can give the Y-Wings a landing location.
You get a comm call back. It is a kind of heavy breathing, same pilot. The attack didn't go exactly as planned. Lambdas are tough beasts, and there's only the 2 of us up here. We gave it a run for its money and it's heavily damaged, but we couldn't take it out. We had to pull off. Thankfully, we're faster.
Still incoming.
Still on the way, and I don't think they have a choice but to land.
Understood. Come to my coordinates.
Roger that. We're on our way. And they turn off and start heading your direction. They actually passed. They go around, we'll say they go a fair enough away from the Lambda to not give it away that they've kind of circled back and are heading back. We get the sense that they have damaged the Lambda. Say about 10 minutes later, you get another much clearer comm call at this point. This is Amber 2 and 3. We're on our way in. Please tell me those guns are down.
Guns are currently disabled. Configured as and when we need them. You say current Y-wings are out of action.
They perfect. We're still functional, just a bit beat up. We got scorched a bit. Those lambdas are flying gunships.
Yeah. You don't say.
And so you get a contact. They're coming in. They're coming in pretty quickly.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, understanding that, of course, I'm actually over where our ships are parked rather than on the side of the space.
You've moved the lambda over to the ships.
I'd flown over to where the ships were as we were communicating in order to direct them into that location specifically, because I'm going to want them to help fly to some extent.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So they'll follow your coordinates. No more than maybe 5 minutes after they kind of dip through the atmosphere, start flying low and fast towards you, listening to your instructions on where to go, where you hid the ships that you brought. You're having them land?
I'm having them land. My intent is essentially to steal the astromech from each.
Interesting.
Using them to pilot the extra ships that we've now ended up with. We've got more ships than pilots.
Okay. So clarification for how the astromechs work. If they have a socket, they can fly the ship. Lock into, or if they have the modification that's in one of the books.
In which case, I will do it the other way around, and I'll just steal the pilots.
Steal the pilots. They can. Astromechs can fly. Those Y-wings is one of the cool things about having an astromech slot as a rebel. That's what they're there for. They can fly. They don't fly nearly as well, and with some serious limitations, at least at my table.
Well, indeed, but my intent is that this is an escape maneuver, not a move into battle. So this is to
logistics.
Help us and everyone else get out and logistics, because my plan is to try and keep the lambda, which means we need at least one more pilot.
Gotcha. All right.
And Neytiri's X-wing does have a
Astro as well.
Astromech already, right?
Might not be a bad time to communicate with it.
About 5 minutes after they come in, though, and they start to make their landing, and before you have a chance to start moving these pilots around, you pick up an incoming signature breaking through the atmosphere, and you guys inside the room that you're in now would hear the echoes of a mayday. We've come under attack by rebel forces. It's definitely the Imperial Lambda. We're making an emergency descent now, heading for the hangar bay. Please clear the hangar. We're coming in fast.
Oh, God.
Sarin, should we turn the turbo lasers back on right now?
Yes, I think so. I'm going to rush up the stairs and see if that's even possible.
Okay.
With how quick that ship's coming in, I'd like to...
It's coming in fast. You're looking at the it's auto kind of locked on with one of the cameras on the base, and you can see this kind of fireballs. This thing is coming down from the atmosphere at a high angle. It looks like they've taken quite a few hits, a few ion hits from the Y-Wing's ion cannons.
I'll take manual control, I guess, of one of the guns. I imagine humans have a better chance than a computer, even if it is unlikely.
It depends on the human, but sure. Go ahead.
We at least won't shoot our own people then.
That's true,
exactly.
too.
That's what I was worried about.
So you take manual control, you grab onto the stick for it and start aiming that classic Star Wars aiming reticule when they're trying to lock onto a ship. Looks like something out of an Atari. You start to get that lock, and go ahead and roll for me a gunnery check. I will tell you the difficulty.
Sure.
Is there a second station that I can use as well?
Absolutely. Those are gunner stations right there for those turrets. So if you want to run over and grab onto one, go for it. I will have you guys roll. In this case, it's a larger ship.
And we'll get
it's actually a larger, right? And you'll get 2 shots as he comes in. Even though he's coming in fast, so is the other ship. In this case, it is bigger than the Y-Wing. So go ahead and roll. It's an easy check. These are built to defend the station from airborne assault.
Sweet.
One success, 4 advantage.
1 failure, 3 advantage.
I close the lambda stats like a person. Hang on a second. With the damage they took from the fight. Okay, sorry guys. What was the damage again?
I got 1 success, 4 advantage.
I had a failure.
And okay, so you miss. Take your second shot.
And then a 1 success.
1 success for you, so That's 3 hits,
So
right?
1 hit.
We've got 2 hits so far.
2 hits so far. Roll for
Now
again.
3 hits out of 4, and 3 success on that last one.
Plus the armor. 3rd hit does it.
Nice.
The 1st hit sends it almost into a spiral, but he starts to recover. The 2nd hit rips off the wing, and the 3rd hit just detonates the cockpit. It's like a headless chicken now, falling in a death spiral towards the ground. The flaming wreck explodes in a fireball.
That was not especially doctorly, Osh.
Well, I'd rather they die than all of us.
Well said, well said. And hey, they could make it still, right?
No.
No.
Not so much. So
My 8 years of medical school has told me that no, they can't.
Yeah, but that was asteroid medical school. You don't even have an atmosphere there. What do you know?
with the rest of the time remaining, unless you guys want to do anything else, you make your swaps with your pilots, arrange the ships the way they are. The technician in the back finishes up what he's doing. And you get the sense that there may still be some people in this base. You've seen a couple of scout troopers. Is that something you want to handle? Is that something you want to narrate off? Because they wouldn't really, at this point, I think they wouldn't really be a threat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna double check with the technician that there's no way that anyone's gonna be able to discover this without extreme difficulty. Like, make sure he's crossed his T's and dotted his I's here.
As long as I understand everything that you wanted accomplished here, I reported a large contingent of rebel ships are massing in, and when you saw him setting this up, he basically closed his eyes and just kind of pointed somewhere. Yeah, there, right there, pretty far away.
All right.
And then I just casually shut down the probes that were picking up the ships that we had seen. So basically, this thing isn't reporting much of anything now. Except for right there, and a lot of it.
All right, well, let's go. You coming?
I'd like to, while the ship transfer is going on, have a bit of a sit down with the 2 Imperial pilots that are in the back of the Lambda.
Should we blow the base power first, though? Is that a thing we should do?
If you ask Sarin that over the comms, then he'd say, yeah, rig it to blow.
All right, I do that. That's my last thing, if I can.
Do you have any explosives?
Would we be able to do the KOTOR style explode from a console, or would we need our own explosives? Otherwise, I can just try to shoot it, but power
I
it
suspect
down.
Zachary might be able to help out with that.
Mm-hmm.
That solid engineer might just be able to do the job where someone else can't.
With the technician's help, I'll say you can gain access to it. Base reactor. It's a hard check to see if you can rig it to explode in a orderly fashion, the way that you want it to. Maybe get it to overload and take out. This isn't like a massive reactor. It's enough to run the base. It'll probably take out about a quarter of the base if you manage to make it happen.
You said a hard check?
Yeah, it'll be a hard check. Now, on a failure, in this case, this is just like trying to figure out a way to do it that's not going to be super dangerous to you right now. If you fail this, you're not going to be able to rig this reactor. It's not that kind of reactor. It's not going to be able to do it.
Well,
We got a threat. 1 failure, 1 threat.
1 failure, 1 threat. All right, yeah. Going over the reactor system, trying to figure out a way to make this thing go critical. It's built for safety, for clones to install and use. It's very hard to destroy in that way.
All right, well, we can blow it up on the way out if we want to. Otherwise, I've set the turbo lasers to come on automatically, so that will at least keep the suspicion alive for a while. And they should have a hard time recovering the data, but we can also take it on the way out if you think if you guys want to.
Yeah, let's go.
At this point, you guys smell this burning smell, like close by. You've had the fires going in the center of fuel, but it sounds like a little necrotic burning and a liquid sound.
What's that? I wish someone would have told us what's going on here.
You guys are heading out?
Yep.
Okay. You take off, heading towards the ships?
Yep.
Okay. Which way do you go?
I assume we just go out this way.
Back
then...
the way we came.
Yeah.
With
My
the tech.
intent will be meeting them in the hangar, having
Osh.
had a chat with these two.
Okay.
As you run past here, you see that this door has this glowing round circle at the bottom, maybe a foot off the ground. And
Well,
the metal is
something
so
really hot
hot,
must
it's
be in
starting
that
to...
room.
You keep going?
Yep. I have no reason to suspect anything other than fire in that room, which I don't want to interact with.
Fair enough.
Sure would be nice to have a chat with Neytiri later. Hope she's doing well.
See if she saw anything.
All right, you guys are heading to your ships then? So, and your intention is to pack up, take off with the ships that you brought, plus this Lambda, as I understand it, and then the Y with one of the pilots from the Y-Wings, and then the other Y-Wing, the pilot will stick with it because you only need one to fly it, as they start heading out. The pilot in the Y-Wing kind of calms over as you guys are starting your engines up and getting ready to take off. So, are we just leaving the base as is?
Sarin, should we blow it up on the way out? We weren't able to rig the power generator thing to explode.
Can I have a quick chat with these two Imperial pilots?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's do that because you guys were, handling the reactor and all that would have taken town. So while you're in the back of the Lambda, what do you say to these pilots?
Well, and flying over, waiting for these guys to come down and join us, the Y-Wings.
You get a little bit of time.
So I got a little bit of time, and with these two, I assume still somewhat fearful of what's going on, sitting at the back of the sort of seating area of the Lambda, that sort of lower bay. And I'll sit down, walk in, and go and sit down next to one of them. Sit back casually. I suspect this wasn't what you were imagining from today, right? Not quite what you thought would happen. I'll tell you a thing or two about the Imperials. How they go about things. I'm not kidding when they say, you got caught here, you'd be gone with the rest of them. You don't matter. There's a lot they don't tell you. There's a lot you don't know. So if you, maybe, want to think again about your choices, I know you in particular, looking towards the younger of the two, you're new to this path. I can tell you. I'll stab you in the back the second you're not expecting it. Better option is here, with us. So a choice. You made the right decision already, maybe you'll make it again. I'm offering you a position. Come join us, fly with us. Understand that people will be suspicious because of where you've come from. But it's a better way of life. Or, and I'm going to be honest here, you'll be interrogated. They'll get what they need from you, and unlike your past employers, maybe you'll be let loose somewhere where you might have a life. But I'd say you're better off fighting back. You're better off. At least for now. Sticking with those that might stand by you.
Look at each other for a moment. The veteran pilot, the one that's a little older. Not that much older, but older, and the one that seemed to have a little more fire in him for all this, kind of looks over at the uniform of the recruit in front of him. He's thinking. Do we have much of a choice? The younger one says. I don't want to land up in the stocks. Or shoved on some work detail somewhere. Little tie wings instead of flying them. And you see what they've done? The orders we've been given? What Baran had us do? I'll take any life out of that. He looks at you. The young one, at least.
Ah, Baran. That explains a lot. There's only two ways out of this, boys. There's a way where you keep a little bit of yourself intact. Or there's their way. Make your choice.
The younger recruit is just staring at the older vet and... Go ahead and roll for me. Negotiation or charm in this case. I don't think coercion's a good skill in this instance, because you're actually offering them a proper
yeah, I'm actually not deceiving them in the slightest.
Yeah,
right.
Deceiving or threatening. It's just how it is.
There's a bit of threat there, but only from a perspective of reality. You know what I mean? It's like...
I'll give you 2 boost die for how Sarin has handled himself in this conversation. With their situation, it's going to be a hard check still. Seem to have gotten through to one of them, but the other one you're not so sure. Roll it when you're ready.
Well, in which case, then surely chance for the other one to break. Flip the opposite direction.
It's true. Push it the other way. Yep.
Pushed him a little too far, and he's decided that he's gonna go back.
Oh, man. All right.
I'd like to use the advantage, if I can,
Yeah.
to make them at least see the reality of their position and not choose the imperial route, but choose the non-committal route. They don't want to be part of the rebellion, perhaps, but they understand
The
gravity.
The kid the conversation was already there for him. He wasn't sold one way or the other when he joined. So his wouldn't require so much of a role as that you gave the best option, but the other one, the vet, looks at you, I gave an oath. I fight for the Empire, I don't fight for anybody. But I'm done. He leans back in the chair, in the drop seat. He doesn't look at you, doesn't look at the kid, just kind of lays his head back. I'm done.
I know how that feels. I appreciate that. And Sarin gives a court salute.
He just kind of stares up at the bulkhead above him. And on that note, I think that's where we're going to end it.
Hooray.
Well done,
a fun
gents.
night.
I was muted for a while, and I was wondering why nobody was responding to
Oh, dude. Yeah, man. Well played, everybody. Sometimes you get the short end and you kind of get blasted and you find yourself unconscious for a while, man. I know how that feels, and it could suck, but you did good. That was a good turn.
You guys were talking about exploding things, and I was like, what about me and the kids?
I saved you and the kid. You're in the lander with
Yeah,
me.
you're safe.
You're safe. You're loaded up. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much for being players here and coming back into this. I'm so glad we got to play again.
Yeah, I'm hyped.
Good stuff, Shaq.
Oh man, I'm loving it. I'm loving figuring out where your characters are going. Who is the kid? Everything that's happened.
As always, great stream, man. Like, good jamming.
Great.
Thank you, everyone. Let me put some music on now that we're wrapping it up here, and you guys can turn yours on. I'm gonna chat with my stream for a bit. If you guys want to catch these guys over on the internet, you can find Wasted Space over on Wasted Space, the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel. You can find Eck over, of course, at Eckharts, and Eck2 and Charlie as well. You guys streaming tonight, by the way? You guys?
Nah, too late.
Too late? All right. And then Corey,
Easy
of course,
time.
from Corey Loses and some amazing mods, if you guys want to check this out. You gonna stream, Corey?
No, I am going to have dinner after this.
I know who is gonna stream tonight.
Mr.
There's that one guy who I'm not even gonna bother asking. Wasted Twitch, TV, yada yada, over Wasted Space.
Yeah, if you want some
Well, he's gotta do the breakdown,
FFG.
right?
To be honest, tonight is going to be full on post FFG chat. I think.
Dude, I'll join you for that.
We're going to be doing the recap show.
I'll join you for that. Maybe we'll play some because I drank coffee while we were playing, and I'm wired now.
That was a session. I'm hyped to be back to this. I love this party. I mean,
You got to see the lock in here.
everybody's so different.
Oops.
From Neytiri to
Oh,
Osh,
that's
you
true. We're gonna have a
literally
player
have
death
the
today.
full range.
Oh man.
Man, I really did charge in there thinking I'm invincible and died immediately.
Oh, and you learn how scary those flamethrowers are. They're one of the scariest weapons in the game. Like, they are frightening. They keep doing their base damage if they hit you, unless somebody puts you out. If you go in there with no health,
made it out of that alive.
I'm sorry, Charlie. That was brutal.
that was
He'll
rough.
have your moment, I'm sure of it, though.
What do you mean
Trust
he'll
me,
have his moment with the spear chucking and the...
No, I know, but I mean, all of that, let's be real, has been slightly luck-based.
The entire
At some point,
Gazanti
he's gonna have his
scenario.
moment where he actually figures out like the way his character works and gets to go in there with some confidence.
Neytiri and Death
are
are on a first-name basis every day. They just shake hands and like, maybe next time.
We need to get you some tattoos, I think.
Yeah, hopefully the fleet has some backed up.
All right, y'all. Well, thank you for joining me for some Star Wars. We're going to continue this hopefully every Saturday. If you guys are good, we'll talk about it. I'll put the events here up on the channel. Thank you for joining me. If you enjoy some modding, sci-fi, and gaming goodness, then maybe subscribe to the XP Gamers YouTube channel. I will see you all in the next one. I'm going to be over on Twitch with Wasted talking this, so if you guys want to get in on that, come on over to the Captain Shaq channel or the Wasted Space channel. Bye, everybody!
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Just remember what button to press. There it is, found it. Bye, everyone. Oh, real quick. I am the worst of the YouTubers. Let me let me read off some. Oh, everything closed. I wanted to say thank you to the donations that we got. Cause I'm bad. And almost didn't do it. Because of the blue screen, we lost the tab. Oh my goodness, where is it? Oh, it's not coming up. Sorry, everyone. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. If I missed any donations tonight, I really apologize for that. Bye, everybody.